we get this far, burning like the stars. How we get this far, like we're the only ones in this world. Like we're the only ones in this world. Like we're the only ones in this world.
You've walked through the darkest nights. You've heard the crowd, felt the blinding light. You were standing there when your heart comes alive. It's a dream of ahead, and it never dies. Right here, right now, give it all, get it out. Never surrender, I fight and never fail. I am a contender, a challenge I can feel. The smallest lies become the brightest enemies, relentlessly. And even if you fall, you gave it everything to be a king. The smallest lies become the brightest enemies, relentlessly. And even if you fall, you gave it everything to be a king. You carved your way with a sharp attack. You watched it all burn, and you never looked back. There will come a day when your fears will rise. You protect your crown, so it never dies. Never surrender, I fight and never fail. I am a contender, a challenge I can feel. The smallest lies become the brightest enemies, relentlessly. And even if you fall, you gave it everything to be a king. On my way, find my way, find my way. On my way, dream my way, never a surrender. I fight and never fail. I'm a contender, and challenge I can feel. The smallest lies become the brightest enemies, relentlessly. And even if you fall, you gave it everything to be a king. The smallest lies become the brightest enemies, relentlessly. And even if you fall, you gave it everything to be a king.
Turn it back. Gear out the weapon, getting ready, counting down. Pay attention to the challenge, tell me where you from. Gotta be tough, gotta be strong, gotta be savage like animal. Every time you tryna push me down. Look at me, put the line down when I run around. You don't make a sign, I will catch you. Watch out, it's better feel, kind of mercy. Look at me, I'll be rising. Carry the season, you got a damn, gonna wibble. You never hesitate for another moment, but my bone is golden.
I'm invincible, just let him know. I can show you all the glory I own. To the drunk, go find a way to the palace. I'm waiting. Go, never rock and we go. It ain't a river turning back. Storm is coming, tired of your call. kings, it's an honor showtime.
I'm gonna shut down. We got no crime. We burn it fast as one. Crash in pieces, you can cheat.
First blood, double trouble, then I take a pen, I kill. All you do is sweat and look at me still with the red.
Say.
I've triggered my soul down.
Follow my pace.
We the champions, screaming, I'm invincible. Just let them know I can show you all the glory I own. To the drunk, go find a way to the party's time waiting. Go, live from can we go? It ain't a river, tiny bit. Storm is coming, tired of your call. It's my kingdom, fire, blow it up. We the kings, it's an honor showtime.
We're no strangers to the fallout. It's what got us here. Ever changing, some chameleon. Blood, sweat, and tears. We'll never make it if we fall to everything that brings us down. With a comeback is now. Blood, sweat, and tears. Fight for what we want. Doesn't matter the cost. Every day, put in work. Blood, sweat, and tears. Nothing comes overnight. Strength in numbers start to line. We don't bow to fear. Blood, sweat, and tears. Blood, sweat, and tears. Fight for what
I feel it deep flowing through my blood. Rising up to become someone, and taking it all on my own. What a sweet victory. And taking all of my control, awaken something deep in me.
Like flames, feel it burning inside. Take a hold in pursuit of the prize. I've been told, ain't no way to survive. Keeping all of this fire that's locked up inside. When this is the time, enter the ring. All those mental chemicals doing they thing. I got flashes of battles inside of my dreams. I was made for this moment. At least now it seems like it's time to come face to face with your fear. Been battling reasons for all of the years, and I learned how to fight them with style and grace no one's ever encountered. You say it's amazing, I'ma come out swinging when they open the gate. Go ahead, call passion, I'm calling it rage. I'm taking what's mine like I already own it. Watch but don't blink, going here to the moment.
The sky rain down. Here's to the madness that's all around. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are, you are. Here's to the moment, the sky rain down. Here's to the madness that's all around. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are, you are.
My name is honor, my name is king, my name is champion, my name is strength.
Tell them who you are.
My name is Pentakill, you think it's strange? My name keep ringing inside of your brain.
I hear it every night. Here's to the moment the sky rain down. Here's to the madness that's all around. So tell them who you are, you are, you are. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are. Here's to the moment the sky rain down. Here's to the madness that's all around. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are, you are. Here's to the moment the sky rain down. Here's to the madness that's all around. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are.
You've walked through the darkest nights. You've heard the crowd, felt the blinding light. You were standing there when your heart comes alive. It's a dream of a hat, and it never dies. Right here, right now, give it all, get it out. Never a surrender. I fight and never fail. I am a contender. A challenge I can feel. The smallest lies become the brightest enemies relentlessly. And even if you fall, you gave it everything to be a king. The smallest lies become the brightest enemies relentlessly. And even if you fall, you gave it everything find my way, find my way. On my way, on my way. Dream my way, dream my way. Never a surrender. I find it never fail. I'm a contender. And change I can feel. The smallest lies become the brightest enemies. Grenadity. And even if you fall, you gave it everything to be a king. The smallest lies become the brightest enemies. Grenadity. And even if you fall, you gave it everything to be a king.
Turn it back.
Emerge where you're needed. Emerge where you're needed. Fight separately. Emerge where you're needed. Climb separately. Emerge where you're needed. Emerge where you're needed.
안녕하세요. 저는 농심 HOK 팀에서 서포터를 맡고 있는 육페이라고 합니다. 오랜만에 글로벌 여기 투어에 진출해서 너무 기쁘고요. 다들 잘하는 선수들이랑 겨룰 수 있어서 되게 즐거울 것 기대되는 기분입니다. 일단 HOK 글로벌이 런칭되고 나서 처음으로 나가는 큰 대회라서 사람들의 관심도나 그런 것도 되게 높아진 것 같고 다른 외국 선수들의 실력도 엄청 증가한 것 같아서 되게 재밌을 것 같다고 노바가 가장 어려운 상대일 것 같고요. 연습 경기 해봤을 때 가장 잘한다고 느껴서 노바가 가장 어렵다고 생각했고 만나고 싶은 상대도 노바인 것 같습니다. 그 두 팀들도 상당히 잘하는 팀으로 생각되는데 지금 저희 실력도 충분히 그들과 경쟁할 수도 있던 상대라고 생각해서 충분히 좋다고 생각됩니다. 농심은 빠르게 판단해서 공격하는 게 되게 장점인 것 같고요. 각자 선수들이 조금 다들 피지컬이 좀 좋은 편이라서 빠르게 판단이 가능. 항상 응원해 주셔서 감사하고 열심히 좋은 경기력으로 보답하겠습니다.
I believe that failure is a stepping stone to my growth. I believe that persistence is the only shortcut to glory. I believe that giving it my all will lead me to victory. I believe in myself. With Honor of Kings, I will achieve my own glory.
I know he's gonna win.
HOK Invitational Season 3. Step onto my stage of glory. Witness the thrilling moments of passion together. February 21st to March 1st. 12 global teams battle for the ultimate victory.
Welcome to Honor of Kings Invitational S3, where excitement will unfold at the vibrant capital of the Philippines, Manila. The tournament will run from February 21st to March 1st. Honor of Kings Invitational S3 will be held at SM North EDSA, the Block Atrium, and we are ready to bring an electrifying atmosphere for players and fans. Representatives from the Philippines, Indonesia, Malaysia, Americas, Europe, the Middle East and North Africa, Japan and South Korea, and wildcard qualifiers will compete at the grand stage in Manila. 12 of the world's best teams will compete for the ultimate prize, the first Honor of Kings World Champion title of 2025. 4 teams will be seeded. The first places from the S3 Philippines qualifier, S3 Indonesia qualifier, S3 Malaysia qualifier, and S3 Americas qualifier. Each seed will be assigned to a different group, while the remaining 8 teams will be randomly distributed across the groups. The group stage will follow a best-of-5 format, with the top 2 teams from each group advancing to the knockout stage, where teams will face off in a best-of-7 format. The journey will culminate on March 1st, when the first 2025 Honor of Kings World Champion will be crowned. Additionally, a major announcement: the global ban and pick format, pioneered by the KPL in 2018, will be fully adopted in this tournament. For over 6 years, KPL, Chinese Honor of Kings Pro League, has set the gold standard in MOBA esports and will continue shaping the global competitive scene. Honor of Kings remains at the forefront of innovation and excellence. We can't wait to see how the world's best teams rise to the challenge. With a staggering prize pool of $300,000, honor, recognition, and substantial rewards await the champions. The stage is set, and the stakes are higher than ever. Here's a guide for Honor of Kings esports fans to join this exciting journey. You can catch our live streams either in-game or on our official channels. Joining us in person, here's everything you need to know to make the most of it. Take part in in-game activities and earn exclusive rewards. The countdown is on. Mark your calendars and see you in Manila.
Honor of Kings. Honor of Kings. Honor of Kings. Gamitan mo ng utak, dagdagan ng puso, laban hanggang dulo, bawal ang sumuko. Gamitan mo ng utak, dagdagan ng puso, laban hanggang dulo, bawal ang sumuko. Dugo naman dirigma, sa akin nananalaytay, watawat ng Pilipinas, sa aking iwawagayway. Sa kasaysayan ng matitirang taga-salaysay, ang matamis na tagumpay ay walang kapantay. Pusan ng lahi, ang pwersa ko ay pupuntangi, humahawi ng isang batalyon, parang buhawi. Di magwawakas sa digmaan hanggat ang huling hari ay di pa nasasakal gamit bituka ng huling pare. Ubod ng barumbado kapag nang balagbag, sugutan ng patago hanggat di papasag. Puso lang ang dala ko, palaglan ng palag, uulan ng palaso, taas ang kalasag. Kasi kapag ako nakumana, lahat natutulala. Hindi nila inaasahan ang mga atake ko na nambubulaga, namumula pa ang mga mata na parang bata, kalabawasak sa kada atak. Lumalago pa ang mga katawan ng mga kalaban na nakakatapat pa siya. Kami yung pag-asa ng Pinas. Kami yung pag-asa ng Pinas. Kami yung pag-asa ng Pinas. Tapang ay likas, lakad matigas para sa bigas. Kami yung pag-asa ng Pinas. Kami yung pag-asa ng Pinas. Kami yung pag-asa ng Pinas. Tapang ay likas, lakad matigas para sa bigas.
Bugaw kaya matik iba yung galing. Kahit gala ko veterano sa'kin mukhang noob pa rin. Kahit letra lang gamit kaya kang buntalin. Kahit pagsama-sama pa akin lang bubombahin. Yung asta boys in the hood, yung dating boys to men. Sobrang toxic na galawan dapat dyan poisonin. Ako yung prince of landing, lahat pupuksain. One hit kill, lahat susubukin for the win. Paalam sa karera nyo, advanced condolence. Mga kulang sa intelligence, no offense. Walang duda na kami ang the best, oo guess. Pahiya kayo sa amin in-game hanggang sa online trends, diba? Common sense.
Kami yung pag-asa ng Pinas. Kami yung pag-asa ng Pinas. Kami yung pag-asa ng Pinas. Tapang ay likas, lakad matigas para sa bigas. Kami yung pag-asa ng Pinas. Kami yung pag-asa ng Pinas. Kami yung pag-asa ng Pinas. Tapang ay likas, lakad matigas para sa bigas.
Cash G. Hindi ko na dapat gagawin to eh. Pero wala, binuhay niyo uli ang dragon man. Kra! Samda na bo, kanda na pita, la kanda na pita, la kanda na punsa, la kanda na pita, la kanda na punda, la kinda na bu. Sa lo topira da pi, sa lo topira da bu. Sa lo topila da kulo, sa pila da kila da pila. Pero mang kompetisyon, bigyan mo ng kombinasyon. Siguradong bompanisyon, yun lang ang aking misyon. Malupito ng paboritong komedyante na jowa mo. Ba't nag-aaway tong dalawa, di ba magtropa to? O ano kung mag-isa mong nagagawa? Pag nagsama ka mas malakas. Ibis maghilaan pababa. Bakit di na lang tayo maghatakan ng pataas? Kasi
tayo ang pag-asa ng Pinas. Tayo ang pag-asa ng Pinas. Tayo ang pag-asa ng Pinas. Tapang ay likas, lakad matigas para sa bigas. Tayo ang pag-asa ng Pinas. Tayo ang pag-asa ng Pinas. Tayo ang pag-asa ng Pinas. Tapang ay likas, lakad matigas para sa bigas. Honor of kings is what we fight for. Looney, Abra, Malupiton, 2025.
Tayo ang pag-asa ng Pinas.
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 tayo ang pag-asa ng Pinas. Tayo ang pag-asa ng Pinas.
Honor of Kings players! Starting from 2025, Honor of Kings professional esports games will implement a new format, the Global Ban and Pick. This exciting format enhances the viewing experience by mandating a greater variety of heroes in every game and opening up new possibilities. The Global Ban and Pick format was first introduced by Kings Pro League in 2018 and has been in use ever since. It has now become one of the most popular MOBA game modes. Honor of Kings Global Ban and Pick format entails that each team can only use each hero once in the entire BO5 match. This means that in any given game, each team cannot pick heroes they've picked in previous games, or heroes the enemy team has banned. The banning of heroes is only effective for the current game. This goes on until the end of the match. However, in a BO7 match, if Game 6 ends in a draw, Game 7 will enter Ultimate Battle Mode, in which Ban and Pick is disabled. All heroes will be available, and both teams can pick heroes freely. Teams cannot ban heroes or see each other's picks, which on rare occasions may result in identical lineups on both sides. When this happens, a true ultimate battle will unfold. Global Ban and Pick takes tournaments to a new level. It challenges professional teams and players to expand their hero pools, upgrade their strategies, and optimize their lineups in order to secure victory. At the same time, the players and audience get to see more creative lineups and play styles that make games more unpredictable and interesting to watch. Get ready for more exciting HOK tournaments in the future.
with Muchi, and it's a battle of the farm laner, so to speak.
Yeah, it's also a battle of setup, right? It's much easier for Vitality to get those stuns coming in. And look, simply over and over again.
Okay, go to the truth! Oh, the 4-man Wendy gets killed! That's a double go to the web Kaka, and again, you just spot him out. The flash truth goes in, gets the triple and kick him.
I'm kind of harassing the flank on this one. He wants to go, but the backside, they've gotten Dragon, and he was a static target, and then they push back Just G, and now out. Kyung9 needs to be a bit careful. Here's the set sail, look for the perfect foul with 4! Oh, the flash away. Kyung9 just trying to stay alive. Illusion has already been killed. Does Chammy1 die? Yes, he does. Haku got him with the dream roll, but it was an amazing bout. Siri continuing to fight under the tower, finding Chaz. He's going to stay alive. Haku, though, might not be as lucky. He does go down. Late game here, I would give it to golden title. Oh, set sail.
Haku takes the first Tyrant, and they've been pushed back, and they've given up first blood. Chaz is going to get this one. He's going to get knocked down, but they do have the return. 3 members are already down, and Haku's got a triple kill, making a pentakill. Gonna run into this cave and just hide, but not really much you can do, as CY will take yet another.
Yeah, and it looks like this is game over, so game number 1 will go to Nova.
The last one, the minions are making their way downtown. Dow pushing him back, and Kika throws it. End this game as they push the mid lane. Wave Pit, what can he do? He's all the way up in front. The Crystal is doing...
Balik, front out, on 3, sabay. Hindi na siya ng isang buwan.
Oh, no!
Wala na ang buhay.
Oy!
Dumobble kill, pumipiliin si Muchi. Finally, nakakalaro na rin siya. Focus na sa goal. And we are down to ultimate battle.
Gwen goes down! At yung mga members dito na tayo na penalty!
Another one! Seal State kill with a triple kill para kay Kuya Sai. And this is endable. Nova turning the tables, turning the tide into their favor.
Lumaban! Patas nito! Ikyong 9! Ang daming tinamaan!
Ang daming lawin! Ang daming lawin!
Fight! Ang
Kuya Dragon!
The Blacklist!
I-pentakill mo! Kuya Dragon with a quadra kill! Muntik nang maging penta pero okay lang yan dahil Blacklist will take Game 1! Race na ng ating fourth and possibly the last game of this series between Blacklist International and Nongshim. Naubos sila dito. Justice Dance, Even Dragon. At ini-straight na nila. Nilinis nila ang base ng Blacklist International. At please nakaisa ang Nongshim.
Oh no!
Nanakbo. Meron pa rin naman siya natitira dito. At nag-clear na lang siya ng minions sa may middle lane.
This is
Para
bad!
may delay kahit papaano. Ace!
This is bad for the side of Blacklist International.
Eto na
It's all
naman tayo.
about the ultimate battle. Nice one! Nice one! Nice one! I love you, Dragon! Pinili mo yung Mai. Ang galing mo. Tapos pinili din pala nila yung Mai.
Kuya Chas, mapapabagsak na rin. Pero Blacklist International, bumabawi sila. Kuya Dragon is down. Naku, hinahabol na with a rampage na on this zone. Paano na ang Blacklist International? Lumipad na ang Dragon, giving a double kill. Wala na si Kuya Golden Guide. Si Just Chi na lang ang natitira. Napabagsak na si Faye. Kaso touchdown na sa may
Just
Faye.
Chi!
Talagang
The last man
kailangan niya
standing!
mag-step.
Kaya ba?
Ang
Justin!
minion! Sa gitna! Hindi na kinaya! Never I surrender. I fight and never fail. I am a contender. A challenge I can feel.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, children of all ages, and mudlum people of the world! Welcome to the Honor of Kings Invitational Season 3! That's right, dito sa Pilipinas, here in the Philippines, we have the greatest energy. Pilipinas, make some noise!
Wow, 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 it's hot.
That's right. I'm Eric Corruption Tai, and I'm with the lovely...
I'm Choo Choo.
And we are about to witness history. And we will be crowning the best and first champion of Honor of Kings today.
Yeah, I'm super excited, but magandang hapon, everyone.
Magandang hapon, that's
Yes.
good afternoon.
That's how we do it in the Philippines.
I love it, I love it.
So before we begin, then I would like, and we all would like to call on Mr. James Young, Senior Director of Global Esports Center, Level Infinite, Tencent Games, for an exciting news for us.
A round of applause for Mr. James Yang.
Hello, 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 Honor of Kings fans in Philippines and around the world. And I'm James Yang, and I'm here today to announce the key update and thrilling news about 2025 Honor of Kings Esports. Thank you. So there are three keywords in 2025 today announcement. Firstly, 2025, we will have a new roadmap including much more tournaments and leagues for the global audiences. And also, we're trying to enhance, strengthen our cooperation with the region. So, as a pro player or audiences, practitioners, content creators, you can all join and make esports together with us. And open to everybody. That means our Honor of Kings Esports is open structure. Any of you can join. You can also show your skills and competitiveness in this stage, maybe if you are good enough. So join in. So can you see a big number here? Yes, I'd like to say that we will invest $15 million for Honor of Kings Global Esports. Yes, yes. We are dedicated to bring much more exciting esports experience to players and new audiences worldwide. So last year, we started making the structure of esports ecosystem pyramid. And this year, this pyramid will become more concrete and robust with fully functional 3 layers. Let's take a look at the path to honor, starting from grassroots, amateur, and if we are good enough, you will go up to the regional pro league. And there, top teams will be promoted to the global tournament. This full esports pyramid will really work well this year, and I'm proud of it. So, please remember these 4 numbers. 3 global tournaments, 7 regional pro leagues to promote, and $15 million investment. And surprisingly, there's an infinite amount of tournaments as a community tournament, grassroots, campus, and this is all for you. This is our overall roadmap in 2025. As I mentioned, we have 3 global tournaments, and S3, Invitational Season 3, is just now happening in Manila, Philippines, with all of you guys. And in summer, we have KWC. This is a new event, I will say. And at the end of the year, we have the International Championship as KIC. And between, we have the 2 seasons of regional pro leagues. And for that, we have the Open Series and Campus Series. Okay, so last year, we hold the mid-season invitational in Esports World Cup. And this year, we rebranded it as Honor of Kings Esports World Cup as KWC in July in Riyadh with 18 best teams all over the world. So you can hear all the slots, and you can find there are 3 teams from Philippines to join in. Yes. And in November, we have the Honor of Kings International Championship. So location or time we'll announce later, so please stay tuned. Yeah, I'm also excited. So let's talk about the 3 professional leagues. Among these 3 professional leagues, we have the 6 new pro leagues, and one already started a time ago. So let me go one by one. Before that, I to share this exciting, great photos. This is about you. This is the photos we've taken in S2, S1 with all you guys and the teams. So I was so touched by this Philippine audience's passion, your love, and your support. So you were just so great. So this is information about each regional pro league. Honor of Kings Pro League in Philippines as PKL. Yes, yes. So there will be 8 teams will compete in 2 seasons, April and August. Then 5 teams are already fixed and 3 empty slots for you. And next, Honor of Kings Pro League in Malaysia as MKL. Also 2 seasons with 8 teams and 4 teams are fixed. Are the 4 remaining slots that's still open. And next, this is Honor of Kings Pro League in Indonesia as IKL. 2 seasons in spring and fall, and there will be 10 teams competing. Wow, 8 teams already fixed and 2 slots remain. And other Southeast country team, you can join into the Southeast Wildcard Honor of Kings series as WKS. 8 teams will compete and 6 teams are already confirmed. Okay, this is about the Global Pro League. There is Honor of Kings Major East. So this is including Korea, Japan, MENA, and South Asia. So Eastern region, there will be 7 teams, and yes, there's just some logo you know. So there's 4 teams confirmed and 3 slots remain. And Honor of Kings Major West, including Americas, CIS, Europe, and Turkey. 7 teams and 4 teams confirmed. And this is our oldest pro league in Brazil, Honor of Kings Pro League in Brazil as Choke BR. There will be 8 teams competing and 5 teams confirmed. Yeah, this is all information about 7 regional pro leagues starting this year. And Open Series. Yes, this is for you. Already Open Series Spring Split started. Here, surprisingly, you have more than 150,000 players registered so far. This is really amazing numbers considering we just started esports last year. And Open Series Spring is ongoing, and Open Series first split will be started in first season. So please be ready to join. Watching is fun, but playing as a player is much more exciting. Last but not least, this is our new pipeline. Honor of Kings Campus Series. So this is for Campus Esports Legacy. It's starting here. So if you are university students in over the world, you have a chance to join here. We have the big prize for 100,000, and we'll cover more than 92 countries university. So let's watch the brand video for KCS.
HOK?
Okay, HOK. HOK. Okay, HOK.
HOK? Okay, it's okay.
HOK? Okay, HOK.
It's okay?
Okay, HOK.
Honor of Kings 2025 Global Collegiate Tournament Season 1 is about to begin. With a total global prize pool of over 100,000 US dollars. Show your skills and compete for the glory of the world's strongest university. Follow us for more details at HOK Club and the HOK official community. We await your participation. Okay, HOK.
Yeah, what an exciting, what an impressive video. So are you ready to become your star in your school? So in 2025, we'll bring you these 4 numbers: 3 global tournaments, 7 regional pro league, 15 million US dollar we put it with the infinite number of the community tournaments. So are you ready to join? Are you okay? Great, so okay.
Wow, 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 wow. Thank
Guys.
you so much, Mr. James Young. That is super exciting news. The first thing I heard, 50 million USD.
You know how much
Oh my
50
God.
million USD is in Filipino pesos?
Go ahead, do the calculation.
Does anyone know?
How much?
How much? How much? No? 860 million pesos. 860 million pesos, roughly.
Oh
And
my
that's a
God.
lot of money. That
There's
Honor
too
of
many
Kings-
zeros.
Yeah, there's so many zeros.
But I need you guys to warm it up for today. So we're gonna have another exciting event after this. But you guys saw the video, yes?
Of course they did.
Okay.
I have a
so-
question.
Yeah,
When they
go.
saw the video, what is the name of our professional league here in the Philippines?
You're so mean.
Huh? No. Oh, maybe someone will know. Because it's hard to get. It's called KPL. What does KPL stand for? PKL, sorry, my bad. Buti nga, correct mo ako.
Philippines
Kings
Pro
No, Philippines King Leagues. That's it.
There's
So
no
that's what it's called. We're called the KPL,
I
and
got it wrong too.
that starts very, very soon. And there's a big, huge prize for that as well.
Yeah, but I think everybody know just now. If I say, hey, okay, you say? If I say, okay, you say? We try one time, yeah? Hey, okay? Okay.
H-okay!
Oh, that's fun.
I love it.
But also, you guys don't go anywhere because right now we have SOLOKING.
That's right, guys. So we've got a 1v1 SOLOKING tournament coming up. And it is already the semifinals.
Yep.
So be with us. We'll be back with you soon.
Emerge where you're needed. Emerge where you're needed.
Hello guys, welcome back to my
I believe that failure is a stepping stone to my growth. I believe that persistence is the only shortcut to glory. I believe that giving it my all will lead me to victory. I believe in myself. With Honor of Kings, I will achieve my own glory. HOK Invitational Season 3. Step onto my stage of glory. Witness the thrilling moments of passion together. February 21st to March 1st. 12 global teams battle for the ultimate victory.
With Muji, and it's a battle of the farm laner, so to speak.
Yeah, it's also a battle of setup, right? It's much easier for Vitality to get those stuns coming in. And look, simply over and over. Like,
Okay, go to the truth! Oh, the four-man Wendy gets killed! That's a double go to the web kick. Again, you just spot him out. The flash truth goes in, gets the triple and kick him.
I'm kind of harassing the flank on this one. He wants to go, but the backside, they've gotten Dragon, and he was a static target, and they push back Just Eat, and now out. Kyung9 needs to be a bit careful. Here's the set sail. Look for the perfect foul with 4. Oh, the flash away. Kyung9 just trying to stay alive. Illusion has already been killed. Does Chamie1 die? Yes, he does. Haku got him with a dream roll, but it was an amazing throw. Siri continuing to fight under the tower, finding Chaz. He's going to stay alive. Haku, though, might not be as lucky. He does go down.
Late game here, I would give it to golden title because he can stress more.
Oh, set sail. Haku takes the first Tyrant. They've been pushed back. They've given out first blood. Chaz is going to get this one. He's going to get knocked down, but they do have the return. 3 members are already down, and Haku's got a triple kill. Make it a pentakill.
Emerge where you're needed. Emerge where you're needed.
I believe that failure is a stepping stone to my growth. I believe that persistence is the only shortcut to glory. I believe that giving it my all will lead me to victory. I believe in myself. With Honor of Kings, I will achieve my own glory. HOK Invitational Season 3. Step onto my stage of glory. Witness the thrilling moments of passion together. February 21st to March 1st. 12 global teams battle for the ultimate victory.
With Muji, and it's a battle of the farm laner, so to speak.
Yeah, it's also a battle of setup, right? It's much easier for Vitality to get those stuns coming in. And look, simply over and over again.
Oh, kick out to the truth! Oh, the 4-man Wendy gets killed! That's a double go to the whip. Kaka, and again, you just spot him out. The flash truth goes in, gets the triple and kick him.
I'm kind of harassing the flank on this one. He wants to go, but the backside, they've gotten Dragon, and he was a static target, and they push back Just G, and now
out. Kyung9 needs to be a bit careful. Here's the set sail. Look for the perfect foul with 4. Oh, the flash away. Kyung9 just trying to stay alive. Illusion has already been killed. Does Chammy1 die? Yes, he does. Haku got him with a dream roll, but it was an amazing bout. Siri continuing to fight under the tower, finding Chaz. He's going to stay alive. Haku, though, might not be as lucky. He does go down.
In here, I would give it the golden title.
Oh, set sail. Haku takes the first tyrant. They've been pushed back. They've given up first blood. Chaz is going to get this one. He's going to get knocked down, but they do have the return. 3 members are already down, and Haku's got a triple kill. Make it a pentakill.
Hello and welcome to the Solo King tournament where we head into the semifinals to see who the best solo laner is. My name is Holler and with me is Blam. How you doing today?
I'm doing fantastic. I mean, even better knowing that we are going to get a further investment of $15 million into Honor of Kings Esports. That is huge.
Yeah, it's a ton of money. I actually was super excited about that, but also the pro leagues and go into 7 different areas. I mean, this is a huge, 2025 ahead of us, right? There's so many opportunities and a lot of teams that can really just kind of jump into this one, but I'm super excited not only of that, but of course we have the Solo King and we have the grand finals that'll be coming up today.
Absolutely, and like James says, it's open to all. There is many ways that you can actually get into these future tournaments, and we are obviously thankful for the current tournament and the current sponsor, which is the Infinix GT20 Pro. This has been the phone that has been charging and supercharging the Season 3 Invitational, and to be honest, touch wood, touch my head, we've had barely any technical difficulties with it, so that means it's got to be a good phone, right? Worthy of anybody's cash. Get the Infinix GT20 Pro.
Yeah, it's actually been very consistent, right? And that's pretty much what you want. You want stability in that kind of phone, and the Infinix GT20 is obviously the way to go for this one. But okay, we have the Solo King tournament. We're gonna have the semifinals. Apparently, we're gonna go down to the last 4 of these players. It's gonna be an interesting one because it's one of those things where even when we were talking about when the championship, they had the little mini game thing. We were doing these one-on-ones, and they're not the easiest of games to play.
They aren't, no, yeah. It's a very little window of opportunity to actually get the win. I mean, if it's any normal kind of 1v1, you're looking at the first 3 kills or taking the first turret as well. So, again, not a lot of room for error, and it's mainly focused in one lane rather than spread across the whole of the gorge.
Yeah, but that's what makes it exciting, right? It's taking the me in team and just kind of going solo on this one, right? You can't blame anybody else. At the end of the day, if you're going to lose this one, unfortunately, it's on you. But, I mean, look, I think that this is a great way to also play the game because sometimes you want to, just play one-on-one. You want to really test your skills up against that one other player and to see if you really are the best one.
Absolutely. I mean, the way they got me onto this one was definitely the merch back in KC 2024. But here we go. Here is the format. So 8 players will play a best of 1 single elimination. 8 players will be randomly drawn, destroy the opponent's first turret of the mid lane, or kill the opponent for the first time. So first blood. And here is the updated bracket this far.
Yeah, look at this one. It's going to be Chammy1 Blacklist going up against Azar. They're going to keep it in the Philippines. It's probably a little personal on that level, but on the bottom side of the bracket, you have Gia from AG and Keke from Team Vitality. Both in and of their own right, very good laners. But it's going to be interesting seeing how this matchup actually plays out.
Yeah, I mean, these are 2 different players in 2 different roles as well. I mean, you got Chemi from the Clash lane, and then you've obviously got Azar from the farm lane. So it's not like they can maybe go both farm lanes because that seems to be a little bit of an unfair advantage for those that already have their profession down in that lane.
Yeah, it's all about just the mid lane, right? And there's, again, no rotation, no help. Everything at the end of the day is on you. But are we going to see some like crazy common skills? Because, a flash is more of like the traditional Honor of King style, right? But are you going to go with like an execute? Are you going to like, what are your, I mean, obviously it's hero dependent, but I think that this game is going to be spicy enough to kind of just change those kinds of things up.
I mean, let's not devolve too much into Kindo Fu's dreams, right? Get and execute on many of these heroes. I'm pretty sure he'll be keeping a keen eye out for it. But I mean, my personal go-to was always Flash because my 1v1 go-to was Lung. So flashing in, flaming palms, get the first kill, super duper easy.
Yeah, super easy. And I mean, you clean house when you can do it, when you catch them off guard. That's always fun to do. But for myself, I've actually gone kind of the Kindofu style. I do think execute is the way to go. But first, I think we need to throw it to the host.
Wow. The
All right,
game
that's
face is
You
on.
can tell by the way they walked that they have something to prove here today, because this is different. This ain't no 5v5 battle. This is a 1v1 best of one.
You can't blame anyone.
You can't blame
You
anyone.
can't blame anyone.
You can't blame your teammates or your support or anyone. This is 1v1 and it's all skills.
I
right
want
now.
to hear though what they have to say against each other.
Let's go with your one first.
I mean, like, okay, Chami, how confident are you to defeat Azar right now? What do you think?
100%.
100.
Well, that's it. That's all he said, 100%. Okay. Since they're both from the Philippines, magtagalog ako ng konti. Azar, anong mensahe mo sa kanya? Anong gusto mong gawin sa kanya?
Sinabi ko naman sa kanya kung ano yung gagamitin kong hero, siya na bahala.
Oh, he even gave him a handicap. I asked him, what do you want him to do to him? And he said, I just gave him my hero. You can counter pick if you want.
You want to respond?
Ako na bahala dun sa champion na gagamitin ko. Mag-ready na lang siya.
Oh, so for those that are watching, he said, just get ready. He is in charge of what he wants to pick or whoever you want to pick.
Oh,
So,
we love it. All right.
Humanda na. All right.
Humble brag.
Right? So now you guys have to face off. You know when there was always a fight, they gotta have a face off. So ready, step up to each other in 3, 2, 1, go!
Get closer, get closer.
Closer.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Okay, thank you very much.
Let's go
All
to your
right.
seats.
Okay,
All
ladies
right.
and gentlemen, please give it up for Chami versus Azar.
Chami versus Azar in this one-on-one. We're going to start things off a little spicy, keeping it local as well. And I mean, both of these guys are going to kind of want that bragging rights going into this one. Unfortunately, they've been knocked out. Both of them are not playing in the grand finals. But being able to play on this one, I think is going to be, it's definitely, you know, it's more about just really making a statement here.
I mean, are these like kind of like the version of hype men that we normally see in like like rap concerts or something? Sitting next to you. I don't know about you. I feel like I'd just rather be sat on my own and be like, hey, let me just focus, let me zone in on this one. But yeah, we saw I heard some fighting words and saw a very intense stare down to the point it got a little bit too close to me. I was like, oh, it's getting heated in here.
Yeah, it is. I mean, I guess, you know, I would be a little intimidated, you know, I like to play by myself, you know, when I'm doing this because I'm super focused and I can't have anyone kind of bother me when I'm playing, right? So it's, you know, he is a much better, braver soul than I am, Azar, and I think he's ready to go.
I mean, at least you have room to blame people, right? You'd be like, hey, she nudged me. that wasn't my play. She nudged me.
Yeah, it's her fault, right? Okay, so I guess you can kind of point fingers a little bit better when that's, you know, when they're on the stage like that, so they could potentially bother you. But at the end of the day, I think Chami won. All business, man. He's good to go, right? But is he going to go with Clash Laners, do you think?
I don't know. It depends. I mean, we heard there that obviously Azar already said, hey, I've told you what my hero is going to be. You can counterpick on whatever you want that to be as well. So, but then Champion was just like, I don't care what you go for. I've already chose my champion. I've already chose my hero. I know who I am going for. But yeah, it's going to be really interesting to see if he does go for a close quarter combat kind of hero. But I feel like in a 1v1, you definitely want to be playing range if you know your opponent's picking a range, right?
Yeah, for sure. I definitely have an advantage, right? I don't think he'll probably go with the Clash Laner. It would be interesting if he was just like, hey, I got this. It doesn't really matter, you know, what you pick. I'm going to stick to like my Dharmas, my Yin types. But I do think the range is going to be probably the optimal play here.
Yeah, I mean, there's not many kind of like melee type heroes that you can get at level 1 that be able to close in that gap. I mean, you have the likes of Byron that has the knock-up but doesn't quite have the dash, so you probably wouldn't get any kind of engage until you hit that level 3, level 4 mark, right?
Yeah. I think that's going to be key, right? Who gets the first, right? The ult. I think is going to be super key on one of these types of one-on-ones because, you know, you could really start to snowball from there and it'll make it much, much easier. But again, it looks like the hype trains are coming around and it looks like they're pointing fingers or trying to get some intel on everybody. Yeah.
Yeah, you better not mess this up. You got one shot, one opportunity. Don't mess this up.
Yeah, Azar right now, he's talking with his coaches, I think, and getting a little bit of strategy dump in terms of what he needs to do. If anything, I think that they're kind of trying to hide the hero pick, because I think that that's going to be key.
Oh, yeah, absolutely key, right? I mean, it's all dependent on what they do decide to go for in this 1v1. I mean, and there is a little bit of a prize pool up for grabs for these players as well as whoever comes out on top. So there is something to play for. It's not like just our typical show match that we're normally used to within these Honor of King Global Esports Championships. So there is still money on the line. So you definitely want to be bringing your best foot forward, right?
Yeah. And I mean, look, I think to play on this stage and to have the honor of going up against another pro player, at least for me, would be an honor in and of itself. But that prize pool is just extra gravy, right? At the end of the day, yes, it is the carrot on the stick and going into this one. But it looks like the players are ready, and it looks like we're going to go with Byron DRNJ. Nice.
Yeah, I mean, I did say it, right? I mean, there is probably not that many kind of melee heroes that have the dash and the knockup that you need at that low level, so going for the Byron may be Chammy's best shot at this one. But yeah, the DRNJ, if he gets that legal immunity, he kind of gets rid of that knockup.
Yeah, very interesting, right? I think he's going to have a hard time even getting into the lane, and Azar already starting off, bullying him out. He's at half life, and Chammy really can't do much but watch.
Yeah, no, I mean, this is the whole thing about the DRNJ is just getting that passive up. So you've got that increased movement speed. He's very low health. Oh, okay. Still trading blows, but Azar definitely looking like he's on top here. He's level 2 already. He's got that second skill come through. Got to be careful, Chammy.
Yeah, he's got to be very careful. He's so low. I mean, he's looking to go for this one, but at what cost? Okay, all right. A little bit of a storm strike there, but he did use his flash very early. So if anything, he has to play this positioning perfectly here. Oh, goes in.
Oh, okay. He does get the double knockup again. So even though he's low on health, he's like, you know what? The shield's going to be enough for me here. He's got him built for the physical defense boots as well. So that's definitely going to help. But we know that DRNG actually does land some magical damage as well. But Chammy looking down. Oh, Azar gets the first blood.
Yeah, playing with fire on that one. Azar just kind of, sticking around. I mean, when you have that ranged advantage, you want to tenderize your opponent as much as possible. Does a really good job. And Chammy, he hit 3, but it was a little bit behind. He actually just goes for it, and it looks like they're calling it. Okay.
Yeah, it's one kill. One kill, that's it. Okay. One kill. And it was Azar there. A very valiant attempt by Chammy for going for the Byron, sticking to his Clash Lane picks. Maybe he just wasn't the marksman he was meant to be.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, I think he's going to just wear the Clash Lane role badge proudly. He's going to have it on, ensuring that he's going to, represent at the end of the day. It doesn't matter if it's 1-on-1 or 5v5, whatever. He will always have his stable of heroes. And, I mean, he had some fun with it. It was a good 1-on-1.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if Keke is going to go for a farm lane hero this time around after seeing what just happened there, especially going against Ja as well. But we could be seeing a marksman versus marksman in the final, which would be definitely a feistier best of one compared to what we've just seen.
Yeah, I would think so. I think the traditional way to go, obviously, you want to stick with the range one. I think that, the DRNJ, I don't even know if that's the best one. Even for myself, I probably would have gone a Loong. I just like the potential burst. But, yeah, everybody has their own preference in terms of where they want to go. And it looks like Azar, the DRNJ, I mean, when you win, it's all good, right?
It's all good. I mean, now Azar is that one step closer to the prize pool of this 1v1 Solo King Championship. So, you like I said, you definitely want to be picking those heroes that you are more comfortable with. But I do like the DRNJ, especially that your enemy's not going to go for something like the Loong, because then, yeah, you'd kind of be like, you've got to make sure you're building your physical defense boots and stuff like that, just to kind of like make sure you survive the flaming paths.
Yeah, it's more underwhelming at that point. But look, they were having some fun with it. They were not picking the top tier heroes, right? And that's what makes it fun for me. Because if it was like Lung on Lung, then like the mirror, it would have been probably way more cagey and kind of I mean, they're taking it very seriously at that point, right?
I mean, I would. There's prize pool on there. I'd be going. I'd be like, no. I'm going Lung. I don't care if I go Lung for the entire other bracket. So be it.
Yeah. I mean, but at the end of the day, just getting into the grand finals and going in, I think would be key. So I would play, definitely a little bit more serious. But again, I think that it's one of those things where it's like, hey, Jamie's not going to go with something like a ranged one, like not a traditional meta hero that's going to be up the farm lane, that type. So we'll just have some fun with this.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, it's brief, like you say, it's fun, and these players both get to get back on that stage because they have been wiped out of the competition, unfortunately. Funnily enough, both teams wiped out by Nongshim RedForce, so the official gatekeepers of the Season 3 Invitational.
Yeah, they were not nice at the end of the day. I think Nongshim RedForce, we'll probably talk way more about that later, but let's send it over to the host.
That's what they want. That's what they want.
But if we talk about 1v1, we have our first winner just now.
That's right.
We're waiting for another one. So this one is going to be a tough one.
Okay.
So we want to welcome for the next 1v1 Solo King, Ja from AG Global versus Kaka from Vitality. Wow. Yeah. Hi.
Hi.
What I know, these two boys, they are very, very talkative.
Very talkative. Okay,
Yes.
let's get them talking.
I mean, on your side, we want to know Kaka. Anyone for Kaka here? Oh, for the women.
Got some fans here. Also some Vitality fans. So maybe, Kaka, what would you want to say to your opponent today from AG? To him, to Ja.
Ja.
If you have a brief, play Mulan.
Oh!
Oh, okay.
He dare you to play Mulan. If you're brave, play Mulan. What do you want to say?
I don't play Clash Lane lah.
He doesn't play Clash Lane. What lane do you play, Age?
Farm lane.
Farm
Farm
lane.
lane. You want to farm lane Mulan?
No.
No, it's only mid. It's only mid in solo 1v1.
But before we start, we're going to have a face-off. I think we should do an example of real face-off.
What, who?
Both of us.
Me and you?
So you guys have to copy.
Are you sure?
Can fight. I can fight you, bro.
All right, sample.
Sample.
Step back. Thank you. Music. Okay, that's enough. That's enough now. Let's keep it G-rated, guys. Okay, so we want you guys to do the same thing.
Can you
Look
guys
at each
do it?
other and stare at each other in the eye, just like how we do it. Okay, here we go.
3, 2, 1, face off.
Closer. Closer. All right, there we go, guys. You know what? I can see them in their eyes. They're trying not to laugh.
How do you feel about the kiss? Just
Nervous.
nervous?
Nervous.
Nervous? Okay. But we don't want to waste any more time. We want to say, and we want to see who will actually win this one.
Because whoever wins here goes straight to the grand finals versus Azar.
Let's go! It's going to be a 1v1 of the SOLOKING Ja versus Kaka.
Good luck.
Second match is underway. It's going to be Gia versus Kaka here on this one. And it looks like Kaka was a little bit with that stare down. A little intimidating, no?
Oh, very, very intimidating. It looked like both of those two members were not as confident and comfortable with the stare down compared to the last two players, but maybe it's just because they don't know each other. They got off on the wrong foot, but oh
my
no,
gosh.
the cuteness overload.
Oh no, the kid. Oh no. So, okay. So, seeing as that there's like, what, 4 Dolias there, with that baby Dolia, do you get a full Celestial Melody refresh, or is it like half of one, like cooldown reduction?
No, that's a Taiyan. You get that big old AoE healing coming through, right? Just constant heals onto you.
Oh, did I completely see that one wrong? Am I not? Oh, but
no,
here
you
looks like
support heroes, Waller. Come on.
Okay, yeah, no, you completely saw that one wrong. Yes, I just saw the Dolias and I got like completely different way, but it looks like she's good to go. She's so cute.
Yeah,
I think
Just
we
those
should have
big
her
ears.
play.
Yeah, absolutely. But hey, take over. You can. If you win though, I'm having the prize pool.
Yeah, I would think so. And I think
You don't know what to do with the money. You don't know what to do with the money.
Look at Keke. He's being coached right now.
Surrounded.
He's I mean, it's serious business. And
Yeah,
okay,
there's Kelvin. Kelvin, the manager of AG.
who do you think is like okay, who do you think is who's taking this a little bit too seriously, huh?
I mean, well, I don't know about this. It's, I mean, Jet seemed like he had a lot of friendly spirit against with him on stage there. You know what I mean? He was just like, I don't play Clash lane. I'm farm lane, so I'm probably gonna go for a farm lane hero. Whereas Keke is probably been consulted on picking a farm lane hero as well, maybe.
Yeah, and he's like, okay, what does this hero do? And like he's just like asking around because he's a traditional Clash laner. I'm sure he's gonna be a little bit less comfortable than Gia, who's again a great farm laner, probably has a stable and looking to go. But it's really gonna come down to the pick to see exactly just how serious they are to me.
Oh yeah, absolutely. But like we say, we don't know who's going to be more serious on this one. But if there's anything to go by that previous series, you know that you don't want to be going for a Clash lane against a farm lane hero, right?
Yeah. Okay. Looks like we've got him. D-Ren-J. Okay. The mirror. Way to go. Interesting. What do you think about this mirror? I mean, just obviously they have their skills and everything, but like, you'd still giving it the credit to Gia, who probably plays the hero way more than Keke does, right?
Yeah, I mean, he's even had like he even surprised himself with one of the plays we saw on the social medias at Honor of Kings Global Esports, where they played back Gia's. I think it was like his flash forward in with the Durenja and actually getting that double kill, and he was even like, "Oh wow, that was a really good play. I didn't even realize I did that." So maybe he's just like holding back there, a little bit humble in this one. But I mean, Keke's got the level advantage earlier than Ja.
Yeah, it's actually pretty good. The fact that the minions are there, so they're kind of thwarting him, and then he gets the sprite as well. So Keke really showing up in this one-on-one thus far.
Oh, yes, having to use the legal immunity. Is it more of a defensive, like, hey, back away from me, bro? You're doing too much damage.
Oh my gosh, is it going to be a change in roles moving forward? Is this what's going to happen? Because Keke is really showing up, showing how to do it.
Take a backseat on. We got Keke in the farm lane now.
I mean, he's got a level advantage. His positioning is great.
Yeah. I think that's maybe just a translation of the game knowledge, right? Like knowing that you've got to clear the wave, get that level advantage up before your opponent, because like in this early level, it makes a lot more of an advantage because you are able to unlock your skills quicker.
For sure. And he's definitely done a great job of this. And they're kind of just like throwing out cards. I mean, the third one ever is a little bit more range, but he's looking to push it out. Keke playing with this very smart.
Yeah, it just depends if Keke knows the full extent of the D-Ranger pick like Ja in this one. But he's level 4. He's got the Imperial Order. He didn't quite hit, I don't think. Oh, no. He uses the illegal immunity there.
Yeah, I mean, but he does have that huge level advantage and then also the life advantage. So he's Gia right now in a world of hurt, under 50%. The next minion wave is here, but Keke is looking to just burn it down very quickly.
Both of them just keeping their passive up, just like throwing the cards. Like, yeah, we got to make sure we maintain that passive because as soon as somebody drops that stack, it's like your movement speed decreases and your attack speed decreases. But interestingly, Keke is going for like the defense build here, whereas the attack speed, it is look like it's going to be Keke. Not even a farm lane main takes this one off of Ja.
Oh, man. Well played by Keke. Like, just really showing up. That was just, like, on point. I mean, look, he was trying to make it happen. Jay, that was. Once he hit level 4, he went with the Imperial Order. Like, he tried to kind of just go for it. But, this is a moment where Keke was just like, he had such a huge lead in terms of experience as well as, life. He was able to just kind of close that one out.
I mean, that's what happens. You can still translate that knowledge, that game knowledge from lane to lane, as long as you kind of farm those minions quicker than your opponent and get your level up a lot quicker. Like I was saying, in that early game, is definitely a little bit more crucial than it is obviously towards the latter part of the game. Because you unlock those skills, you're able to get those combos a little bit quicker, and just in terms of the optimization in 1v1s, they're going to be a little bit more zesty compared to just like your basic sort of like going for attack speed. You want to be kind of, if you're already ahead with health, you want them more defense.
Yeah, makes sense. But I think it's going to be interesting even continuing on, as it looks like Keke will probably continue on with the D-Range. Azar has, shown it as well. So we're probably going to have another mirror matchup. That's going to be for the finals for this one, for SOLOKING. Keke, man, he's kind of showing how to do it on 1-on-1.
That's it. Like you said, in the actual match, it's like maybe Keke will become Arn, and Arn will become Keke. But hopefully not, because he is a great player up into the clash lane. He's just showing that he's a multi-virtuoso.
Yeah, versatile, right? Being able to play it. I mean, he's a great player for Honor of Kings. Just everything, like put him in any lane. I think that he's very well established in terms of what he can do. You're seeing the prowess right now, even starting to outscale some of these guys.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be the last challenge for him up next against Azar to see if he's able to take the finals away from an actual, well, they both were farm lane players, but Azar clearly saying that he is better considering he's in the grand finals of the SOLOKING challenge. So we got to wait and see how that unfolds.
Yeah, Keke, he's like representing all the Clash laners, if anything. They're like, oh yeah, we are the best one-on-one laners, right? Just come at us. And Keke is proving to be at least a very formidable opponent here. But I think that he's played the lanes very well, very strong, just getting that XP bonus and just kind of snowballing from there. Because once you have that lead, it's almost impossible to come back from.
Maybe it was a Taiyang, maybe it was a Taiyang cosplay that really threw off Gia on that one, right? Maybe it was this small, tiny, cute cosplayer. It was just like, man, it's too much.
Yeah, maybe too much on this one, but Azar, Keke, gonna be in the finals. They will be coming up. I want to see the stare down from these two, right? Keke was staring down Gia. I think Gia got a little intimidated, no?
I think it's the height, but we're gonna throw it to the host now.
Grand finals.
Wow.
With the two, we saw Azar and also Keke.
Yes.
And mate, that was quick. That's all I gotta say. It's very fast. It's not even 2 minutes, and it's GG already.
You blink, you snooze, you lose.
You
That's
lose.
it.
That's it,
You
definitely
can't
it.
see a thing what happened. But it's going to be an interesting matchup here because we do know Azar. We saw how things going out really rowdy in the first. Can we hear it up for Azar? Can we hear it up for Keke?
All right. So I think they're ready. All right, without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome back Keke and Azar.
Wow. Familiar faces just now. Was a very short victory. Azar, how are you feeling right now?
Still confident.
Still confident?
Still.
All right.
Still?
Still.
How about you, Keke? How do you feel right now?
I think I finished the game in 4 minutes.
Oh, you're gonna finish the game in 4 minutes. Okay, so
4 minutes is long, though.
It is actually pretty long, but he knows that it's a worthy opponent.
Azar, I believe you're gonna make it shorter than that, right?
Maybe under a minute.
Under a minute.
All right, speaking of under a minute and speaking of face-off, we've got two special guests that will give us a sample on how to face off.
Yeah.
And they are, where are they?
I don't know.
Where are they?
Oh, I think, look down. You're too tall.
Oh, there they are. Okay, I don't know what to say. They look so cute.
Yeah.
I think they're both like 5 years old.
Yeah, can you guys do a face-off? Yeah.
Kayan and Luban.
Number 7.
Okay.
Luban.
I need you guys to step back first. Yep, step back and stay there.
And she wants to follow. She's the support.
What you guys are going to do is walk and then look at each other in the eye. Okay? Okay, on my cue. On 3, 2, 1, go. Oh, she's ready to attack already.
This is so cute. Okay, stare at it. Stare.
Okay, yeah, come closer.
Come closer.
She doesn't.
Yeah.
She doesn't like your gun, sir.
Okay.
That's okay. Hide the gun. Yep. Come. Beautiful. Cute. Yes. Hide the gun. Hide the gun. Yes. Very good. And then look at each other in the eye. Over here. Or at the camera. That's fine.
This is
Guys, a round of applause for these two beautiful, cute
cosplayers.
Yes, people, and they're very special. Maybe Little Giant, Luban, what do you have to say as advice to the two young gentlemen who are going into the championship round?
Good luck to the game.
What do you want to say,
Good luck to the game. Kayan, what do you want to say?
And say something.
Love you. So cute. Once again, a round of applause for these two right here. Luban and Kayan. That's you. You're so cute.
I cannot.
Okay, maybe we need to assist them to get down off stage. Okay.
She's so adorable.
Great.
Hi.
Or you can play around. Okay.
I mean, yeah.
Okay, they just left. Guys, ladies and gentlemen, a
just-
round of applause. Give your cheers for our grand finalists right now. Azar versus Kaka.
Kaka and Azar were just like, fist bump, let's just go. We need to get this going. They were so serious. They're like, what is going on? We already know how to do the stare down. Let's continue on.
Yeah, Keke was like, I don't think I can stare down to those lows. I can't do it. Like, I'd have to get on the floor. I'd have to go pro and be like, hey, yo, go head to head like that way. But no, there weren't even a stare down between these two. They were just completely overthrown by the cuteness of the Diane and Luban there. But we are going to be getting into the finals of the SOLOKING Championship. And once more, being managed on stage is Keke by the lovely Vitality, Muchin, and Saya there.
So let's be straight. This is the only grand finals that matters today, right? No.
I don't think so.
No,
I think there's another bigger thing
Really?
coming up, right?
Really? Oh, there's another one coming up after this. It looks like all the viewers are going to be having a great time because you see two grand finals in one day. But this one, again, a lot of bragging rights. There's definitely a prize pool at stake as well. There's going to be money involved. But Azar versus Kika. Kika seems to be very serious. He's great with the trash talk. And getting him in this grand finals, I think I'm giving him the edge because I like just how serious he is.
Like I keep saying, bro, there's a prize pool there. It's like, you're going to be serious. I don't care if it's a 1v1. I'd be going against Kin and I'd be like, mate, Kin's my worst enemy in this one now. It's 1v1. There's $1,000 between us. I don't know you, buddy.
Actually, I feel like we need to do this. We need to set up a one-on-one with you and Kin just to kind of see and just how serious it gets. Maybe not 1,000. Maybe we need to crowdsource some sort of prize. But I think that it'll be super interesting to see you guys go at it. Best 2 out of 3 of anything.
I think there'd be a lot of like smack talk from across the stage if me and Kim were on there. Maybe after hours of Honor of Kings.
Yeah, no, I would pay to see this. I will definitely contribute to this one. But you have to kind of sell it to me. You know what I mean? Like any sort of like boxing or MMA match where they kind of just trash talk. I want to see that level.
Absolutely. Just get right. Just a whole stage just for the caster 1v1. I want to see it. We were saying in KC 2024 that we want to see a caster match showdown. But it never happened. It will happen at some point. We do want it. We want to get Haulers Ming on stage as well.
Oh, yeah. Don't call it out, man. They might ban me, right?
I was remember from between now and then.
Yeah. That is probably true. But, and when I play one-on-one, I don't play Ming for the record. I go with Loom. I'm all about the meta, trying to cheese my way out.
That's why nobody wanted to 1v1 you in KC 2024, because you just chose Ming and the match just went too long.
It is what it is, right? I was, I just make them fall asleep because they go bored with the laning phase.
So that's how you came back with multiple figures. Okay,
that's my strategy, and I just kept getting pins. Oh my gosh, Mulan, Kaku.
He's going back to a bit of basics here. I mean, the Mulan does have a ranged attack as well. Obviously, her dagger throw forward. I feel like maybe that, with the additional health into this early game as well, is going to be very helpful for Keke and being on a hero that he's more used to as he knows that he wouldn't do 1v1 against the D-Ranger, right? He's already trading blows. He's not actually managed to get out of his turret, but still managed to get to level 2. But the XP difference is definitely in Azar's favor for now.
Yeah, for sure. And he's completely being zoned away. Azar doing a great job of just harrying him and making Kika's life a little bit uncomfortable. Looks like the sprite's going to be picked up by Azar. I mean, there's really no way for Kika to get even close.
No, yeah, he's got to be careful. He needs to get all 3 skills right. I feel like once his ultimate comes through, then it'll be a different story. But whether Azar is going to allow him to get to that point, because he knows there's a ticking time bomb in this one.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, look, once he just gets it, but he needs to have a decent amount of life so that he can kind of tank some of the blows, like the Imperial Order potentially from Azar on that when he, hits level 4, right? So it might not be the easiest for him.
Yeah, it might not be the easiest going forward, but we can see that he's already built the physical defense boots. It looks like Keke is like, you know what? I've not got any feet. I've not got any feet. I'm not putting any shoes on in this game. I just want to go for my first defensive item.
Yeah, it's like all my ranked teammates, right? They don't even go for boots. They're just like, why? We're going to go barefoot in this one. We're going to be fine. But Keke playing smart, right? He's not giving up anything. He's just going to still be able to somewhat farm. It's a little bit more of a 50-50 in terms of just potentially getting those last hits. Not the greatest, but Azar, again, just using that range advantage.
Yeah, Azar is now level 4. That means he does have his ultimate come through, and Keke is just very, very close. Maybe going in for a bit of a gank here now that he's got his level 4.
He's okay. All right, he just shows himself on this one. He wants to go. He's going to do some damage.
Oh, yep. Dash across the gorge, straight in. CC immunity is going to come through there. The ultimate, with the flash is well connected. Keke is going to be the grand. It ends in a draw, but it was Keke that got that first blood. That was a nice flash combo.
Yeah, really nice. Well played. Very patient, and that's kind of how you want to play this. And Keke really showing up. Just, yay, doesn't really matter. I've got my Clash laner. Mulan is able to take it away from D-Ranger. I did not have that on my bingo card.
No, absolutely. He was like, I'm a Clash lane main. I'm gonna go at this tournament with a Clash lane hero, and that's even more impressive than just mirroring Azar, right?
Yeah, for sure. What an exciting game. I mean, actually, these one-on-ones were pretty legit. I thought they were going to go a little bit longer, but just setting it up for that first kill, super important. Because, again, you just play patiently. You wait in the woods, in the bush, and then just kind of like jump them when you need to. And that's exactly what Keke did. Really just kind of got that kill and got the victory.
I mean, you could tell from the early game, Azar knew that he had to get Keke down or kill him before that ultimate, and we even said it. It was just as we saw him get to level 4, he was on the rotation already. He wasn't even level 4, he was bordering on the line between maximum level 3 into level 4, and as soon as he had his ultimate, he knew what he had to do. He just had to press the execute button and go straight in.
Yeah, really well played. I think it was super exciting. I did not, again, the Clash laners from Keke. I mean, we know he's had so many highlights, right? And he's just kind of been able to get that. But being able to just one-on-one lane, I mean, he was like you could tell that he is not fazed by this going up against a ranged hero. He was able to just kind of play that one perfectly, playing patiently, understanding just when that power spike happened at level 4.
Yeah, I feel like there might have not been a better hero to actually go against it. Obviously, like Mulan has at level 1, those dagger throw that you can actually just use as a bit of range there. So it kind of made sense. I feel like the Byron was lacking that. But we are going to go over to the host to get some winning words from Keke.
What, earlier I heard that, they say that he's pogi. And that means good looking in Filipino.
Pogi!
Pogi.
Pogi!
Yeah, pogi. So,
is he pogi? You're handsome, too handsome.
So, and one of them asked whether you have a girlfriend. Do you have a girlfriend?
Yeah.
Oh, pasensya na. Sorry. Anyway.
But you're only girlfriend, right?
Yeah, only girlfriend.
Yeah, just one.
I'm just kidding. You have a question, right?
Yes, Kaka, let's go to your last championship, your win just right there. What was your strategy going into the game? And why did you pick Mulan?
I think I just with my ultimate. And I know they play D-Ranger. So I just play with my ultimate, I can kill him.
Great strategy. I like it.
Oh yeah, for me, do you want to ask another strategy?
No. What I saw, he didn't build boots.
Who needs one?
He just built a healing item and also a shield. That's all he needed.
Super smart.
Very smart.
Super smart. But I mean, like, not everybody can win. You're the first ever solo king in this tournament, and you got yourself $1,000 What's the first thing you're gonna buy with that?
Tonight we go for dinner with my team.
Oh, he's a nice guy. So he's gonna shout dinner for his team. That's great. That's
too
great.
nice.
That's awesome.
That's too nice. But you know what? I think we want to present you the award. So when we call on Miss Feng, Head of Honor of Kings Esports, to present the award for our Solo King champion. Please welcome Miss Feng.
A round of applause for Miss Feng. Just right here in the center. Oh, and we have a mock check of the Solo King.
Let's pose for a photo. And there you go. Our Solo King champion, Kaka! Thank you so much, Miss Feng. Oh my God.
One picture, one more picture.
One more picture for the pose. You can put a one. It's a Solo King. Yeah. Thank you so much, Miss Feng. Congratulations once again, Kaka, for winning the Solo King tournament.
Do you want to say anything to your fans or friends out there? Anything. You can say anything. You want to thank anyone?
I love you guys.
Yes. And in Tagalog, they say, mahal ko kayo. Can you say that? Mahal. Mahal ko kayo.
Kayo.
And we say that again in 3, 2, 1. Mahal ko kayo. Yay! Well, man.
Thank you
very
so much, Kaka.
Appreciate it, Kaka. And congratulations once again. The very first Solo King champion.
But before that, are you guys excited for the finals? I need more. Are you guys excited for the finals? But before that, I think we're gonna head to break.
Yes, we are. So stay tuned, guys. We've got a lot of more surprises coming your way. See you soon.
Emerge where you're needed. Emerge where you're needed.
I believe that failure is a stepping stone to my growth. I believe that persistence is the only shortcut to glory. I believe that giving it my all will lead me to victory. I believe in myself. With Honor of Kings, I will achieve my own glory.
I know he's gonna win.
HOK Invitational Season 3. Step onto my stage of glory. Witness the thrilling moments of passion together. February 21st to March 1st. 12 global teams battle for the ultimate victory.
Welcome to Honor of Kings Invitational S3, where excitement will unfold at the vibrant capital of the Philippines, Manila. The tournament will run from February 21st to March 1st. Honor of Kings Invitational S3 will be held at SM North EDSA, the Block Atrium, and we are ready to bring an electrifying atmosphere for players and fans. Representatives from the Philippines, Indonesia, Malaysia, Americas, Europe, the Middle East and North Africa, Japan and South Korea, and wildcard qualifiers will compete at the grand stage in Manila. 12 of the world's best teams will compete for the ultimate prize, the first Honor of Kings World Champion title of 2025. 4 teams will be seeded. The first places from the S3 Philippines qualifier, S3 Indonesia qualifier, S3 Malaysia qualifier, and S3 Americas qualifier. Each seed will be assigned to a different group, while the remaining 8 teams will be randomly distributed across the groups. The group stage will follow a best-of-5 format, with the top 2 teams from each group advancing to the knockout stage, where teams will face off in a best-of-7 format. The journey will culminate on March 1st, when the first 2025 Honor of Kings World Champion will be crowned. Additionally, a major announcement: the global ban and pick format, pioneered by the KPL in 2018, will be fully adopted in this tournament. For over 6 years, KPL, Chinese Honor of Kings Pro League, has set the gold standard in MOBA esports and will continue shaping the global competitive scene. Honor of Kings remains at the forefront of innovation and excellence. We can't wait to see how the world's best teams rise to the challenge. With a staggering prize pool of $300,000, honor, recognition, and substantial rewards await the champions. The stage is set, and the stakes are higher than ever. Here's a guide for Honor of Kings esports fans to join this exciting journey. You can catch our live streams either in-game or on our official channels. Joining us in person, here's everything you need to know to make the most of it. Take part in in-game activities and earn exclusive rewards. The countdown is on. Mark your calendars and see you in Manila.
With Muchi, and it's a battle of the farm laner, so to speak.
Yeah, it's also a battle of setup, right? It's much easier for Vitality to get those stuns coming in. And look, simply over and over again.
Oh, kill to the truth! Oh, the 4-man Wendy gets killed! That's a double go to the whip. Kaka, and again, you just spot him out. The flash truth goes in, gets the triple and kick him.
Trump's kind of harassing the flank on this one. He wants to go, but the backside, they've gotten Dragon, and he was a static target, and then they push back Just Eat, and now out. Kyung9 needs to be a bit careful. Here's the set sail, looking for the perfect found with 4. Oh, the flash away. Kyung9 just trying to stay alive. Illusion has already been killed. Does Chammy1 die? Yes, he does. Haku got him with the dream roll, but it was an amazing bout. Siri continuing to fight under the tower, finding Chaz. He's going to stay alive. Haku, though, might not be as lucky. He does go down.
In here, I would give it to go to Kaido versus
gets more
Oh, Sentinel. Haku takes the first Tyrant, and they've been pushed back, and they've given up first blood. Chaz is going to get this one. He's going to get knocked down, but they do have the return. 3 members are already down, and Haku's got a triple kill, make it a pentakill!
Kings, it's an honor showtime. Kings, it's an honor showtime. What's a life without its worth? Compromising with what hurts inside. When you let fear decide your fate, you don't choose which path to take in life. In life, I'm finally letting go of everything that still holds me. I'm against all odds, but I won't give up, 'cause it's my time to shine. Standing in the spotlight, and no one let me down. Destiny is calling high. I'm not afraid to fight for everything I love. Victory's on my side. The more we lose, the more we gain. The more that nothing stays the same. In time, can love ever, can't forget. What you see is what you get. Sometimes gonna show the world tonight the light that shines inside us. We're against the odds, but we won't give up, 'cause it's our time to shine. Standing in the spotlight, can no one back
Honor of Kings. Honor of Kings. Honor of Kings.
Gamitan mo ng utak, tagyan ng puso, laban hanggang dulo, bawal ang sumuko. Gamitan mo ng utak, dagdagan ng puso, laban hanggang dulo, bawal ang sumuko. Dugo ng mandirigma, sa akin nananalaytay, watawat ng Pilipinas, sa aking iwawagayway, sa kasaysayan ng matitirang tagasalaysay. Ang matamis na tagumpay ay walang kapantay, ubusan ng lahi, ang persa ko ay bukod-tangi, humahawi ng isang batalyon, parang buhawi di magbabakas, ang tigmaan hanggat ang huling hari. Di pa nasasakal gamit, dito ka ng huli pare. Ubod ng barumbado kapag ng balagba. Umulan ng palaso hanggat ng pasag. Unuman ng palaso hanggat ng palag. Uulan ng palaso, palagdan ng palag. Kasi kapag ako nakumana, lahat natutulala. Hindi nila inaasahan ang mga atake ko na nambubulaga, nambubula pa ang mga mata na parang bata. Kalabawasa sa kada atak, lumalaga pa ang mga katawan ng mga kalaban na nakakatapat pagka. Kami ang pag-asa ng Pinas. Kami ang pag-asa ng Pinas. Kami ang pag-asa ng Pinas, tapang ay likas, lakad matigas para sa bigas. Kami ang pag-asa ng Pinas. Kami ang pag-asa ng Pinas. Kami ang pag-asa ng Pinas, tapang ay likas, lakad matigas para sa bigas.
Tutumbog kaya matikiba yung galing. Kahit gano'n ka veterano sa akin mo kanu pa rin. Kahit letra lang gamit kaya kang buntalin. Kahit nagsama-sama pa akin lang bobombahin. Yung Asta boys in the hood, yung dating boys to men. Sobrang toxic na galawan, dapat dyan poisonin. Ako yung Prince of Landling, lahat suspoksoin. Bonding kill, lahat susog, point for the win. Paalam sa karera nyo, advance condolence. Mga kulang sa intelligence, no offense. Alam namin na kami ang the best, oo gets. Pahiya kayo sa amin in-game hanggang sa online trends. Di ba? Common sense.
Pag-asa ng Pinas.
Oh yeah.
Kami ang pag-asa ng Pinas.
Kami ang pag-asa ng Pinas, tapang ay likas, lakad matigas para sa bigas. Kami ang pag-asa ng Pinas. Kami ang pag-asa ng Pinas. Kami ang pag-asa ng Pinas, tapang ay likas, lakad matigas para sa bigas.
Cash G. Hindi ko na dapat gagawin to. Pero, binuhay niyo uli ang Dragon Man. Kra! Samda na bo, samda na bida, lakanda na buda, lakanda na buda, lakanda na bida, lakanda na buda, lakanda na bi. Salata pila na bu, salata pila na bi, salata pila na kilota, pilota, kilota. Kung meron ba kompetisyon, bigyan mo na kombinasyon, siguradong bumpanisyon, yun lang ang aking misyon. Malumpitong ng paboritong komedyante ng jowa mo. Ba't nag-aaway ton dalawa, di ba mag-tropa to? O ano, kung mag-isa niyong nagagawa. What? Pag nagsama ka, mas malakas.
That's right!
Ibis magilahan pababa, bakit di na lang tayo maghata ka ng pataas? Kasi
tayo ang pag-asa ng Pinas. Tayo ang pag-asa ng Pinas. Tayo ang pag-asa ng Pinas, tapang ay likas, lakad matigas para sa bigas. Tayo ang pag-asa ng Pinas. Tayo ang pag-asa ng Pinas. Tayo ang pag-asa ng Pinas, tapang ay likas, lakad matigas para sa bigas.
Honor of Kings is what we fight for.
Looney!
Looney, Abra.
Brrra! Malupiton!
Malupiton! Ha! Tayo ang pag-asa ng Pinas!
Sabay-sabay!
Tayo ang pag-asa ng Pinas!
Everybody!
Tayo ang pag-asa ng Pinas!
Kayo naman!
Kayo naman!
Tayo ang pag-asa ng Pinas!
Lakasan!
Tayo ang pag-asa ng Pinas! Tayo ang pag-asa ng Pinas, tapang ay likas, lakad matigas para sa bigas.
Let's go!
Sino gusto ng jacket?
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, children of all ages, welcome to Honor of Kings Invitational Season 3!
Win again! And they continue on into the grand final. No other way to do it. Nova, this Show 9 is happening all the way from front. Justin trying to defend, but they take it on the face. And congratulations to Nongshim RedForce.
It all comes down to this.
he can swap in easily. Right? Think about swapping in. Down hand. Go Wendy. Okay, there's going to be a big target here, but down hand.
I will not go home without that trophy in my hand.
Winners adopt, champions dominate.
Haku takes the first Tyrant, and they've been pushed back. They give up first blood. Chaz is going to get this one. He's going to get knocked down, but they do have the return. 3 members are already down, and Haku's got a triple kill. Make it a pentakill!
We are here because we are the strongest.
Crushing all who stand before us.
We are hungry for honor.
The new kings are here. It's our time now. It's our time for victory.
Twelve teams once stood here, then one by one they fall, until finally we found our top 2 contenders.
They withstood the trials of the competition. They bested their foes and kept looking forward.
They fought their way to ensure that they are named as the grand finalists of the Honor of Kings Invitational Season 3.
Welcome to the final stage. This is the moment with the crown our kings.
The stage is set for Korea versus Malaysia. Nongshim RedForce versus Nova Esports.
Clash Lane, Shield of Destruction, Kyung-9.
Clash Lane, Nova's Vanguard, Swan!
Jungle, Solo Leveler, Haku!
Jungler, the Little Tempo Breaker, CY!
Mid lane, the Archmage, Illusion!
Mid lane, the explosive Supernova, Wendy!
Farm lane, the calculated trigger, Series!
Farm lane, the shooting star, Moji!
And Rome, the unwavering veteran, Faye!
Last but not least, Romer, the tranquil foundation of Nova, Wipe! Now the fight of the Titans, clashing down to who will finally take the throne and trophy back to their region.
Once again, please welcome Korea versus Malaysia, Nongshim RedForce versus Nova Esports!
Hello and welcome to the grand finals for the Honor of Kings Season 3 Invitational here in the Philippines. We are down to the last 2 teams, Nongshim RedForce and Nova Esports, who will go home with 100,000 USD. My name is Holler and with me is Blam. How are you feeling on this fine grand finals day?
I mean, over all the waiting, I've definitely been like just electrifying in my own chair. I mean, this has been getting to the point, like Choo Choo was saying there in introduction, we have 12 teams and they've all fell one by one, and we've now got our top 2 contenders, which is definitely a new face into the grand finals, right? A Nongshim RedForce, a team that was denied time and time again last year to get to the grand stage, and now they are here to try and take it off the overall champion region, right? Malaysia.
Yeah. And I mean, we've seen it time and time again. The Malaysians, generally speaking, all they do is win, 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 right? And they've won almost everything. But going into this one, a little bit of a shakeup from the championship and getting themselves here. Nova Esports were the favorite going in, but they're going up against a really highly feisty team in Nongshim RedForce, and getting themselves here has been no small feat for that team.
No small feat at all for Nongshim. They've definitely had to fight their way up to Mount Olympus to get here, right? Like, nobody was expecting this team to get any further than the top 8, right? Because they was maybe trying to take baby steps in 2025. But for them to take their run, be the gatekeeper of the Philippines into the grand finals, is definitely something that's going to resound throughout the rest of 2025.
Yeah, I mean, they had a hand in every single elimination from the Filipino teams, right? And just being able to kind of take them out. I don't want to call them destroyers or gatekeepers or anything like that, but man, they kind of did a little bit of that, right? Especially on this one, they really made a name for themselves. They really showed up, and they kind of, you know, a lot of these teams have to really respect them, because when you're even up 3-0 and not able to take it out, and again, Nongshim RedForce, Illusion, Haku, Faye, Siri, Kyung9, they find ways to win.
Yep, the comeback kings are going up against the kings that are coming back for their championship, because they were top 3, that is Nova Esports, last year in KC 2024. So they're here to try and claim some victory to their name, and this is the roster that is going to be potentially doing that for Malaysia, which is Wendy in the mid lane, CY in the jungle, Schwan up into the clash, Muchi and Waypit down into the bot lane. So here is Nova Esports for the, seems like the umpteenth time this far, they are going to try and upset the scales.
Yeah, and this is a team that kind of got shaken up a bit, you know, going into the Team Vitality one. They were able to kind of withstand that. But if we're talking about the player head-to-head, Kyung9, Schwan in that clash lane, this is going to be a matchup to watch, because both of these guys make some serious highlight plays.
Yeah, I mean, to be honest, for me personally, I don't know how the viewers or anybody else feels, but that clash lane is seeming to be where most of the top plays have come from, right? So some great, amazing plays from these players up at the clash lane, and Kyung9 versus Schwan is one of those matchups I've been waiting to see since the Season 3 Invitational was even announced.
Yeah, and this is the craziest thing. I mean, if you were talking about like any other teams, I mean, going into this one, where, you know, you're seeing Nongshim RedForce in the grand finals. I'm pretty sure a lot of people did not have that prediction here. They've had some serious upsets, and they've gone through countless 2 ultimate battles. We've only had 3 in the entire Season 3, and they had 2 of them. So this is a team that has kind of had to deal with a little bit of fatigue, and they've gotten themselves into this position of the grand finals. But is that going to be a problem going up against the heavyweight that is Nova Esports, who also had their own ultimate battle?
They have indeed. So they've all gone the test of the endurance, right? And it was Nongshim and Nova were the comebacks of both of those series. So again, this is definitely going to be a testament to the Honor of Kings esports global scene going forward in 2025. Because like you were saying, we've had 3 ultimate battles in the first competition this far. And honestly, it just shows how much these teams have grown and how they've adapted that global ban pick.
Yeah, and speaking of global ban pick, it was pioneered by the Honor of Kings in KPL since 2018. It's now officially into Season 3. This is the first time we've done it, but basically, if you picked out that hero in a previous game, you're not allowed to pick that hero again. So this is going to be a whole bunch of hero diversity. Teams are going to really have to dig deep, and they have to be super smart, because, I mean, getting to Game 6 where the hero pool isn't as deep, you might have some problems.
And if they're into that deep of a 3-3 scoring Game 6, that will take them to the Ultimate Battle, which is where this is imposed on a best-of-7 series, and it's only applicable to the final game of that series, which is a blind draft mode with restrictions all moves. So all those global ban picks have been wiped off the board, and both of these teams' coaches go for 3 minutes to put and submit their teams together, which we're hoping for the grand final to get to, right?
For sure, for sure. Getting it to that level, but again, I think that it has to be super important. YK and Zheng, the coaches on both of these squads, need to set themselves up for success. I think Nongshim was kind of going a little. They were trying to go strong with their meta picks, but they faltered. Right, they were down a huge hole of 0-3, but were able to come back in a reverse sweep. Never seen before, on this level, but being able to do it with the ultimate battle just was like the penultimate moment for this team.
Yeah, it was a fatal blow for Blacklist. Overall, I mean, I was even watching it as a viewer. I did say, I was like, wait, Nongshim, come back. And then that was it. It was just on the rails. But it is going to be the Mai Shiranui coming out the first time within this game. So once more, we don't normally see this hero pick come through that often. We have in terms of later into the stages, but as the first game comes through in the best of 7, not quite so much. But personally, has it done well enough to be game 1 pick?
Okay, 100%, right? Every single team going up against Nongshim will first phase ban Mai. There's so much respect onto Illusion because he's an absolute beast with this hero. Just to kind of put a little bit more context with that, every single ultimate battle, they give the Mai to the Illusion, right? Illusion, right? So he's always got it. This is his hero. He loves the high flying. It has so much presence. It actually has a lot of impact in terms of the other lanes. He's an absolute monster. So again, Nongshim allowing or getting the Mai early, this is a huge win for them in this first game.
I mean, it is, but at the same time, Nova have drafted the Mayin and the Diadea, which historically throughout Season 3 have been 2 great picks to go against that Mai Shiranui, because not only do you have the Bit of Farewell, you have Mayin with the whatevers. It's really easy, for those 2 picks to actually just try and lock down and submit this Mai Shiranui, and that's going to get paired up with the Kong Ming. Again, this could be onto Wendy. It's been more so onto Wendy than it has ever been on CY, so I'm going to stick to that mid lane pick for them. But yeah, the Diadea against the Mayin being drafted against the Mai Shiranui seems a little bit of a bait here for Nova.
Yeah, I agree with that, right? Because if you're even looking from the Sunsu side, or the Kyung 9 picking up the Sunsu, that's his hero too. That's his signature hero. I think that this is a team that's kind of loaded for bear, right? They're ready to go. And Nova, you're kind of thinking about Kongmin and the Mayin. Probably, I mean, they're very good in their own right, and Wendy will be a beast on the Kongmin. He'll make a definite impact with his burst. But it's one of those things where it's like, were they really setting themselves willing to go toe-to-toe with Nongshim's potentially best lineup? But this Haino pick throws me off a little bit. We haven't seen too much from it on Haku, but he does play it.
Oh, I really like this because, I mean, we've seen it throughout Season 3 Invitational. Some players have picked this up and they've managed to make the Haino just as soaky and sustainable as they're doing, like going 4v1, being able to take so much damage. And then pairing that with a Motsu towards the end there, Sofei is going to be the shot caller in this game 1. And it's going to be the Cannon Blast that's going to really try and deter the likes of the Mayin and the Diadea climbing on top of that Mai Shiranui, right?
Yeah, potentially. Yeah, for sure, for sure. Totally agree with you on that one. I think that ideally the initiations are going to be like Illusion goes in, finds a pickoff, because again, there's a decent number of squishier heroes on the side of Nova. If he's able to kind of burst them, and then Sunsu will come in with that boat to kind of, to counter initiate as well. But it really comes back to the Xuan Mayin. Is he able to get the vision, find the backline himself, get that initial pickoff with that burst and that control, and they'll win those team fights?
We can only hope so for the side of Nongshim, right? I mean, Kyung 9 on this Sunset was the reason they were able to get into the grand finals, right? Able to take that comeback, able to just take that base rush all the way to the end as well. Was just a huge defeat there for the side of, a huge victory, for the side of Nongshim. But oh, what a game 1 draft. Normally, we've been seeing in the semifinals where they've started to kind of hold their punches back in game 1, game 2. And then other teams, like we're seeing right now, have definitely just gone like full brass knuckles, right? Like the Mai Shiranui for Illusion. Young 9 gets the Sunset. There's just so many big picks in game 1.
Yeah, it's a bunch of big picks, as you were saying, right? A complete agreement there. I think that this is the way to go. But if Nongshim RedForce loses out on the superior play of potentially by Nova Esports in this game, it would be heartbreaking because of the fact that they have, again, their heroes. This is their best foot. They're with this one and putting that in. And if it were to get thwarted, don't get me wrong, don't have the resilience to really out series, but it's one of those moments where it's like, hey, it's going to be heartbreaking for them, especially losing that game one, if that potentially happens.
Correct, but at the same time, as we know, Nongshim, they are the comeback kings so far. So even if they do lose game 1, they lose game 2, they lose game 3, they could still come back and take it to the ultimate battle, right? But I feel like they don't want to do what Vitality did, right? And that was take Nova to the ultimate battle, because that was the ultimate test and the reason that stopped Vitality getting over that mark.
Yeah, and that was a moment where Team Vitality had match point. They had checkmate. They just needed to close the game out, unfortunately for them. And it was like, you know, Honor of Kings is all about emotions and having that momentum going in, right? Even Nongshim, when they were down 0-3, it looked insurmountable, right? But the fact that they won one game, turned it around, and you could kind of feel the air was a little bit different. You know, they're able to kind of bounce back. All you need is that one win that really builds that confidence.
Yeah, it's a battle of resilience at that point, right? Like, you think your enemy's thinking they've got your back against the wall, 3-0, but then it's the resilience that's shone through for Nongshim here. But okay, Waypick goes in with a bit of farewell, does land onto Faye. Cannon Blast actually connects onto Wendy as well. Illusion not quite getting the close kill onto Wendy, but looking very low there. A lot of brawls going on in the first minute or so.
Yeah, but you see exactly what Illusion wants, right? Oh, he's clicking on it.
Oh, yep, the Wind Slash does connect, but we are seeing that Haku goes into the backline there. We do now see Waypit as well joining into this fight. The flash from not going quite through there, but the Scepters, the Fate Rewind is going to save Haku, and there's not going to be any first blood, but already exhausting that ultimate is Team Nova.
Yeah, playing a little bit dangerously. There was a potential risk if Haku doesn't use that Fate Rewind in time, but, you know, obviously he's a little bit on point in terms of just understanding the Dune, because he's a Dune player himself. But it's a situation where, you know, now you have that ult on cooldown, and now you have to play a little bit more scared, which is a little worrying more on the Nongshim side. Now, back to Illusion. This is a guy, he's going to clear his wave, and he's going to try to make an impact. You're always going to see him in the river, just looking for that vision, seeing those rotations, and those potential pickoffs.
Yeah, because I mean, if there's one thing what we've known from the people that haven't done quite so well on the Maishirinoi is the fact that they've just kept it in lane and not actually done any kind of like fast rotations down to the bot lane or anything like that. They've definitely been using this hero, especially Illusion here, to like vision score perfection. They're trying to just gain as much intel as possible, trying to stunt the growth of Muchi as well. But right now, we are seeing that gold difference is going into the favor ever so slightly for Nongshim, and forcing down into this bot lane is that T1 opening up right now. They are able to get it down to a very low health.
I mean, they did a lane swap, right? Siri is in the bottom lane. He's doing very well, almost taking the bottom T1 with Faye.
Oh, Haku, though. He may get caught out here. He wasn't able to get his Crimson Golem buff. Oh, Waypick gets taken down. Is Kyung9 getting a double kill onto Wendy? Is it going to stop there? We are seeing somebody, we're seeing CY being trapped and trapped in. Think inside the box. That is a 3-0 for Nongshim.
Yeah, so this is kind of what Illusion wants to do. Not only is he moving throughout the river, but he's also kind of taking advantage of it in the sense that he's able to provide that vision. And that attack was about to happen. 29 had queued up to set sail. This is such a well-coordinated team that when the fight was happening, the boat was perfectly on time.
Yeah, this is a very good early game for the side of Nongshim, right? I mean, they're able to open up the side of Tyrant as well, so obviously a lot of pressure onto the side of Nova Esports already. We're normally seeing a little bit of a tit for tat down into the farm lane, but Nongshim's like, man, let me just go and grab their first turrets. We see the winning strategy being used there. Kyung9 is with a fast rotation, thanks to the set sail, to try and set up a very quick, very clean Tyrant.
Yeah, Tyrant, Kyung9 and Haku are on the way. It was like instantly there, the delivery in 5 seconds or less, and they were on time, ensure that they got it. I mean, that's a huge, big neutral, especially at the 4-minute, 20-second mark, really setting themselves up. They've got a little bit of a lead here.
That's a 5-star rating for delivery, right? I mean, that came, I ordered it, it came, it was here. That was great, but they are definitely trying to trade these side lanes on the side of Nova. They're trying to get that Clash lane one so that Kyung9 hasn't got that much of a safety net to fall back onto here. Maybe trying to open up a little bit more of an ease when it comes to this Overlord.
Yeah, and I mean, this is an opening for Nova more than anything else, but they want to secure their jungle first. They do ensure that, you know, CY is going to get that farm, but he is a little bit behind. He's a level behind. And with these towers that are kind of coming, and again, just Illusion with this presence and this pressure that, you know, everybody needs to respect.
Yeah, this rotation here looks a bit frightful. We do see the Unruly Blade over the wall. The Wind Slash does connect onto Siri, but the illegal immunity does come through with the flash as well. Using the Imperial Command, we see Kyung9 with a huge set sail, getting that double kill onto the side of Nova. That's a 2-0 trade for now. Blocking the Cannon Blast is the minions.
Yeah, I told you, Kyung9, man, he is on time with his boats. Almost every, but the winning strategy, legit, Wendy blows him up, gets it, but man, Kyung9 really setting it up for when those team fights are about to go. He's already in motion.
Oh, and then Xuan gets the kill onto Illusion. Is this Nova's comeback here? But we see Haku put a bit of pressure onto Wendy into the backline. There is the Scepters connected, locking down Kong Ming.
Yeah, and this is going to turn into a jungle invade, looking to take out the blue buff, which is going to be huge. Haku still has his Fate Rewind if he wants to use it, so he can be aggressive. Obviously, the positioning of it is not ideal, but still, this is a great team fight for Nongshim here, as it looks like they just kind of ward out House C was running at them.
Yeah, that Destiny counter came in way too early for the side of Waypit. That completely missing everybody on the side of Nongshim. He really needed to calculate that a little bit better because it could have been quite effective otherwise. But no, fair play to Xuan. He was able to get the lockdown onto Illusion as well. So they were picking up some kills here.
Yeah, and that's going to be a huge win. And seeing the, you know, the target prioritization by Nova Esports, right? They want Xuan finding Illusion, finding Siri, and trying to kill those guys as quickly as possible because they do have that burst and that damage. So you want to mitigate as much as possible.
Oh, yep, bit of farewell onto Faye, trying to lock down the Motsu here. It's not going to quite connect, though, but we are seeing a little bit of a switch here. Siri's had his way with the farm lane. He's got it all the way to the high ground turret. Set Sail was trying to find out Xuan there, but he knew, he had that sixth sense that that was coming.
Like he was, like the fight was like just barely starting. There was a little bit of a skirmish where they even just spotted them out, and the Kyung9 has already queued up the boat. Like he's already in motion, right? But it looks like in the mid lane, a little bit of action here.
Yeah, Motion of the Ocean coming through for the side of Nongshim just right now. They are able to collapse in onto Nova into this mid lane if they really want to, but I don't think they're going to commit here. They're just trying to keep this minion wave away from that T1 into the mid lane, but opening up those side lanes to perfection is Nongshim.
Yeah, they've done a great job. But again, the one saving grace of Nova Esports is the fact that they still have that mid T1. That's going to provide a little bit of security for them, but this is a fight for that blue.
Yeah, they will get the Crimson Golem. Oh, okay. Now the Azure Golem goes over to Haku there. The Destiny counter does actually connect onto 2, but looking low is Nova. CY and Waypit think inside the box catches Xuan, trying to get the lockdown onto Siri. This is Faye is playing this Motsu really, really effectively.
I mean, setting them up, like the two-man stuns, just locking it down for the rest of the team to kind of get that damage, but Kyung9 all the way up in front, his boats have been on point.
Oh, and in strategy, does connect onto Kyung9. He just force him away from this high ground turret, right? They are trying to get it very early on, 8 minutes. This is a clean Nongshim, right? I don't think I've ever seen them get to a high ground turret in Season 3 this quick.
Yeah, and this is a team that has actually played some of the most games, right? They played 22, the most in Season 3 because of the Ultimate Battles and all of that. But generally speaking, like they know how to win. It just usually takes them some time. There's a lot of learnings. But checking this replay, the fact that they're able to catch him out, Kyung9 with another monster bow, connecting, setting it up for the rest of the team.
Yeah, it was huge. Honestly, the Sunset pick coming through here is really paying dividends here for Kyung9. But again, it's like we were saying in the draft, that's it gone for the rest of the series unless they're able to get back for that ultimate battle. But even at that point, it's still a risk playing it again because you've shown your cards, you've shown your strength.
Yeah, for sure, for sure. And I mean, they wanted to go start off strong. I think a lot of people were like not giving Nongshim any sort of respect. Top lane.
Oh, yep, we get a takedown onto Siri. That's a little bit of a no-no for the side of Nongshim because the damage is really going to be effective here. Illusion going to be counted on it, but they're Faye get hit by the bit of fair. Well, it is Wendigo takedown thanks to Haku, but it is Muji picking up Illusion. So in terms of damage, Nongshim not looking very strong here, forcing the dash over the wall as is Faye as well as that Fate Rewind. We are getting Fake inside of the box, but like I said, they've got no damage, and no damage means no kills.
Yeah, no damage. Siri dying there was absolutely monumental for Nova Esports in terms of winning that team fight, ensuring that the damage was gone. And they were trying to fight it 4 versus 5. That's a losing proposition. So Nova Esports finding ways to get back into the game, but they're still a little bit behind. Nongshim has like rushed off to a great lead in this game.
Yeah, I feel like the ticking time bomb for Nova is getting Muji all these items right. We can see the Eternity Blade come through as well as the Shadow Ripper. We see the Sky Piercer as well come through. So the Daybreaker is being lined up here also. But I think that's Nova's winning point, is just trying to take out that damage. But again, once more, great engage here between Kyung9 and Haku, getting a takedown onto Xuan, which is going to make these next few team fights, while Xuan's down, easier for Siri and Illusion.
Yeah, Xuan doing what he can do in terms of just trying to split push, trying to create a little bit of space. Unfortunately for him, he's kind of a little bit behind, not able to get away. There's just too much reach from Nongshim. This draft is on point, and the fact that, you know, Haku right now, almost, 2.5k net worth lead over CY's Dune. So he's not very tanky. Haku, on the other hand, is doing some damage and is being this force up front.
Yeah, he's definitely working it. I mean, the high note has actually come through much times for Nongshim. It's only in those very vital battles. But I think if you want to get your best foot forward, it's definitely the way they're doing it, right? They're able to get that pressure down into the farm lane. I think that's kind of like the focal point of Nongshim in this game one. They have to try and get another high ground turret, use that as a big driving force into the enemy base. But right now, they're definitely keeping Nova tucked in.
Yeah, they're just trying to defend at this point. I mean, the Shadow Vanguards, they're kind of, slow sieging this one, waiting for those minions to be there. Once it's there, they will look to take the top T3.
Yeah, Haku using the Fate Rewind, just trying to bait out some skills there, but it looks like Nova wasn't going to take it. So a very nice call there by Nova Esports, where they were actually losing the high ground turret, however, though. So I feel like if Nova want to come back here, they need to take a trade or two just to get it in their favor. But it's looking hard here for Nova.
Yeah, like Cannon Blast here just to kind of slow the potential assault as they look to retreat here. Nongshim backing off, just waiting for the next Vanguards.
Yeah, Xuan is literally stalking around the other side of the team as well. They've got to make sure that they keep eyes on that Mayim, because if you don't, the Siri might fall. He's looking a little bit overextended into the front line of that team fight, and we saw it there. Xuan was trying to take the opportunity, the golden carrot that was dangled in front of him, but Haku is now going to be soaking a lot of that damage. A bit of farewell straight onto Haku is going to be able to keep him into place. They're definitely playing a strong defense on the side of Nova.
Yeah, very strong defense there, but Nongshim just, again, the tenacity just stay up in front. Haku actually didn't have the ult, and he was kind of just happily tanking, understanding that they actually don't have the burst, and Nongshim are still able to find ways to get in, but with the top T3 and the bottom one gone, it's tough for Nova Esports to find any sort of space because they need to constantly worry about those outer lanes.
Yeah, with that turret main pickup as well, the extra damage coming over into these next few team fights between Nongshim and Nova is going to be pretty hard for the side of Nova. They've already been struggling with the damage they've been putting out already, and we can kind of see that Siri has the Sparkforged Dagger, he has the Doomsday, he has the Daybreaker. He's going to go for a little bit of a defensive item because he knows that Xuan is going to be picking him off in these early engages. So you may as well play to your strengths here, but looking to approach his high ground turret.
Yeah, it's just a matter of time with those minions. They're going to, again, just try to take this one out. Nova wants to get rid of the minions to kind of protect it. But again, backside.
Oh, Kyung9 straight into the back with the set sail just to drive him off that high ground turret is probably a really good strategy here for Nongshim. It gets their deliverables right through the door.
Yeah, I mean, like 4k net worth lead, but nothing, no towers, and it looks like Faye.
Oh, careful, 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 careful. I mean, they're definitely trying to use Wave Pit here to distract that incoming attack, but Kyung9 is trying to go with one-to-one with the Xuan there as well, but it looks like it may be a full frontal engage by the side of Nongshim, but all Nova really need to do is just clear these minion waves, because if they aren't able to get any through, that crystal will stay intact. But Xuan looks pretty low as well as CY. Cannon Blast is hitting onto Wendy. Illusion going in. Doesn't able to get the kill, but they may pick up a kill here onto one other side of Nova. CY looking pretty low. They're able to take down Faye. That is a long drawn-out battle at the crystal. Faye down, Kyung9 down. This is going to be hard for Nongshim, but Siri's putting in the work. Wendy gets taken down. The Fate Rewind comes through for Haku. Is he going to be able to sustain this much damage from 4 of the side of Nova?
Yeah, both of the Clash laners were in the heart of the enemy team. Kyung9 was just trying to distract them. Xuan was doing a great job, but he ended up getting the pickoff onto Faye, and that one really turned the team fight on this one, and now Nova Esports on the chase.
Okay, and the wind slash onto Siri uses the legal immunity to get out of it. Destiny counter hits nobody. It splits apart the side of Nongshim, but it's not going to actually get anything. But in terms of getting things, Nova's actually almost nullified the goal lead.
Yeah, but look at this. Haku has the smite if they want to go.
Oh, is he going to get it? No, Muchi gets it. Still committed, though, onto CY.
Yeah, I mean, committed everything in terms of the ultimate shell. Oh, but CY.
Yep, CY, he gets the healing from the Destiny counter. We get Kyung9 into the backline with the think inside the box. down is going to be the Shadow Vanguard that wipes out that minion wave into the Clash lane, but they're going to worry about these other 2 lanes.
Yeah, they got to worry out. I mean, it's 30 seconds for 2 members, CY and Muchi, both down right now. They're looking to just kind of push this one across. This could be a potential game winner here.
Yeah, they just need to fend off these Vanguards. Luckily for Nova, they have the Vanguards, but the minions are coming through. The enhanced minions may be the key through this door, but taking a lot of damage is Schwan. He is trying his best just to take out the backline. Siri takes him down. There is only 2 members left. It is Wendy and Wave Pit, but there is no minions. You can't cook without flour.
Yeah, unfortunately for them, CY, Muchi, both are going to be up, so it's going to be one last stand. They have 4 members. Somehow, how are they going to be able to deal with Nongshim?
CY, Muchi. They're just going to go for the crystal, right? At this point, there's no point fighting the times. They just need to go for the objective, and Nongshim getting game 1 point.
Yes, and that's a great start for Nongshim. Confidence boost, right? Nova Esports, shake it up a little bit. I think that the draft was a little bit superior, right? Nongshim have proven time and time again that with these signature heroes, they are top tier. But moving forward, seeing as they don't have those access to those heroes anymore, it's going to be a different story. Are they going to be able to kind of continue this pace up against a titan like Nova Esports?
Like we said in the introduction, both of these teams have been notorious comebacks. So I don't think a game 1 victory is going to write the history of these 2 teams. But how Nongshim played that game 1, chef's kiss.
Yeah, very well played, right? I mean, just taking advantage of, understanding how to take advantage when you have a lead, right? The map control was unreal. Nova Esports really had a difficult time. There were moments where they could potentially get back in, but then, Nongshim did such a good job of retreating and not giving away anything. So, again, really playing smart and understanding how to play with a lead.
Yeah, playing with the lead very, very well. They weren't giving the foot off the gas for a climb. I mean, it was only towards the end there when they were already at the crystal that we saw that Nova was able to actually get any kind of gold lead back into their favor. At that time, unfortunately, it was just a little bit too late.
Yeah, too late at that point. But again, I'm not worried about Nova Esports at the end of the day. They will shrug this one off. They'll just chalk it up as an L. We've learned what we've done. We know how Nongshim play, and we're going to be much better prepared going into game 2.
Yeah, obviously, Illusion has that Maestro already taken off the ball, right? So they know they don't have to go up against that unless they unfortunately get to that ultimate battle. But like I was saying, in that game 1, even if ultimate battle and draft something very similar to this, they've already played against it. They know what Nongshim's game plan is going to be.
Yeah, and that's going to be the thing, right? I think not having the Sun Tzu, which you saw time and time again, it was all in the highlights, and we'll see those ones later. But the Mai also a bit of an impact in terms of just getting that burst. It was almost thwarted Indy's Kong Min, who's doing quite a lot of work, but he's on the squishier side, and he did get caught out, and that's kind of where the game kind of turned on its head a bit.
Yeah, just a bit, but we'll have a little look into the itemization in both teams. But as you can see, Haku not taking any deaths there. He was being able to just rest and simulate the experience.
Yeah, I mean, 5-0-6. Absolute monster, understanding the limits. This guy had the most kills in the groups, and there's a reason for it, because he's just an absolute monster. He's able to get those kills, and he just kind of, complements Kyung9 so well. They have like this Bash Brother thing that they got in that top lane, and they're just kind of continuing on. But look at the damage that was dealt. Most of it was done by Siri, really just setting his team up for success.
Yeah, absolutely. But again, I have to give props over to Faye. Like in that early game, those Cannon Black definitely doing the work, especially in terms of Muchi, Schwan inside the box. And for that, the team fights would have had a bit of a different outcome.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, you're looking at some of those dips and that outcome that you were talking about differing. Kinda, there were moments of it. It was actually very close at some times. You're thinking that, hey, are they going to close this out? But then Nova were finding ways to get back in, like all good teams do. But unfortunately, Nongshim just finding the right moments to be able to that game.
Yeah, in terms of the MVP, Oda Kyung9, right? The amount of press this guy had across the board was absolutely huge. Like 14% damage, not a lot.
Yeah,
damage taken, not a lot. But the absolute effectiveness of which just felt across the world.
Oh, for sure. With those boats, I mean, he missed very few, if anything, and the impact that he had when those boats hit is something that we don't track in terms of stats. You're gonna have to check out the highlights, and those will be coming up because it's like the Kyung9 show.
Yeah, I've just put like a little bracket at the end when the sunset comes through, just hit percentage. And then we would finally know who is the sunset player going into this one. But we are going to be seeing it. So maybe if you've got you got your fingers ready on those hands, you can count the boats here.
Yeah, here's going to be number one. Look at this one. That was the perfect. It sets it up for first blood, but look at how it was like perfectly like baited out by Nongshim. They're fighting in the Tyrant's Den, and you're thinking, we're okay, we're not that bad. But then they've totally lost sight. They got, you know, a little bit of tunnel vision, and Kyung9 just coming in with a boat. Yet another one. See why it gets caught out.
Number two. Well, yeah, knock up as well. I mean, they're all coming in with crucial like crowd control as well as just complete devastation inside of the team fight. So it was really hard for Mooch to actually ever get online. There's number three. Hello, we're on the hand of boats.
Yeah, just like tremendous play, right? And this is the one where they caught out Siri, and they did turn this around. Like Faye and Illusion here probably should not be looking to take this fight 3 versus 4. It's a numbers thing. I mean, yeah, they got Wendy, but sacrificing Illusion and sacrificing that lead, not ideal for them.
Yeah, at all. But just shit. Yeah, it's early game that managed to get the influence, the confidence to game one over and over, and I feel like that's what they need for the rest of the series. Not draft as effective as this may be the optimal draft, but I feel like they can execute a few heroes on a few different players just a little bit more better. There's number two. I mean, there's number 5, 6. Boom, come through with the boxes as well. It's very the praise sung that it needs.
Yeah, there's so much control that they have, right? I mean, the combinations that they allow, and basically you're just setting them up as sitting ducks for Illusion and Siri to just kind of kill them, right? It's a really nice draft going into this one. There was going to be a potential like lockdown that they have, and they had that team fight, and just basically it ticks all of the boxes for a good draft.
It does. I mean, Nova Esports is into the global ban pick, right? They've lost the Diadea, they've lost the Bean, they've lost the Dune, they've lost Sun as well. So they've lost quite a big picks in this one. The only one that was kind of like a lost cause was the Kong Ming. Like, we haven't really been seeing that one as a prio pick. So 4 out of 5 picks be great Titanus picks with the season final is definitely something you want to be like, well, we've got to try and find and dive further into the pool without kind of pulling out scrap.
Yeah, and I mean, Nongshim's tried and true of their strategy has been going strong in game one. They've proven that they're going to just draft for that win. Because momentum is a big thing with Nongshim, right? They want to get those guys confident. And going up against Nova Esports, and you're thinking, hey, if you're down 0-2, 0-3, are you able to take down a team like Nova? And they were kind of like, hey, we don't want to deal with that. We want to be in the lead. We want to put pressure onto Nova Esports.
Yeah, they don't want to come in back right. They want to be the ones that are able to try and run off, or do like many have where it's been like 1-1, 2-1, 2-2, kind of just regulate the entire distance of the best of 7, rather than having to rely on a huge 3-win match swing and then go for a 4.
Yeah, and look, my heart can't take it if we're going to do 3-game swings, like back and forth. Like, at the end of the day, I just want them to... I want to see an ultimate battle. I think we're going to get there, but I'm pretty sure we're going to go slowly and surely, hopefully to get there, because again, the 3-0 swings and the comeback reverse sweeps are just way too much.
Yeah, way too much for the soul, but a short break, guys, so don't go anywhere into game soon.
What's a life without its worth? Compromising with what hurts inside. When you let fear decide your fate, you don't choose which path to take in life. I'm finally letting go of everything that still holds me. I'm against all odds, but I won't give up, 'cause it's my time to shine. Standing in the spotlight, can no one let me down. Destiny is calling high.
Here we are back in grand finals of the Honor of Kings Season 3 Nationals. Your contenders are in RedForce and Nova Esports. Both from Korea, one hailing from Asia. Already up 1 point is Nongshim. And with me, the whole.
How you guys doing today? And I mean, of course, on this one, Nongshim RedForce really striking hard with that first match. I mean, their draft was insane. I loved it. Sunset Young 9, Illusion Mai. This is the kind of fireworks you want to see in game one.
Yeah, fireworks, explosions, everything. It just felt like a Steven Spielberg movie.
It had everything, right? I mean, just the amount of kills that were happening, and to be able to kind of close that one out. There was a little bit of drama where Nova Esports was kind of maybe able to come back into that game, but just too much at Nongshim at that time, and they closed the game out. But of course, one with the best ever. We have a long way.
We have a long way to go, but we don't have a kin on the desk, so we can only hope that it's going to be a bit of a stomp here for either of these two teams with a little bit of a tip of tat next game too. But we are going to see Nongshim on the red side, so Nova and the losing team have chosen blue for a reason.
Yeah, it looks like they want that first pick. They're going to ban out the idea. They picked it themselves. They do not want to give that one up. So a good first ban to kind of start that off. It is tremendous success. That hero has been super annoying with the amount of control and the sustain. It's been a very good hero in.
Oh, mega annoying. Absolutely. We've seen this time and time again. Have picked it in the first game and it in the following. It's because they know how strong it is. I mean, Faye may have the best performance on it. I think one of the games again Elevate, he actually felt blood on the Diadem, and it didn't quite amount to much, but banning out the Maishurunoi as Sunset is what Nongshim's plan in game 2 are going to be, but it does free up for Muchi to come through with a bit of a more agile.
Yeah, very strong hero to start things off, right? Very good hero in terms of just mobility, damage. It has everything that you want. Definitely top tier as a farm laner, really setting the stage for a good draft. In this one, Nongshim, they're going to pick up the Zhang Fei on the Fei. I think that this is very good. It's the counter initiation. It has a little bit of control. It has a lot of things that you want. It ticks a lot of those boxes. But Fei, one thing to take note of is that when he plays early, he likes to kind of, he will always end up in that mid lane to start. And sometimes when he gets caught out, he kind of sets his team up for a bit of a rough start. So Fei needs to be a little bit careful here.
Yeah, just a little. I'm going to be squaring that one out with a Ishin or a Lu. So again, we're not going to get those assassins. We're not going to get Shang Wang potential of Adolia. We're going to get, but it's been one of the more higher performing heroes in that mid lane. If you look over to Nova, the Orgren. Oh, 2 huge picks.
Yeah, absolutely huge, right? The Dachiao can be super annoying. Waypit is an absolute beast on that hero. The Sea of Fates, the whirlpools, the timing, it's basically like those portals where all the Marvel heroes kind of come in at the same time. Like he's looking to set his team up for success and having very good initiations, but complementing that with the Ogren, again, like one of the top junglers in season 3 and championship season 2, everything. This guy has been an absolute monster, but Nongshim respond with the counter pick on the Musashi isn't enough to take down CY's Ogren.
If they were going to go for the Musashi, I feel like maybe given over, obviously, Zhang Fei, you could have given it over to Nova, and then the Chao would never come. But Yampo going in with a Musashi generally is a good counter towards the Orgren as well. But I can see how the Umbral Outburst can come for very suppressive onto yours as well as the Musashi. But it's kind of time will tell, right, on the side of Nongshim and how they get this one. But let's see what happens. The bans here are going to be mainly focused on the mid lane. They don't want the Princess Frost coming through, would be huge for Nova. If you think huge Winter is here, the AoE coming in would be a hard fight for them to fight.
Yeah, it would be tough. I mean, just trying to get that. I mean, basically, Musashi, once he goes in, it's very telegraphed as to where they want to start those fights. And having that bit of control could be on point. But one thing to take note of is that the Zhangfei and the Yixing were picked early by Nongshim, and Nova responded with the Ogre. Something to take note of is that sometimes Yixing, and we haven't seen it, you know, with too much success, but the theory is there to kind of control Ogren a bit with those taking liberties, and you have that board to kind of a little bit of lockdown so that you can kind of reposition him a bit. Potentially it could happen, especially with Illusion Pilot.
Yeah, I mean, we don't shit as well, right? So he's able to control people around as well with her silk. But let's see how they are going to actually one on the side chip and pairing. And round in draft is Nova with the and the ones. So Q1 is going down into, they could either do one into the support role or have the challenge. I suppose that'll be a telling tale here. But rounding out Nongshim is going to be the Shou-Yu. And Hongfei is going to be able to create easy distance between this hero and his victim.
Yeah, crazy distance, but the damage from Siri, he's been one of the best Shoyus in this season 3. Like, just the fact that he's been able to just kind of pull it out, even at this point, it is not a drop off from the other farm laners because his positioning is on point. That range actually just works to his advantage, where he never really wants to get close. Now it's going to be up to Nova Esports. Can Elaine Xuan find him on the back line? Is he able to dive and just kind of make his life a little bit miserable? Is Arlie able to kind of outduel this in the laning phase? There are a lot of questions going on.
Yeah, I mean, another question to throw into the mix is it's not like we don't have enough questions. The Q1 is going to be there to kind of bait some of those skills, right? That unending sorrow to try and bait the death or even any kind of like dying abilities coming in from Nongshim. So again, really interesting to see how, I mean, execution needed for Nova, right? Navigate this draft well, but they are up to this, so that already proves to me definitely have this within their playstyle, within playability, that they can pull off this draft.
I kind of look at Nova's draft as like this zombie lineup where everybody's just sustaining. They're able to get back and, you know, with the Sea of Fates and just kind of, you know, create these ongoing waves that, like, yeah, you're doing damage, but are you able to kill them? And I think that it's going to be, you know, not only positioning is going to be key, but the fact that they're going to be able to just out-sustain that. They're going to need some, you know, Venomous Staffs from Nongshim to kind of deal with the potential heals and the sustain that they're going to be bringing. This is going to be a very interesting game going into this game, too.
Yeah. It's going to go for either of these teams, especially if they lose the pace very on. But look at it. I mean, Nova's already got the clear mental state going into the 1 point. It's not going to get you through to point 2. They definitely need sure they're those unbridled out, but absolute perfection.
Yeah, correct. But okay, and now that we're looking at the drafts, who do you give the edge to in just draft alone? Don't look at the players.
I mean, you're trying to get me off your hauler. I mean,
no, but that's different.
If it's too direct, you got to be like Sir Cloud.
No, I'm not as good as, I'm not as eloquent as Sir Cloud, my friend.
No, I don't know. I think I'd probably give this one over to Nova. Yes, the amount of execution needed, but the fact that they've displayed that they can do it means to me that I feel much confidence here from me for Nova.
Yeah, this is weird, but I actually agree with you. I think the lineup is, I mean, we don't, it doesn't normally happen this way, but it's one of those things where it's just like, it's just easier to play. The other one, Nongshim, they need like the perfect initiation. You need to have that repositioning from the taking liberties from Illusion to kind of just really set the team fight up for success. Not the easiest things to do, because especially since Nova is so good with their positioning.
Yeah, and I mean, if you could one for the bot lane, the Shou-Yu again, Ali, especially towards that late game, it's going to be actually trying to come out on top of that one, because we know he is a fantastic player. He can basically create just completely disperse that huge range that Shou-Yu needs to make sure that he's able to get as much as possible without taking as much damage. So 1v1 anything, Mushi towards late game is going to be a lot stronger.
Okay. No, yeah, I see that one. I mean, it's all basically the farm, right? Siri needs to carry this game, needs to close the game out. Haku can only do so much. You're going to see him as that raid boss, but once they're able to control him and, you know, just mitigate his damage, I think that they're going to need Siri to really step up to kind of just fill in those gaps.
And we're already seeing a different pace from Nongshim. It's already at 1 minute and 31 attack with a double kill from last game. Like, and now it's going to 2 minutes, and there's not been a lot of tit for tat. They are definitely trying to like maneuver and build up some tempo on their teams. Like, they definitely don't seem confident with this draft.
Yeah, they're playing a little bit more standard. Nongshim, that is. I mean, they're not really kind of being aggressive. They're seeing exactly what Nova are doing. But I mean, that plays into the strengths of Nova's lineup as well, because CY, you want to get this guy as much farm as possible. You're going to sacrifice your mid lane to him so that he has even more farm to kind of accelerate. He needs to outpace Haku, and that's going to be a huge matchup to watch.
Yeah, I feel like that might be one of the errors in the early game for Nongshim, is they haven't considered CY.
Yeah, it looks to go for this one, and it looks like Duel of Death will now be used, but the Conductor of Souls used in return, but the Sea of Fate says, bye-bye, I'm on out of there.
Yeah, it's like, peace. You're like, it's all good. But other than that, nobody taking any fatal blows. So, but Nova, even though they haven't been sort of taking any kind of kills or anything like that, they are actually up the gold. Like about 200 gold, if that, and it's something that can easily flitter away from them, especially if Nongshim get first blood. But right now, the one thing that he said, I feel like the mistake of Nongshim is not contesting CY.
Yeah, he needs to do a good job with that. But I think at the same time, they're looking to go, oh, Wendy taking a lot of damage. And he wants to go for this. No, the Unending Sorrow will stop most of this one. But again, Nongshim are just trying to get Haku going. He's trying to outpace CY. He is falling a little bit behind. CY doing a little bit better job of farming, even with that Sea of Fate play.
Yeah, I mean, you're already seeing kind of like the bait and switch that Nova trying here, right? They're like, hey, oh, wait, no, he's all on his own. But he, on his own, Kyung9.
Yeah, he's doing a little bit under the tower. The meteor kill, they want to die for this, but the Death at Sunset, no, he's going to go back to safety. He's going to play with the tower aggro. Chuan understanding what he needs to do. But in the mid lane here, the Leaping Savior, Faye will back off, but it looks like they're going to turn this into a Tyrant potentially.
So, yep, welcome aboard. Welcome through as well, and I mean, it's contesting here. Crucial kill theft.
Yeah, CY will just take that under his nose. I wasn't sure if that was going to happen, but again, you know, Haku not able to get the smite off in time, and now CY, the rich, get a little richer as that 1.2k net worth lead has kind of grown.
Yeah, they got to make sure they're able to steal at least the Nova, right? That Zhou Golem is going to start, but
the Duel of Death. They find CY. They were going to try to focus on him, but Haku taking a lot of damage. He actually is going to give up first blood. CY turns it around, gets the execute, but here's the Death at Sunset. The flash away by Illusion, keeping him alive, but now they want to invade the enemy jungle. Nothing is given. We will take everything from you, and Nova Esports take that one buff on their way out.
The problem is they let Illusion don't have the flash.
Yeah, no chance. And I mean, he tried to go golden to keep himself alive, and Nova Esports have turned this game on its head, turned it around. They've got the lead, and now they're invading. And Haku, without any of those buffs, it's really sad face.
Oh, he takes it. But now he gets the Azure Golem. Yeah, he gets it. So he's able to claim back some kind of hope in that one. Early, and we've already said it, No's draft is definitely a hard one to execute, but when like this,
yeah, it's definitely, if they're able to do it. But again, Nova Esports, this is why these guys are top tier, right? CY continue to farm. Oh, they're gonna fight Siri.
No.
He's just waiting in the bushes. They've got him from all sides, and Siri cannot do anything, and Wendy will get that kill. They convert it into a bottom T1, and this game is looking all Nova.
Yeah, Nova definitely trying to burn out Brighter in this game to making sure that they don't have to come back as far from what they need to, right? They want sure they're taking these rounds of time, not 3 rounds, and then having to go back for win.
Yeah, I mean, you knew Nova Esports were going to bounce back. They were going to find ways. It was just like, it's again, a single game. They kind of, I think they got a little shell-shocked with that first one because Nongshim did catch them out. They got a nice little play. Muchi listed us back, but through it all, Nova Esports in the driver's seat in this game.
Yeah, in the enemy jungle right there. Welcome. There's no welcome mat in this home. Let us stamp our feet and make all muddy prints, and we don't care what you think.
Yeah, they're going to take everything, and CY takes that buff. He gets his way on out of this one. Kyung9 trying to stay alive. He flashes back the tower, and it looks like they need to be a little bit careful. Illusion is there, trying to throw out those taking liberties to kind of slow things down. But through it all, Nova Esports don't get any of the kills, but again, being very aggressive here.
Yeah, I mean, you know, like, Nongshim had a fantastic one. It was really weird that this game seems more concise.
Yeah, it definitely is, but they want to go. Kyung9 gets a little bit low, needs to be careful. They're trying to go with the nice unbridled outburst. That's going to connect, but they've got two, and Haku is going to be the first to fall, and they've gotten Faye, and they've gotten Kyung9, and they're turning this around as they got a team ace. Nova Esports bouncing back and taking this game over.
Nova from game One, we got some crust in my 1 second. Yeah, actually now, and it's showing it kills up 0 on the side of Nongshim. Head by 6. They are not going down without a fight. Really showed it. I mean, even though we can say that actually, yes, the Orgrin is like as well as the Ali. The other two can be interchanged in terms of statistics, but the fact that Nova are delivering such a concise in this one, it's coming hard for Nongshim to get back in this one.
Yeah, not able to do it. I mean, CY just has so much to stay. He's in the heart of the team. They were trying to focus him. Probably not the best target for Nongshim. And all 5 members fell because of that. And trying to turn this around. I mean, you need Haku to set this up. I mean, you're talking about him, I mean, as the counter pick. They have the duel of the death, the meteor kill, but Haku gets killed yet again. He is so far behind right now. I mean, and he's matching Haku as well. And they still have the damage to follow up with this. But here we go, Kyung9 thinking about going on. He's going to be backing up. The whirlpool, the bat signal has been lit up. Everyone from Nova has shown up.
Yeah, that was a nice either whirlpool there, just getting everybody back into it. It's like, right, guys, we've had a little short break. Go straight back to base, come back, and then that's it. Just dominate that T2. But yeah, again, it's definitely opening up for the side of Nongshim are looking caught by surprise after that first game of victory.
That was a really nice little play, just kind of thwarting any sort of a potential assault by Nongshim. They're trying to find ways to get in, but it starts with their jungle. Haku looking to go in, trying to go for the backline. Think inside the board. The Wild Wind does actually connect. The Conductor souls onto 2, but Haku is looking to just limp away. The Umbrella Outburst not keeping Faye alive. He actually doesn't jump over the wall. He's going to be killed, and now it's an all-out retreat. Oh, what the stun is on point. The death at sunset, the meteor kill. He doesn't care. Juan looking to dive, but he does fall. It's going to be 2 members down, but on the Nova side.
Yeah, 2 members, 2 for 1. They were able to use fake up some kind of comeback mechanic in that one. They got the high ground turret still intact for not to make sure they're able to do in game 1, where they're able to claim back that gold on it. And then we could potentially see Nongshim actually come back.
Yeah, they're so far behind, right? The jungle, like, if we're talking about CY, Haku, like 2K difference, even in the mid lane, as well as the farm lane. All 3 lanes right now, those 3 lanes are like 2K up for each of the players onto Nova. They've contested everything. CY even looking to potentially walk away with that one. I don't think he got it in the end. Siri does pick that one up. That was close.
Very, very close, absolutely. But now we are getting those Shadow Tyrants and Shadow. And Mooch is like, hey, I've got a head start, guys. We are definitely taking home to roost, and we're gonna play.
Yeah, they're looking to actually take both. I mean, they were just kind of contesting both because they didn't need everybody to deal with the Shadow Tyrants. Nongshim were not able to get a single Overlord on this one, and they were potentially threatening that. We looking for the trade. We're not giving up anything. We have the proper positioning. We're able to push you back, and they've got that Shadow Tyrants that they're going to be sieging yet again.
I mean, Nova's front line just become a lot tankier, right? They've got Schwan and CY both going Blood Rage.
Oh, they thought about it. CY, sorry, he's like gonna pump fake it. Muchi, he's playing with his My Hearts with those lit steps. He's bouncing back, understanding the limits of it. The minions will push, but they don't have any to proceed themselves.
Yeah, no, but they kind of just take that mid wave and just run it down and make sure to take that ground turret down into the farm lane. But it's very interesting for the side. They're definitely caught in between a rock and a hard place.
Yeah, it's just they need a delay. It's only 11 minutes in, and it looks like Nongshim's around trying to defend the bottom T3. They're taking liberties. Oh, here's the Umbrella Outburst, the duel of the death. They want to go when he gets blown up. He's not able to just kind of survive, and it looks like they want more. They got CY. They've turned this into a 2-on-0 thus far. Great trade for Nongshim, but what else can they get? It looks like they're going to get their own jungle, take their buffs, potentially going in, but oh, the death at sunset right behind Haku, and Juan turning it around. He doesn't care. It's 1 versus 4. He's going to look to go for this one, and through it all, Juan, is he gonna get Wild Winded? No, he doesn't, but Faye will get the pick off with his force field suppression. It looks like they will back off at this point. They've got 3 members, but they did trade on Haku.
Okay, so we're starting to see a little bit of a bounce of Nongshim, right? Yes, they're still down by 6 kills and around 5k gold difference. Need more of that. They want to make sure that they go ground turret here is that they really set up this fantastic comeback for Nongshim.
Yeah, just a really well played. I mean, the fact that they were able to get Wendy, I think the unending sorrow was happening like mid-animation, but he got killed in that time. It did end up bursting, but Schwan, what a ballsy play. 1 versus 4, don't care. I found you, Haku. I'm going to look to go. I will look to trade because I know that if I just stymie the growth of Haku, we're still going to win this game because everybody else is so far ahead.
Yeah, I think the interesting point here, the big objective is that Shadow Overlord. They've got to make sure that build this from the side of Nova. Nongshim need to be like, hey, we need a Lord for us to come back.
I mean, if they're able to steal it, that would be huge for Nongshim here. But they need to be a little bit careful. Haku and Faye on the run. They're looking to cut off that line of retreat with that Conductor of Souls. They actually push them away. Nice little, just defensive play by Nongshim. Just sticking together. Now the Shadow Overlord is potentially in play.
I mean, it was good for Nova, right? They were able to damage Haku enough to just drive him back to base, which is going to give them clear time to try and take this. Faye does have
the unbridled outburst.
Smite.
Right on top of it, they have the board, but it looks like who got it in the end, and Faye takes it out. That unbridled outburst was amazing. The thief in the night, he takes it down, and CY goes down as well as Wendy. But here's the death at sunset. How much damage can they do?
Oh, no.
They're trying to do some work, but Haku is going to be targeted. It looks like he will be killed. It's 3 or 2, and now they're on the run.
Yeah, the last 2 standing for the side is Kyung and Illusion. They were just little there. It was just mainly just Kyung 9 alive. He just want his abilities to come back cooldown, and then see it going in.
Storm Strike right onto it. He had nowhere to go, but Kyung 9, Muchin with the outplay. Catches him out. He thought he had it, but he actually did win it with the other one. Dabbed, and he ended up surviving. Now Illusion on the retreat. He has to defend here. They have the Vanguards if anything. Faye and Siri both back up. They look to hold, but CY is back up, and he's the raid boss, and he just goes directly in. He does not care how many towers you have. CY takes down Illusion. Continuing on, they find Siri. That's a lot of damage. Faye still up in front, under that tower. They dab around it. Haku's back up. CY needs to be a little bit careful, but with all 5 members from Nova looking to clash in right into the mid lane here, how are Faye and Haku able to hold? They have the nice little knock up here. Faye continuing about half-life. They have it, and they have the crystal, they have the game, and they're back in the series.
Yeah, Mucci had the crystal and his target, and just literally dominates. If he was not in the rain, we're not doing what not we're going to do in that fight. We take a crystal, and it could actually not go with that. And we don't have to just completely wipe down the crystal, which gives them game 2.
Yeah, what a great game. I mean, that was a great draft by Nova Esports. Now onto the T. It was a uphill battle, right? It was tough for Nongshim trying to get back in, but they are finding ways. They're making it interesting, if anything. There's just a couple team fights, a couple of little, out of position moments where Nongshim have really been punished, and Nova Esports finding ways to just close that game out. Very strong by them.
Very, very strong overall. I mean, it was definitely a more decisive game to compare back with a more, we'd say, a harder executable draft in game 2, but they definitely played it to perfection, was able to come back and just give us a clean game 2. And there was only one point when Nongshim thought they could come back, and obviously they were able to pick up a few kills, but just wasn't enough to actually get them back on the board. By that time, it's a little bit too late.
Yeah, but let's give props in the flowers to a lot of the members of Nova Esports. CY 7-2-6, but a little outmatched. Mucci 6-0-6, styling on some of the members, even Kyung 9. He's probably going to have nightmares in that going in to the next games. But Waypit also 0-0-14, a huge amount of impact on the Dutch out.
Yeah, huge pick here. We normally see it into the mid lane, but definitely played a fantastic support role on the Dachau is Waypit. And you can kind of see here the damage taken from Orgren. This is just how much this pick can just soak up so much damage, but then just throw it back out. Look, it's only like, what, 10k difference between the damage dealt and damage taken, which is huge. And right there, you see the gold graph. It is a Nova stomp in game 2.
Yeah, and I mean, look, there were moments where they were kind of coming back. Nongshim really, tried to fight to the bitter end, and they were kind of going into this one. They had a bit of a chance, but Nova were just so far ahead, right? It was so difficult to kind of continue on past the initial 2 or 3 kills that you got, but the MVP, none other than Mucci, 6-0-6. I mean, the damage taken, probably something that you don't really want to be, but the damage that he's dealt, almost 20%, 19% on that was one, but he's got the 26% of the total gold, really just farming and just being able to just do all that damage.
Yeah, that is what you want to see as a farm lane, right? You want to make sure you're amassing that right amount of gold. 26% of the gold of your overall team is definitely one of those sweet spots in terms of getting that itemization over to a pick like Ali. And we're going to see right here just how clean Nova played this game too. I mean, it was definitely a lot of a slow starter, but it was just getting CY and Muchi to critical mass.
Yeah, definitely. And they were finding ways to just really stymie the growth of Haku. They forced him down. They were like, okay, if he's the counter pick to CY, we will kill him first, right? And we'll prioritize him. We'll make sure that he goes down. And then fighting 4 versus 5 is not easy, right? And this is kind of like, then some of the other heroes are a little bit more underwhelming when you don't have that frontliner and everybody's on the run, like Illusion Xixing. I felt like the impact of him in this game was not the greatest.
Yeah, not the greatest at all. We thought we was going to get some control on the board, but it was just the fact that they were just so aggressive on the side of Nova. It's like, hey, you can put your board down, bro, but you're trapped in here with us.
Yeah. I mean, the boards were a little bit on the underwhelming side. They weren't really able to capitalize off of that, but this was that really nice steal by Faye. They were able to pick this off. There were moments where you're like, hey, it's good. They're fighting 3 versus 2, but then the Whirlpool comes in, call in for help, and then now you got even numbers, and you pick off Haku, turn the fight around.
Yeah, great turnaround there for the side of Nova, but it was just at these points where we was trying to see that Young Nine and the rest of Nongshim was just trying to come back, but just it was so difficult when you've already lost so much real estate on the Gorge, and this was just it, the deciding part here for the side of Nova.
Yeah, and even in that last fight, I just saw it in more detail here, but the Whirlpool was plus, and then all of a sudden CY pops out. He was like that scary monster in the closet just coming out, and they're like, oh crap, he's just going in, and he just kind of would run rampant and just kill everybody. Just a really well-drafted lineup, and that's the perfect draft that you want for Ogryn, setting him up for success and being able to do just really good Ogryn things.
Yeah, Ogryn things was definitely needed in that game too to bring Nova Esports back onto the winning board, but it does mean that the Ogryn has now been taken off the side of Nova Esports. Are they going to continue banning Diadea, banning Ogryn? Who knows? We'll find out after the break.
What's a life without its worth? Compromising with what hurts inside. When you let fear decide your fate, you don't choose which path to take in life. In life, I'm finally letting go of everything that still holds me. I'm against all odds, but I won't give up, 'cause it's my time to shine. Standing in the spotlight, and no one let me down. Destiny is calling high. I'm not afraid to fight.
Nova Esports strike back. They get that second game. They do it in a typical Nova Esports style where they were just able to just close that game out, really socking Nongshim RedForce on their back on that one. That was a really nice game. But now we're going into game 3, Blam. What do they need to draft here by Nongshim?
It was more so just done of Nova at this point. It's been 2 games where they've had, game 1 whatever, a good draft, and it was a great draft, but there's only so many you can start to get in this global bid. But for the side of no, just obviously they've just some of the little. I think the only strong pick they've really exhausted the BP up game to Musashi and the Zhang Fei. Obviously, yes, can't be up. I feel like he's just low those 2 picks, however.
No, I agree. And I think that it was kind of like they didn't play. I mean, yeah, it's the counter, and you're thinking, they got a chance. But, I mean, draft alone, I just felt like Nova's was just, like, really strong, right? And this is the brilliance, again, of this global ban pick where you're kind of like, hey, if they're going out heavy, do we really want to bring out our best? I don't think that we need to do it. We have that game lead, so to speak. We have a bit of a cushion. Maybe we play a little bit of possum in this game.
No, just like their outfit for the red side once more than the reactive for Nova to get the first pick. But like I said, prior to the break, will they be banning out the idea? Will be auguring now that being the strat for the teams that picked up those huge picks?
Yeah, so it's like there's so many good heroes that are still available, right? Yeah, I mean, one of them is going to get through, and I feel like Nova, if anything, I mean, they're going to ban the Auguring here. The other one, again, is just kind of like the Dune potentially, but then you're kind of all in on just trying to stymie Haku a bit.
Yeah, I want to be stifling any Haku. The Haku on the is fantastic, so maybe pick is he needs. The Musashi, however, I don't think really performed that well, but once more on the back foot, it's very difficult, especially when Nova had dominant early and mid game, especially all the way up to the high ground. Well, the Musashi's not going to do the flavor for you, but maybe that's going to go for. No, they locked the balloon at Mooch, a huge pick.
Yeah, actually a huge one, right? And just setting him up. I mean, a lot of these good heroes that he's going to... I mean, what was it? Lady Sun, the first game, Arlie, game 2, and now Loong. I mean, don't get me wrong, Muchi can play like everything, but these are some 3 heavy hitters in a row. They're looking to go there.
Yep, Dolly getting picked through here. Does make a... In the clash lane, we'll be seeing the likes of the LA come through multiple times. That when Dolia is there, is not too far behind. Of having the Loong on the side of Nova would be a great, good catch material for the side of Nongshim, but denying that catch could be the Musashi.
Yeah, and there's nothing I like more in the world than double Ds, in the sense of Dune and Dolia, right? These two, they are such a good tandem. There's so much synergy between the two, the Celestial Melody, plus it's opening the door for all the other potential ults that they had, and they're also restricting it from Nova potentially pick that up themselves. A good job of just trying to ensure that they have good synergy themselves, while also kind of setting themselves up for success.
Yeah, the console here makes a little bit of perfect sense for the side of Nongshim. Obviously, great poke, especially in the early game against Loong, means that you can try and stay out of those flaming palms distance, but it also means that when Musashi tries to get on top of you, you've got that physical immunity, right? And you've also got that bounce back of the ultimate, so trying to land those oak bolts is going to be what Siri needs to do in the early game and into those team fights. But like you were saying, Dolia just gives so much over to the team, right? Not only just the Celestial Melody and the Odes as well as the healing. You've got the Wave Breaker, which could be a good denial of trying to stop the speed of the Musashi.
Yeah, and you up and down in some way, right? You got to figure that out. And I do like the fact that Nongshim have done a good job. I mean, we were talking about how Nova have kind of gone with their power picks in terms of the farm lane. Nongshim are kind of going the other way a bit. I mean, a little bit more on the unconventional side with the Konto Yui, especially in a game 3. We haven't really seen it usually until like game 4 or 5. But the Shoyu was picked last one, as well as the D-Renjay in the game 1. So they're kind of setting themselves up for a more of a power play in those later games. They're thinking that this series is going to go long so that they have those great armors.
Oh, the Guan Yu coming here for Xuan on Nova is a big pick coming through, and that's getting paired out with the Nua. So we're going to get those annihilations come through as well. That's going to be very difficult for Nongshim here. Like, I feel like Nongshim need to have a good early game for this one to work. But the Princess Frost is going to be trying to sort of like try and slow down the horsey.
Yeah, just, I mean, those areas, those winners here's zoning is going to be, he's going to try to do what he can. Because, again, you know where Musashi is going to generally end up with those duel of death. You just kind of plant that ult where he's going to be and then just kind of fight with him and deal with him then. But plus, you'll have this second cycle from that Celestial Melody. So what's better than one winner is here is actually two.
Yeah, but I mean, on Nova, though, they've got so much fatal damage. They've got the Annihilation from Nua, they've got the Flaming Palms, then they've got, like, the Guan Yu and the Masashi and the Zhongfei just to kind of basically throw you around as if you're being, like, pushed around in a schoolyard kind of thing. But on the side of Nongshim, I feel like the burst damage is not quite there. So, yes, they have the Charlotte. That's going to be sort of the means of trying to get on top of the Nua, trying to get on top of the Lung as well as Dune, right? But other than that, I feel like the damage is lacking on the side of Nongshim.
Yeah, to be honest, if I'm just looking at draft alone, I think Nova Esports is going to be better. But I think it really comes back to how do they deal with Xuan, right? Is he able to just kind of free reign and hit those flanks and attack you from the rear and just reposition you to death? Because I see why he's going to be a little bit more on the linear side. You're going to see him coming. So it really comes back to just that map vision, the vision score, which will be key for Nongshim to really keep them in this game.
Yeah, you're going to notice that Haku is playing more of like the anchor as you were in game one, right? Like just being able to dive in with the Rune Blade, soak up a lot of damage. Obviously, when he gets to below 50%, he's able to do a lot of healing, a bit more damage, and every hit brings the Unruly Blade back off cooldown. So you can kind of see that Nongshim, yes, they have a great initiation, but they've got to make sure they execute it very well, because as soon as somebody jumps on top of the dune, and if they aren't sort of rotating around as fast enough on the side of Nongshim, you're kind of gonna stunt the opportunity of this dune.
Yeah, and I mean, look, Haku is a beast on this hero. This is his probably his signature hero, most comfortable on it. It sets things up, right? And they're putting themselves in a position to kind of win this game. But I'm looking at this draft and I'm kind of thinking, this is not their best form. You know, they still have potential other options. If we're looking at the other draft, even in the last game, it wasn't their best. Again, I think that they're really trying to set themselves up for a better later games in the series.
It seems that way. They're trying to set themselves up for that comeback king potential that we've seen from Nongshim time and time again. But at what point does it become you need to try and win this as soon as possible, rather than kind of like absolute cinema at this point, right? I mean, there's a lot on the line. The championship, the prize pool. You got to do something.
Of course, of course. And this is, okay, look, if they're up against, you know, a team not the caliber of Nova Esports, I still think Nongshim's lineup is legit. I think that you can win with this one. They play very well together. They understand these heroes. They're no strangers to what they've picked. But going up against Nova's lineup, where they seem to have a really good draft strategy in mind and are able to take really good team fights with their superior positioning, they might have a tough time.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, I think Nongshim just need to have a good early game in this one if they are going to try and take the team fights in their favor. But if Nova sort of dominate that clash lane, and then Xuan's been given up a free roll here, but the Duel of Death is being exhausted onto the back line of Nongshim. Kyung9 takes the hit, but he's able to escape though.
Yeah, okay.
Okay, yep, the Unruly Blade, yep, the Wind Slash comes through. He's looking a little low. Haku may have to be careful here. Xuan onto the back line. He's trying to stunt him down. There he is, just pushing him back. First blood goes to Wendy.
Yeah, and I mean, Xuan made his way all the way from the top lane, just rotated around. Haku in no man's land. He should definitely have retreated much sooner than that. Obviously, you're only level 4. You're not really tanky or able to do any damage. But one thing I've noticed is that I talk about how Haku's on this dune and it's the signature hero. But if we're looking at what happened last yesterday, he was kind of not really hitting his wind slashes. Something seemed a little bit off where he's not able to hit those, but this is a really nice play by Xuan, just pushing him back, giving up first blood and winning.
Yeah, I mean, to be honest, you have to give him a little bit of leeway. He's going against a Guan Yu, he's going against a Masashi as well, right? So they're not the easiest of targets to hit. They have extreme speed. Guan Yu can dash around as well, so even if you kind of hit the first wind slash, you're not always necessarily going to hit the second.
Yo, are you a pro player or are you me? Okay? That's the standard that I'm talking about, right? Like, you have to hit your wind slashes, okay? 100% of the time, and I don't want to hear anything else, Haku.
I feel like that was like an existential crisis question there. Are you a pro player or are you me? You're like looking in the mirror, just staring at yourself like, you need to be a pro player.
Yeah. I mean, at this stage, I expect you to be much, much better, right? And hitting those things on. Of course, you're gonna, even like Michael Jordan didn't hit all of his shots, but at the end of the day, you need to hit the critical ones, ensuring that your team wins those defenses.
I mean, right, again, we're being exhausted, but it's going to be potential here. The thing aims the kill onto Kyung9. This is the point of return, potentially, by the side of Nongshim, able to push this pirate back.
Wave Pit does have the smite though.
So brought through from Nova, but is it going to be enough there? It is the Winter is here. The claims wait more, but dive in is going to be phased. Get taken down. Why coming in with some extreme speed to the death and the flaming palms. That is a 3 lead for Nova Esports.
Really well played by Nova. I mean, this is the power of that smite on the Zhang Fei by Wave. I mean, even at the 4-minute mark, you have to be like push him away or figure something out. But the fact that they were able to get the unbridled outburst and then he gets that, yes, he dies, not the worst thing in the world, because especially since the rest of Nova are there, they've got that lead. And Xuan, man, on this Guan Yu, so good.
Very, very good. Like, honestly, you can kind of see the whole point of Wave Pit here. We've seen it. Series that there's a play that basically being used as a scapegoat. It's like, hey guys, don't worry about it. I'll just focus all the attention onto me. I'll exhaust all the ultimates and then you in. And that's exactly what Nova did.
Yeah, just really, just well coordinated. I mean, one thing to note is that I think Haku is being a little bit more aggressive than he should be. I mean, he's 2 levels behind CY, who's like out farming him, outpacing him. Tough situation for him to even take any sort of team fight at this point.
Yeah, I think
missed again, man.
Yeah, overall, I think everybody is behind on the side of Nongshim, and that's the whole point of getting those kills, getting those experience. But CY maybe get caught out here. The Wave Breaker does come through. Unruly Blade, Wind Slash, not quite connecting there. It does hit Muchi up ever so slightly, but he's able to get out of there as well. Able to trade a few Flaming Palms. But the problem here for Nongshim is the fact they don't have that T1 into the mid lane, right? That opens up so much opportunity for them to go in.
Yeah, CY right there. He was like driving along, just making his way out. He had extreme speed, and he's like, dude, guys, I am in a bad neighborhood. This is not a friendly one, because everyone throwing shoes at them, trying to slow him down, not able to catch CY. He gets on out of there as the rest of Nova just kind of helped reinforce it and just ensure that he got on out.
Yeah, it was a good play by them. But again, the Wind Slash, oh, it does connect, but it is met by the Unbridled Outburst. Leap it onto the back. Siri took so much damage, and then that just leads up for Xuan to go straight into the back line. He does fall, however, after getting a double kill, but that is the way you want to go out, right? In a blaze of glory.
Yeah, I mean, that's ideal. Best case scenario right there. Just reposition Haku, Illusion, Siri, all 3 members there. Forced it out. Yeah, you die. Not the worst thing in the world. You're a clash laner. You're used to this. You're supposed to be making those plays, sacrificing for your team. And Xuan, man, he is on another level with this Guan Yu.
Yeah, I mean, when your lane's looking so healthy, right? I mean, if it was the opposite, if it was down 2 turrets and he was making these kind of plays, and yes, he still got the double kills, it would be interesting in terms of what they were thinking in that, because their lane would be dominated. But Xuan, his lanes never looked so healthy. I mean, other than the first second into the gorge, it's looking pretty clean. But yeah, Nongshim are not looking as clean in this game. But I felt like that in the draft. It's just like, there's not enough burst damage. There's not enough damage coming through from the side of Nongshim.
Yeah, and it's hard to initiate. Like, everything, again, very predictable. Like, it's very linear. I mean, walking into like a Musashi, Nua, Muchi, like if you get the jump on Muchi, he just flies away. You have Way Pit as the counter initiation. I mean, they have everything. You're like, oh, what are the weaknesses of this draft? Like, go, good luck. I don't know.
But I do have to give props to that to Nova. The fact that they were just letting Muchi just like hit the turret, the T2, and Nova was just like, don't worry, we've got this jungle covered. No one's going to gank you. They have no way in, which was a really clean strat there.
Yeah, I mean, completely, like, just so good at this point. I mean, the Overlord, that's a little bit of a reprieve, a little bit of space for Nongshim to kind of get themselves back. But it's like 7K net worth lead. It's very difficult to come back of a team from Nova. Maybe you catch somebody out, not the easiest thing to do because they just stick together and they like deathball you.
Yeah, I mean, it's not like none of the teams in the Season 3 Invitational have gotten like wiped down high ground turrets, not being able to come back. But this is Nova. This is the grand finals. Are they going to be able to give you that room to breathe? Probably not. But speaking of room, is created by that T2 takedown into the clash lane. We get Wendy get a kill onto Kyung9. And then Illusion goes down as well. Muchi claiming another kill. Flaming Palms definitely melts the winter.
Schwan with yet another Razor Cavalry on the back line, pushing it out, separating the teams, understanding where that avenue of attack is. Nongshim have not done a good job. Like, it's one of those things where you got to check your angles. You should not be fighting outside of your base. If anything, you stay under that tower. Hopefully, you can do a little bit more damage, and that will get you that team fight win. But not able to do it. No, make them pay. They're sitting ducks sticking out of that base.
Yeah, unfortunately, they were just kind of sort of sat in at the wrong spot at the wrong time for the side of Nongshim, and it's definitely showing in terms of the gold objectives as well as as a whole, but in the lanes as well. You can see that CY is way ahead of Haku in the gold by at least almost 3k gold, which is huge, and that's not the kind of place you want to be making that gold differential.
Looks like they're gonna go here.
Yep, and Bright Up disconnect onto the back line. Doesn't quite get enough as much as what they have been, but it's the Razor Cavalry coming in from the back, just shoving them around. Chuan being the schoolyard bully in this game 3 between Nova and Nongshim, but even Waypit's picking up double kills. What's going on here? We see Kyung9 going in, just trying to get a little bit of a saving grace, but it's now all down to Faye defending this high ground.
Yeah, there's really no way to hold. I mean, Faye is just by himself. I don't think he can hold on this.
No, I think it's fate that they go down in game 3, and it looks like Nova's going to clean up Slate and take 2-1 over Nongshim.
Perfect game by Esports. Really no way for Nongshim to get back in that game. And draft far superior on this one. There were very little holes in that draft getting into this. It was tough to take any sort of engagements. Again, I think it's one of those things where it's like GG go next, because they need to ensure that they have a chance. And going into that draft, I would say it's like 65, 70, 30 in Nova's favor. And it was just so well played. Juan on another level with that Guan Yu.
Yeah, as soon as we saw that Guan Yu get locked in, it was kind of just like, the rest is history, bro. Like, we've seen this time and time again on those like huge Clash Lane players like Xuan, like Kyung9. Doesn't quite play as much as the other Clash Laners within the tournament, but as soon as it comes through on a player like the Xuan, it's hard to defend a draft that way. And like I said, Nongshim really needed a cleaner and more dominant early game, but they just did not give it.
Yeah, didn't give it here. And my main concern with this team is, again, morale, right? I know it's only 1-2, and they did go down. They came back from 0-3, but this is a situation where like it's been so dominant by Nova Esports, it's really demoralizing.
Yeah, you don't want to be going into the fourth game. You're down 2 points. Yes, you've got 1 point on the board for Nongshim, but it's getting very close to. You're closer to the match point than you were before, right? And it's showing here in terms of the draft. It's not just being executed on the side of Nongshim. But like I said, I fear that there's just no damage. And you can kind of see in those statistics that there was nobody getting over 40k on the side of Nongshim RedForce. It's just very little amounts of damage coming through.
Yeah, and there's a reason why they only had 2 kills, because they weren't able to damage anyone. I mean, Nova Esports, look at the damage taken. Waypit, an absolute beast. I think there was like 30% of the team damage tanked. And this is like a typical Nova Esports graph. This is literally copy and pasted from all of their other games when they win, because they just dominate like this and they just kind of own the entire map.
Yeah, I mean, 15 kills to 2. You get to the 10-minute mark just over by 13 seconds, and there's no, like, shadow objective being taken because they've already just dominated going into that 10-minute mark. It's probably the sweet spot for a lot of these players. It's where a lot of these teams hope to be. It's like getting into the 10-minute mark. The objectives are up, but there's no room to get them. And like we said, Xuan on this Guan Yu was definitely the securing factor of this victory.
Just too much impact. I mean, his control, everything. Every sort of team fight, you're kind of thinking, it's 50-50. But then Xuan would come in and just clean house. And Nongshim were very squishy. But let's check out the highlights to see exactly how things played out. Because again, Nova Esports played such a good game.
Very clean, very methodical, and it was just all from the upset of just getting those turrets in the early game, and then just the bullying coming through from Xuan on the Guan Yu, and then using Wave Pit in the early game as a little bit of a bait, just to kind of exhaust all the skills from the side of Nongshim. Definitely played dividends here in this clash.
Yeah, I mean, look at the blocks by Wendy, too. Like, just the control, like, the foresight to be like, hey, we can reposition, we can block them out, and then we can kind of control where they end up going, and then they're in bad spots. Now, Haku, look at him. On the run, can't fight 1 versus 3, doesn't have the farm, no real way. Xuan sacrifices his life for 3 kills. Well worth it.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, you definitely at least 3 before going down one set, especially if you're in the clear dominant position. But it's those Razor cavalries from the back, right? Just so effective on the side of Nova Esports. But we said it in the draft. There's so much control. There's so much dive on the side of Nova, and there's so much kind of just shifting of the tides that this draft really picks here.
Yeah, just everything. Just, I mean, like, they had no answers. Like, there's no to fight into this. All of the team fights, I mean, like, Xuan might have died once, like, you know what I mean? Like, but everything else, they all survive. Everybody's so low, they take the damage, and they just ensure that they secure that win. 2-1, easy game for Nova Esports.
Yeah, unfortunately, the Dune not quite doing what Dune should be doing as in terms of soaking the damage, but I feel like it's a direct consequence of just not having enough damage yourself. Like, you have the console U, but doesn't have the best early game. Princess Frost is basically used there for nuke damage and just zoning, but again, we saw Wave Pit just use the strategic sort of throwaway of life to just make sure that was taken off the cards. And then at that point, you just kind of left to the Charlotte, and I feel like Young Nine had a very underwhelming performance on that one.
Yeah, really. And to be honest, I don't like Charlotte as a hero. I don't think it's great, but we'll talk a little bit more about that one as we go into Game 4, but it's going to be after this break.
What's a life without its worth? Compromising with what hurts inside. When you let fear decide your fate, you don't choose which path to take alive. In life, I'm finally letting go of everything that still holds me. I'm against the loss, but I won't give up, 'cause it's my time to shine. Standing in the spotlight, can't no one let me down. Destiny is calling high. I'm not afraid to
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, children of all ages, welcome to Honor of Kings Invitational Season 3!
Win again! And they continue on into the grand final. No other way to do it. Nova, this Shodan, Haku all the way from the front. Justin trying to defend, but they take the bait. And congratulations to Nongshim Red.
Semua ni berakhir di sini.
Man, he can swap in easily. But think about swapping it. Down hand. Go Wendy. Okay, there's going to be a big target here, but down hand.
Kami tidak akan pulang tanpa profit di tangan.
승자는 적응하고 챔피언은 지배합니다.
Haku takes the first tyrant. They've been pushed back. They give up first blood. Chaz is going to get this one. He's going to get knocked down, but they do have the return. 3 members are already down, and Haku's got a triple kill. Make it a pentakill.
Kami di sini sebab kami yang terkuat.
우리 앞에 있는 모든 것을 부수겠습니다.
Kami lapar untuk kehormatan.
새로운 왕이 여기 왔어. 이제 우리의 시간이야.
Sekarang
우리가 승리할
waktunya
시간이다.
untuk
빅토리.
kemenangan.
Welcome back, everybody, to the Honor of Kings Season 3 Invitational Grand Finals. I am Blem, and with me is Hola as we get into Game 4. Nova Esports currently up by 2 points, and Nongshim, after getting a first game victory, have taken 2 very hard striking blows.
Yeah, 2 hard ones. I think if anything going into that break, I think for, YK, the coach of Nongshim, he needs to use that Men in Black, that red pen, flash it out, just like ignore, just forget everything that just happened in those past 2 games, right? Let's go back. Let's reset. We're still in a position to win this. Yes, we have to win 3 games and we are 1 behind, but I think that we still have a good position. We're still fine. I think that the drafts could be a little bit stronger, but potentially they're setting themselves up for really good drafts in the late games in this series.
I mean, you got to make sure with that pen that makes you forget things that they don't forget how to play, right? But they did forget that blue side is an option. They've gone for red again. It hasn't quite served them as well as the blue side in those past 2 games, but Nongshim are sticking to it.
Yeah, they'll stick to it. I mean, look, I don't know how the configurable settings on that Men in Black pen works, but I'm pretty sure you could just time it so that only the last 2 games work. If not, you might be in a bit of a world of hurt when you completely forget how to play. That might be a problem. But Nova Esports going out with the Ogren ban. I think Haku, from what we saw in that last game, really needs to step up here.
Yeah, there needs to be a bit of a shake-up into the jungle because CY just keeps getting those dominant picks. He's had the Ogren, he's had the Masashi as well, and he's performed very, very well on both of those picks. We can argue that both of these players didn't quite perform on the Dune, right? So maybe it's a Dune problem, not a them problem.
Yeah, for sure. Worst case scenario, just blame something, right? And I think that Haku will probably be like, yeah, I don't like Dune. We're going to ban this. I mean, we're just going to just blame the hero more than anything else. But the draft to me was crazy. Oh, this time my face.
Yeah, I am. My face is all scrunched up. I can't see the rest of the draft, but knowing that Shawan has got this Dharma is huge. I mean, Nongshim can take the Diadea here, right? The Bandit, the Dolia, they're going to struggle to find many more of the support picks that really go in and try and stop the Dharma. I feel like Diadea needs to come through here, or else they're saving it a little bit too late in this series.
Yeah, this is a must-win. You do not want to be down 1-3. Put your team in a position where you have to play match point every single time. It's a lot of pressure, right? So I think that they're going to go with instead, okay, the Lung and the Yuan, both very strong, and I think that they'll do much better with Haku on that Yuan.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the Huan could be used, obviously, we saw in Game 2, I think it was, for Nova Esports, where they used it very much to bait the backline. Like, they would all kind of like, oh, no, we're scurrying away from our mid lane. And then they would go, oh, let's go and take Wendy. And then Wendy would just use the Unending Sorrow, bait a lot of skills. Beautiful. But over to the side of Nova, they've gone for the Lian Po and the Monkey. That is a huge CC control on the side of Lian Po. That Tremor Smash is going to connect beautifully. And then Monkey, we've seen it time and time again where CUI has hit those dream rolls on point. But if Nova do play from the back foot, those dream rolls will be more defensive than offensive.
Yeah, and look at Nongshim see that wall of beef, so to speak, from the Dharma, Lian Po, Menki. All of these guys, it's going to be tough to get on that back line. Nova Esports obviously needs some sort of damage dealer. It's going to come in a more squishier variant, and how to get onto that, Mayan could potentially do that. You have a lot of speed and mobility to jump on that back line, something that they are probably going to need to do going up against this lineup.
Yeah, Kyung9 on the Mayan should hopefully give them enough as what they need on the side of Nongshim to actually maneuver around these team fights, also give over the vision control, but then also make that frightful impact of like, hey, where's Mayan? Where's Kyung9? Are they here? Like, just constantly sort of second guessing if they should go in or not. But Luna Beam Bandit here is definitely trying to shorten down Haku, but again, the Huan could actually go over to Haku. It's a flexible pick.
Yeah. Actually, it's very flexible. I mean, if they really wanted to flex it, they could even maybe go to Faye. We've seen teams do that as well. Nova right now, they don't think that this is going to be a specifically a Yuan Haku game. As they ban out the Luna, they don't want, any sort of mobility in that potential dash. Because again, he wants to be that high mobile, bursty type of player. But it looks like they're going to slow things down, give the Angela to the illusion here.
Yeah, I mean, this is a good answer to the Lian Po, right? Having the Angela with the Blazing Brilliance is able to just melt down the likes of the Lian Po, but then also even Monkey as well. And the fact that she's got that CC immunity from that, it means that she's not going to be susceptible to the Dream Rolls or the Tremor Smashes.
Yeah, but it's going to take some time to kind of burn those ones down. On the side of if you're Nova, you still have ways to get onto that. And now Nova Esports have to go with the Houyi, not the top tier farm laners that he's had in the past. But again, they have to dig a little bit deeper now.
Very interesting, because they haven't gone for the D-Ranger and they haven't gone for the Marco Polo. They decide to go for the Houyi. Again, it does make a great setup though, right? Like if you're able to land those Burning Sun arrows and then Monkey comes in with a Dream Roll or Ganon Mo with a couple blades, you are one sitting duck with no health.
Yeah. Actually, I mean, this Muchi will probably be from afar, right? I mean, let Juan do Juan things. Flash Truth, boom, Dream Roll, then the Tremor Smash, and then the Burning Sun arrows to just further lock down and then just follow up with that damage. You have a lot of options from Nova Esports, but Neza being picked from Nongshim, this worries me.
Yeah, very interesting. The fact that they're going for that. I mean, it does pair well. Obviously, the move fall coming through is able to just go in onto any of the targets of the enemy team, like a hone-in missile. But it does actually put the Huan onto face. So it's going to be a support Huan, not a jungle, not a mid.
Yeah, it's going to be an interesting way to do this. I did not really expect... I mean, again, you got to play some mind games, especially when it comes to the draft. It could have been flexed into multiple lanes, and that's the power of the Yuan, because it is very flexible as well. But it's on this lineup, very squishy, right? At a moment's notice, Nova Esports, if they're able to get on top of you, Nongshim might struggle, but if they're able to take the initiations themselves, but again, that comes with a little bit of farm and intel of that vision, it's going to be key.
Yeah, I think the one thing you've only got to hope is the fact that the Huan doesn't get caught out early in these team fights, because then down goes a lot of your just sustainability because of the heal-ins, the CC as well, and obviously the Unending Sorrow being able to be used to try and bait some of these skills. We just got to hope that she doesn't use the Unending Sorrow around Lung as the Burning Sun Arrow comes through, because then you're kind of like, bro, are you a support or not?
Yeah. I mean, look, I think it was Waypit that was just commandeering the Yuan quite well. It was so annoying. It was always in the front line, and it was able to out-sustain almost everybody, right?
Yep.
And you don't really see that too much. But again, this is all about the laning phase. Nongshim have not done a great job of putting themselves in a good spot early.
Yeah, and I feel like with this draft, it's still that case. It's a very hard early game for these, because with the Lung going against the Houyi, yes, you're going to get the Flaming Palms, but you know for a fact that the support on the side of Nova Esports, the Liam Poe, is going to be pretty much stuck to the hip between both the mid and the farm lane.
Yeah, yeah. And I mean, look, Waypit will do a great job of just being that bouncer and just like protecting, being the bodyguard. Because again, Wendy, Muchi, very squishy, but that's pretty much all of their damage. They need to be super careful protecting both of these heroes.
Yeah, I mean, we can maybe see what like Schwan did in game 1 of Nova. Obviously, yes, they didn't win the game 1, but in terms of picking up Siri, in terms of picking up Illusion, the Mai played very, very well into that. So we could see the same thing here. Maybe it's a little bit of a display on who played it better.
Yeah, and I mean, it's all about execution, right? Going to be one of the more important things, but Siri, definitely way more comfortable on this Loong. This is like his tried and true, I would say, signature hero. He's very strong on it, and it looks like he's going to Flaming Palm it perfectly, ensuring that he gets it. Faye needs to do a good job, provide space. You do not want to be in the losing factor against the Hou Yi in that lane.
No, yeah, absolutely not. I mean, here we're seeing a lot of tit-for-tat up into the Clash lane already. I mean, level 1, they definitely want to go brawling for it.
Yeah, I mean, these guys are like, you know, Bash brothers, right? They've known each other time and time again. Not like nobody's really going to die one-on-one. I don't think that you see, especially at this level of play, unless a rotation happens. But again, I think it's going to come down to Haku on this Neza. We haven't seen it too many times. But when they're here, it's usually like a win more type of hero.
Yeah.
Because he just kind of gets to those back lines. So, but it's going to really come down to CY and Waypit just protecting those back lines.
Yeah, I mean, the overall arching theme of this best of 7 seems to be just get the good early game and you've won. Because obviously Nongshim game 1 did it, but then game 2, game 3, Nova did it. And again, we still need to see that kind of play here from either of these two teams. But a lot of tit for tat up into the Clash lane, but other than that, not real much anything else going on in the Gorge. We do see the Dream Roll come through though.
Yeah, nice little play. The Burst Ram slowing it down. The flash is away, but the Fae gets killed. He's going to give up Burst Blood, and it looks like Illusion will be... Oh, he somehow survives. The Skyfall, they do get Zhuan in return, though.
Yeah, thanks to the turret. Thanks to the turret, right? They're able to get it.
It's still part of the team. It's still part of the team. But if anything, Nongshim here, I mean, just showing just how diverse they are with their hero pools. They have actually the most number of unique heroes used throughout S3. They had 42 going into today. I mean, with this new Neza pick, they haven't picked it a single time. So they're completely catching everyone off guard with this.
Yep. Oh, the Burning Sun Harrow just come through. Is it going to land onto anybody? No, that is a clear.
Well, you miss all the shots you don't take. And, I mean, when it's on cooldown, like, he just hit 4. He was just kind of fishing, potentially seeing, you know, if he could get something out of this one. Sometimes you're unlucky, and Muchi, I mean, it's just one of many in this game.
Yeah, if only home runs counted in Honor of Kings, right? He'd be definitely onto a winner. He'd be running around all the bases. But yeah, right now, it's looking, thanks to that kind of 1-1 trade into the mid lane, it means that Nongshim aren't behind. But at the same time, was it just a little bit of a playful display from Shuan? Being like, hey, look, well, I can kill you, and I'm going to die, but... what are you going to do with that?
Oh, the Burning Sun Arrow. There we go. The nice little Dream Roll connecting on two. Nice little Wombo combo. And Illusion is down for the count.
Yeah, we spoke about it in the draft, right? The Burning Sun Arrow onto the Dream Roll, onto the couple blades. You don't know where you're standing. By that time, you've got 2 concussions and you're dead.
Yeah. I mean, just no real chance to shake off that one, right? I mean, the stun lock is just so long. Plus, CY is tanky enough to just get under tower. He's not really scared in that sense. So, again, just really well played by Nova Esports. Great start for them.
Yeah, I mean, the only thing we can kind of hope here is that Siri is able to get a gold lead, but okay.
Neza with that Skyfall. Almost got Wendy, but not enough damage. Oh, but he wants to go in with the Flaming Palm and the Infinite Fastness, and this is why Siri is so good on the Loom.
Yeah, that flash in and the Flaming Palms was just perfection. Honestly, they could have blocked that, but at the same time, it was just like, I'm committed. Siri is definitely eyes on the prize now. He wants that 2-2.
Yeah, for sure. And what a great play. And you're stopping Wendy. He does the most amount of damage. He has the highest kill participation on this team. And Muchi getting a little bit low. Faye trying to flash it forward. But here comes, it looks like Waypit will get the side. And the nice little Tremor Smash. He's trying to 1v3 this, but he kind of lacked damage. And he will fall in return. He tried to go all in. And Waypit actually falls for his own mistakes.
You know for a fact Waypit was looking behind him the whole time like, guys, where was the damage? I'm going in. I've got crucial crowd control. You're not proud of me. You're not going to do anything with this. But I think like he forgot that Muchi just had so much damage already been dealt onto him that he wouldn't be able to get back into that team fight if he tried.
Yeah, Mucci was like, he was recalling. He just gives him a thumbs up, as in like, thank you for saving me. But Wendy picking up the first tyrant here, that's going to be a win for him. I mean, Waypit did kind of keep Mucci alive. He did go a little bit aggressive, probably a little too far, but now they're down about 1.3.
Yeah, they got to be careful. I mean, for Nongshim, they're just got to make sure they're able to keep this ball rolling, right? But I feel like Wendy is going to be the playmaker in this, especially with those Birdie Sonara setups. But right now, a little bit of tip-attack here into the back line, Shawan, and Kyung9 just going for it.
Just a little bit of a feeling out process. I mean, it could have been way worse if Mucci had hit that Burning Sun arrow. It kind of harmlessly flew by everybody. And so that's something to take note of, right? Just what is the timing on that cooldown, ensuring that, hey, at any, like whenever it's off cooldown, that you have like the internal timers of just being like worrying about your positioning, always moving, making sure that you're able to juke it.
Yeah, I feel like with that kind of ultimate, with such a, it's not the biggest cooldown. You kind of having to use it whenever you can, just to get as much out in a game as possible, just to take as much opportunity. But hey, again, Waypit may get caught out here.
Yeah, not in the greatest spot. The Chaos Cinder with that Blazing Brilliance, but he's going to look just a Tremor Smash with the Flaming Palms, doing some damage. The flash forward from Siri. He wanted it, but he's not able to get it. Faye trying to chase him down, but it looks like they're going to trade. Haku does go down, and it looks like they're going to trade him for at least the red buff.
Yeah, I mean, Mucci there was like, I've just missed a whole, like, three-man squad, and then the Burning Sun arrow landed on Haku, and then he was like, oh, nah, this is it.
Oh, Kyung taking a decent amount of damage. Faye on the backside needs to be a little bit careful. He's in the heart of the enemy team, but the Unending Sorrow under the tower. Here's the nice little Chaos Cinder. Oh, the flash away by Faye, keeping himself alive. CY was bloodthirsty.
Yeah, so much damage that he's just able to soak there and actually run away from, but Illusion may get caught out here as well. I mean, having to use the Blazing Brilliance.
Yeah, just do a little bit of damage. A little bit of a burn. He's going to be a little extra crispy in that sense. But Mucci, oh, the Infinite Fastness. Oh, he gets him with it. Oh, the Dragon's Breath is too cold, my friend. Too cold. And Siri gets the pig off.
He was definitely freezing down into that farm lane, able to get the T1. But okay, Shawan.
Nice truth. Oh, they've got him knocked in with a couple blades. That was perfect. But here's the Skyfall. Oh, he aborts that mission. He's like, we're not flying on this one.
Yeah, like, go back, go back, go back. There's only me here. There's only me here. But no, that was a really good play there by Nova. I mean, this is the problem when Wendy gets something like the Ganamo. And the fact that they got so much that creates space for him, the Ho Yi is a perfect pairing.
Yeah, perfect pairing, right? And just, being able to set it up. Xuan, like that Flash Truth. And then you have Wendy with those couple blades, and then you have Mucci with that Burning Sun arrow, and then like more damage, right? So this is a really good lineup in terms of a draft. Haku, on the other hand, look, I was very hesitant about the Neza pick. We haven't seen too much value thus far. Yes, he's keeping pace, but the Dreamo, oh, he ran into a wall. That was almost Looney Tunes-esque, but CY able to tank this one out. He does have the bubble. Haku not letting him go, and CY will fall. He wasn't able to get his big belly over that wall.
Sometimes dreams are crushed by people, sometimes they're crushed by walls, and that was definitely CY's maker there in that whole team fight, but it's still a good comeback here for Nongshim. They're able to get a bit of presence down into the farm lane, so I feel like that's what they need to do, just kind of just make sure they're able to push these side lanes, but the Burning Sun arrow does land
it does connect with
Illusion.
that couple blades. Oh gosh, no chance. I mean, Illusion was just hitting the bush, and that was that one spot. It's the smallest bush on the map, and it happened to hold Illusion.
So how did you find me? That was like a complete shot in the dark. It was just like just hopes and dreams from Mucci from that farm lane, because he knows to get his like maximum like output in this game, he doesn't need the kills. He's just there for his ultimate.
Yeah, and here we go. Xuan, Infinite Vastness, keeping him alive. Faye finds Xuan. Oh, he wants to go aggressive. They're going to look to fight for this one, and they found it in the Burst Ram. Oh, with the Skyfall. The Burning Sun arrow with the Tremor Smash, though. The Burst Ram is knocking up Siri. He does fall. CY is now joined. He got him with the Smite, but they do get Mucci in return. Kyung9 on a different planet. That said, Waypit is going to be killed. Now they want to get CY. Is he able to deal with this 1 versus 4? He's trying to navigate this. Probably will fall in the end, and CY down, 4 members down, all trading for Siri.
Yeah, I think that was a little bit of a mistake there by Nova. Obviously, the Skyfall from Haku really upset the pace of that one. That could have definitely gone into the favor of Nova Esports in that whole thing. But the fact they lost the 3-for-1 is a huge comeback here for Nongshim. And they're still ahead of the gold. That's the one thing they need to just maintain is that gold lead and make sure they just don't get wiped out. I feel like that may be Nova's way in.
Yeah, and I mean, look, Haku going in like that, not only did he get the kill onto Xuan, but he actually tanked the Burning Sun arrow. Yes, Siri died in the end, but you know, you want the highest life to take this one. CY gets caught on this one. No way he's getting out. And they've turned this game around, and Haku takes a Tyrant.
Yeah, good job they didn't steal that one off them, because they don't need any more damage going over to Wendy. They don't need any more damage going over to Muchi as well. They just need to make sure that Nongshim have to get and keep this T1 alive.
Yeah, they need to survive. It's teetering on the edge. The mid T1 from Nova is almost at full life. So Nova Esports doing a good job of at least playing the objective game. And it looks like they were going to try to start the Overlord themselves. Waypit still out in front. Burning Sun arrow misses.
Clean miss, that one.
It looks like they've got the knock up. They're trying to get Kyung. He's going to cartwheel away. He does get back to safety. Haku being very aggressive, really wants Wendy. Not able to get the kill. He goes golden, and Wendy will survive, but Haku does dash back, gets to safety. And wow, both of them playing with my hearts, but here we go. CY, he's trying to get away. Siri in dragon mode finds him with that infinite fastness. CY not tanky enough. Siri gets the kill.
Yeah, I mean, there was so much happening in that team fight, right? The fact that they were able to keep Wendy alive, to guard her grave, was just long enough to get him out of the range, but then Haku was committed, but then the Splendor came through. I just felt like I was watching some sort of like drama unfold here, but oh, that was close. That would have been gonzo for Illusion.
Yeah, Illusion was like, haha, this is the one time you missed me, right? Like, he's been hit by every other Burning Sun arrow, and he's been deleted. Illusion hasn't really been able to get going. I mean, his KDA is 1-2-3, but I mean, if we're talking about that mid lane compared to Wendy, who's 5-1-1, has a 2.5k net worth advantage, he's done quite well for himself in that mid lane.
Like I said, it's game 1, test of resilience, and for Illusion in this game 4, it's a test of resilience of how many Burning Sun arrows can he take.
Yeah, they've got him with the truth, though. And Xuan, but Haku is probably in a bad spot. Did not expect 5. Tried to thought about going for the steal, but Haku will back away. And it looks like Muchi picks up the red. That's going to help.
No, I feel like that was a good trade, though, right? I mean, Siri was there in the mid lane, opening it up. He's getting stunned here. Infinite Vastness has to be procced, but they get the T2 as well. So, again, good demonstration.
Yeah, good play there. Haku just kind of playing with his food a little bit, going in and out. Doesn't want to fully commit for that one, but with Siri's ult on cooldown. Oh, but Xuan looking to go in for this one. He finds Haku. He goes with the truth. He's got the formlessness. Oh, but the Blood Rage keeping him alive, and he flies on out of there. He's going to fly first class.
Yeah, Xuan in this game force like the boogeyman. We know he's in the brush, but Nongshim don't. And then when they are very unsuspected, they're like, oh, man, where is he? Is he going to come in and like lay some truth on me? What's going to happen? But right now, we're seeing Nongshim turn around to the kill lead in their favor.
Yeah, it's like we're like watching a horror movie, and we're like, we see the killer just see the other guys, and you know he's gonna come out of the closet, he's gonna just ambush them, and you're yelling at the screen, and be like, no, don't go in the closet. And we were trying to keep Haku alive, but our screams were, you know, not effective, but still Haku does survive.
Yeah, pick the left door, not the right one. He's in there, the killer's there, run.
They never listen. I don't understand.
It's like they can't hear us.
But Burning Sun arrow missed yet again. Faye definitely maneuvers around that one, and that's out of cooldown. And again, we haven't really seen the impact of the Hou-Yi. Obviously, there's been some Burning Sun arrows that have turned into kills, but you know, it's kind of like that mid to late game where you're up close, where the arrow is really not as effective because the stun isn't as long. So that's kind of why you don't really see this hero as like a top tier farm lane.
I feel like they're kind of creating an illusion. Like they're trying to make sure that Nongshim forget the fact that they got a Hou-Yi. So when it gets into those later team fights, we can see him just literally spending most of his time in Nova's jungle, just trying to get those Crimson Golems up. So when it actually does come through, he's going to deal a lot of damage because he's got the Doomsday, he's got the Sparkforged Dagger, and he's got the Sky Piercer as well, almost Daybreaker.
Yeah, he's got a lot of potential for that damage, right? And he's going to be scary, but it looks like Nongshim right now going to be aggressive, going to try to take over the map. Look at how Xuan patiently waiting in the little bush here. Faye will spot him out. Xuan gets back to safety. Looks like they're going to just look to defend in their base.
Yeah, I mean, this is looking like it's very
Burning
close.
Sun arrow connecting, finds onto Faye. They have the couple plays, and they have the burst damage with Wendy. Nice little setup. The Chaos Cinder, the Dream Roam, keeping CY alive. Nongshim have only 4 members, but it looks like they're going to continue to just stick around a little bit longer.
Yeah, we fade down. I feel like there's not going to be as much like phase check-in as they should be, because he was basically there for that, because he knows that you can just use the unending sorrow just to get out of there, just completely dodge the truth mantras, but then also heal himself up. But right now, this is looking like a bit of a shaky setup here for Nongshim. They need to make sure they don't lose this Overlord.
Yeah, but it's tough without Faye, right? You're trying to fight this 4 versus 5. Maybe you go for the steal. Haku is there, does have the smite if they want to go. It's going to be so close, and it looks like Wendy with those blades. He's just been an absolute monster, securing all of those things. But Haku looking to go for the Skyfall. They're going to look to go Golden, trying to stay alive, but Kyung9 just doing some damage, but Wendy's going to be killed. But he trades with Kyung. Siri continuing to go, finds Muchi. It's a triple kill for Siri, gets those pickoffs, and my gosh, has he been turning it on. It looks like they want to go for a little bit more. They found Schwan, they found Waypit, who was looking to split push, and Faye. It's roam on roam action. I don't know if we should call the cops or let them go at it.
I feel like I'm falling asleep with this chase because they're both just so slow. He's just like, come on, just do something. Just watching it, just prodding it. But no, this is a great opening up here for Nongshim. Burning Sorrow does connect, but is it going to be enough to deter them from this crystal?
Yeah, Muchi. Oh, so low, but Muchi does go. Okay, he does end up trading for this one. He trades with Haku, but they don't really have the minions. They need to burst this down 5 seconds before CY is done. It looks like they do have the damage, and Nongshim get back in the series. It is tied up 2-2.
There we go. The comeback kings are coming back. They've taken 2 L's. They got the first dub, and now they get their second dub on the board. So it's not going to be a clean sweep for Nova. But is this on the precipice of the ultimate battle? I feel so. I can feel it in my bones, in my loins.
Yeah, okay. I don't need to know about your loins, but I think that I'm starting to feel that momentum as well, right? We knew that these two teams, with their draft strategies, were going to be on point, trying to force it out to that game, that penultimate battle, right? That's where we want to get to, and it's potentially, we're one step closer, but my gosh, these teams have been striking hard at one another. They've been trading blows. What a great game by Nongshim.
It was a really great game, and the fact that Nongshim could actually take the victory over Schwan's Dharma as well, the fact that that's now been exhausted. I mean, yes, we said in the draft that Siri got that lung pick and played it to utmost perfection, not only as just like melting down the enemy heroes, but melting down those turrets. He was definitely playing a great macro game in that one.
Yeah, for sure. And it's a little unfortunate for them. Again, I'm thinking, I'm like, man, if Muchi had any other farm laner, I think they would have had a much better game, right? The whole Yi, just the impact. Okay, the Burning Sun arrows were great for setting it up and getting some of those kills, but it just seemed a little underwhelming. Like, Muchi was not able to do Muchi things. He's 2-3-5, wasn't really able to get going. And I mean, CY also on the Menki, a little underwhelming with his 1-4-5.
I mean, all carries need a break, right? And we can kind of see here the Ho Yi pick was meant to be that Wendy has his moment to shine because he gets a 6-2-1. And in that early game, it definitely had the impact that it needed. The Burning Sun Harrow just landing, then hit with the Dream Roll with a couple blades, was just absolutely beautiful. You can see here that that was their current method going forward, was Wendy being the carry with that 91k damage dealt. But unfortunately, as we got into the late game, it kind of fell off because more side of Nongshim was doing a lot more damage from the Angela, the Lung as well, and the deterrent that it is the Skyfall from Nazar was crazy.
Yeah, actually, like, what a great counter pick, right? The Ganon Mo, if he's able to free farm and to, again, with all of the Lian Po, you had, just the Dharma, you had all of this, like, meat shield in front of you, and it was really tough to get onto the back line, but even Siri jumping in, the MVP 515, flash flaming palms, he was going in aggressively with those infinite vastness, like, he was taking Loom to the next level.
Yeah, I mean, the fact that he committed that last infinite vastness in there, that to me was the signal, the green flag that Nongshim was onto a game for win. But yeah, at the beginning part, very shaky. The Burning Sun Arrow was very oppressive, like we see here. Dream Roll, couple blades, boom, you're gone.
Yeah, I mean, the way to get kills really well set up by, Muchi on those Burning Sun arrows. Every a single time he hit, he would get those kills. But this was one of those plays, right? Siri turning it around, killing Wendy, slowing him down. And I think he died very few times. But once he does get killed, there's Nova Esports are kind of left wanting. And this is CY running into that wall.
Yeah, a little bit of a Mr. Click there, I feel like, from CUI. It's just like, I thought I was meant to phase through wars. Who said dreams were a physical thing? It was definitely a spiritual manifestation, but it became a physical reality. But that was just a beautiful blind hit, a shot in the dark for Muchi.
Yeah, so I think, you know, Nongshim did a great job of just reacting to that. Like, they were, like, not hiding in predictable bushes anymore, right? They were definitely more mobile. This is the play where they do end up finding Siri for that one kill, but this is a fight that Nongshim wins, and they were able to kind of close them out. CY with, yeah, you're tanky, but you don't really do a whole lot of damage, and going to really struggle against this lineup here. Faye, taking that
Yeah,
Faye.
Yeah, I feel like that was a good placement, though, right? Yeah. She kind of put herself there, maybe knew that the burning scenario was going to come through from Muchi, because if they landed it onto the jungle of Nongshim, that could have been a steal of the Tyrant, right?
Yeah, and don't tell my other roam teammates, but sometimes it's okay to die as the roamer if you're going to take out big ults like that to save your team.
Again, chat, clip it. We need all the receipts we can get from Hauler just so we can keep him accountable going into 2025 on Kings Esports. But what a good, clean play here by Nongshim. A bit of a shaky start, but I feel like the fact that the whole Yi kind of comp fell off towards the end was definitely the pushing point that they needed. But it was the fact that they were able to maintain the goal lead that they were able to accumulate in that early game and just see it through all the way to the late game.
Yeah, really well played by Nongshim. Like, I mean, bouncing back into this series, 2-2, it's even, right? We've got, like, you know, it's the best of three, essentially. Yeah, you have all these global ban picks, and it's going to be tougher to draft, but it's getting enticing, right? It's going to be, you know, very interesting to see how these teams want to draft out. There's a lot of strategy, still a lot of good heroes out there, so we have still yet more to see from Honor of Kings Esports. There's a lot of games still yet to be played.
Yeah, we're on 2-2 scoreboard. Anything can happen at this point. We could see to a 3-2, 3-3, then ultimate battle. I mean, that would be the way we really want this grand final to be filled out, right? We saw it in the semifinals. We saw it in the knockouts, a few ultimate battles here and there. But to miss it out in the grand finals feels a bit criminal to me.
Yeah, it feels a bit criminal, especially without Kindofu on the cast as well. But let's talk a little bit more about that as we go take a little bit of a break before Game 5.
What's a life without its worth? Compromising with what hurts inside. When you let fear decide your fate, you don't choose which path to take in life. I'm finally letting go of everything that still holds me. I'm against all odds, but I won't give up, 'cause it's my time to shine. Standing in the spotlight, can no one let me down. Destiny is calling high and light. I'm not afraid to
Nongshim finding answers in Game 4, bouncing back, figuring out how to get even with Nova Esports, and setting it up for a final potential 2 or 3 more games as we go into this one. My name is Holland. With me is Blam. Grand Finals. Could you have asked for anything more?
Absolutely not. I mean, Nongshim definitely living up to the name of the Nongshim Noodles, just brewing in the broth to get that game for a win. But as the updated global ban picks and Loom taken off for both teams, and we see that some of the more kind of pocket picks definitely coming through from Nongshim, and more so help Nongshim get the victory over the likes of Nova, right? Nova are more so the kind of like traditional conservative picks, whereas Nongshim RedForce are like, hey, we're going to go for a little bit of an offhand pick and still manage to get the win. So maybe is where Nongshim shine over the bright Nova.
Yeah, but if Nongshim noodles are going to be boiling for a long time, they're not going to taste very good. They're not going to do very well. I'm worried about that now that you've kind of brought that up, because again, with this series is going late. Are they going to be kind of like, noodles that are kind of been overcooked, or are they going to be able to be like that perfect ripeness of those noodles as you go into this one? Because again, it's all about this game here.
Like I said, I didn't ever just cook in a single noodles. Every time they lose, we throw it out, and then we just go in for another start from, and then just try it on to perfection game. Right, so we definitely these tools in that little bit of a break we had. I mean, metaphorically, I sped myself because there's just not enough time to eat. But this time around, are we going to cook perfection, or are we going to get some more soggy, overcooked noodles?
Yeah, I hope we don't do that. I was going to say, because I was like, hey, if you've got those overcooked noodles, I might take them at this point. I might eat on the side because I am a little on the hungrier side. But Nongshim here looks like the draft is going to be underway. My Luna instant bans on this one. Nova banning out the Dharma, who had Juan has just played. Unfortunately for them, they did lose with him.
They did lose with him, but it does mean that Nongshim gets the green into the Orgrin. So Orgrin is going to go over to Haku. So hopefully we can get a performance on here with Nongshim, right? Because if they don't perform with the Orgrin, it's going to be a little bit of a stinger, a bit of a wounder, as we say in the UK. But looking over to Nova, we get the Shangguan, which is going to be super duper interesting. Are we going to see another Wendy carry game?
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of setting it up for it, right? I mean, Wendy only played 3 times thus far. It's 2-1. It has had some play, right? And we do know that Wendy can play this hero, but add it with a Dolia, now you got 2 finishing strokes. Nice little combination, nice little pair picking.
But speaking of that, we got the Dolia, we got the Diadea coming through from Nongshim. They are looking for this Game 5 to put in their back pocket, but that's going to be really good against the Shangguan, right? Using those bit of farewells just to try and lock it down. But the one thing they need to make sure is that the Diadea, so Faye, doesn't overextend and then gets the full ferocity of that final stroke.
Yo, I love the way Nongshim drafts, right? Because this Game 5, you go all in, right? You must win this game. You pick your best heroes. And yeah, so what? In the next game, if you lose that one, fine. But then it resets in the ultimate battle. So this is a perfect time. And again, you're setting up momentum. You're setting up a lot of, pace for what you want to do. This is a great time to be drafting, again, your best heroes.
Yeah, I mean, the Ganon mode, they want to put Illusion on the pick that Wendy had such great potential with, especially in that early game of the previous game. But they are going to fresh it out onto the side of Nova with the Marco Polo. So again, we could be seeing 2 Fever through. Will we see the cleanse, or will we see the double strat that we've seen sometimes on some of these players when they go for the frigid charge, but then also go for the stun?
Yeah, but look at how Nongshim have drafted. Even with this Ganon Mo, it just kind of, again, those couple blades. You saw the power of it in the last game where Wendy was able to just kind of, just slice and dice people, right? He was absolutely amazing, doing a whole bunch of damage. Oh, but Nova, they go to the Malaysia special, and they're going to go with the Agudo pick. Wow.
Yep, the one that caught us off with KC 2024, right? When BSC just brought it out. It was like, but it makes perfect sense, right? There's already a lot going on in the side lane and in the mid lane, so you need a jungle that's not going to need as much as tender loving care as the Polo and the Shangguan. But looking over to Nongshim, the Fang coming through here for Siri. I don't know about this one. It's been a little bit hit and miss in this tournament.
it hasn't been the greatest, but I think that with everything else, the Ogren, Dia, and again, I was like talking about just going all in, but then it looks like they're going to change the pace a bit. They're going to go with the Foods to kind of round out that draw. But again, I think that the Agudo pick has kind of thrown them off. That Wild Growth could do some immense damage, and then they round their draft off with this Sun Tzu.
And they paired it with the Dolia as well, right? So not only could we get the final stroke, we could get 2 set sails, 2 fever barrages, so much utility on this Dolia. But I do like the Futsu pickup here from Kyung9 because he's able to lock down the Shangguan. So if she tries to go anywhere, Sage's Smite, buddy, you're kind of like a dog on a chain.
Yeah, that's going to really help them. I mean, it's a great counter pick. And plus in that top lane, you're kind of like, man, how many Clash laners are left? The Guan Yu was banned, the Dharma, as well as all the ones that they picked in with this global ban pick. So they were kind of, you're kind of worried about that. But again, it really comes down to this Agudo for me, right? That spacing that it provides, it doesn't matter if you can walk over with your Path of Passing from that Haku, Ogren, but it's still going to kind of restrict, the movements in those team fights.
Yeah, I feel like you could have gone for something like the Lubu, especially having the Dolly there as well, just to kind of try and save the Sunset for a little bit later on. But it's like you were saying, you get into that point of almost the ultimate draft. So even if you do burn out some of these and you're able to get the win on the board, that all gets reset in the ultimate battle.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, though, I'm looking at these drafts, and I like both, to be honest. But I think that just the, I think the Nongshim one, the boost, is he able to lock it down? There's going to be a lot of pressure on Kyung9, just ensuring that you just kind of make sure that Wendy isn't able to get away. Because if he's able to do his damage and get out, it's just going to be super frustrating.
Yeah, I mean, as long as you're not sort of like, right? Because, I mean, that's the point where one a lot of damage is when you're all on your own. But if you're able to kind of like cover and just soak it as a team, I don't think it's going to be as useful as we think it is. But it's on Wendy, right? This is not just any kind of mid laner. This is Nova Esports Wendy. The guy that got like 3 MVPs yesterday in his one series. Absolutely crazy.
Yeah, absolutely crazy. One of the best players on this team. I mean, this is a team that's been sticking around. They haven't hit the pinnacle in terms of championships and the wins just as of yet. But this is the closest they've gotten, and the fact that they're here and having a great chance. I mean, it's 2-2, but there's been no other champion but the Malaysians. So you're thinking that this is a team that is destined for glory here.
It was top 3. They're top 2 right now. So like the furthest that ever they're almost taste. Hey, that idea in the early part of the game, Faye was putting a lot of pressure onto the Shangguan to the fact that they've actually had to recall so early. So again, that's going to kind of stunt the growth of the dominance in the mid lane. And Illusion was actually landing those couple blades very well.
Yeah, and look at this. It looks like both teams have decided to do a little bit of a lane swap. Kyung9 is in the bottom lane with Xuan there. But they're going to just like leave Muchi alone to kind of, fend for himself. I think that Siri's going to need Faye to kind of provide a little bit of space so that he can get that farm. Give him an advantage. Fang is definitely not as good as Marco Polo, I would say.
Oh, no, absolutely not. Because, I mean, Marco Polo kind of completely relies on that attack speed. So getting a few of those items on the board, and then that's it, your optimal kind of performance. And then from that point, it's just about proccing that true damage come through. But right now, it's definitely looking like a bit more of a stalemate on the side of Nova. A little bit of a repeat of game 2.
Oh, they're going to go.
Oh, yeah, potential. The Wavebreaker does come in. Connecting is going to be not quite. Haku is looking pretty low. Oh, he has to use this Conductor of Souls to dodge the set sail, but it keeps him alive.
Yeah, when I saw him go back, I was like, what is he doing? I was like, oh, he's level 4. He can Conductor of Souls. He has that, but he dodges it out. He gets hit by the boat. He's giving up first blood. So Haku playing it very well, ensuring that he's surviving, but almost a good opportunity by Nova Esports.
Yeah, just so you would never use the Conductor of Souls that way, but the Fever Barrage just come through. It's doing a lot of damage onto Siri, but he can still roll out of there if he really wants to. But oh, the dash. Oh, it's Muji with the first blood. I mean, for the side of Nova, that's exactly where you want it to go.
Yeah, and this is kind of why I think Faye needs to really stick with him, ensure he stays alive.
Oh, finishing stroke. It's going to go to multiple targets. It's not going to quite hit as much as hard as it needs to, but that is the set sail that is going to hit hard. Kyung9 does go down thanks to CY, and that's going to be a double over to Nova.
Yeah, just really nice boat. And Juan has just been like, oh, all of the revenge for that game 1 monster game that Kyung9 had with all of his boats. So he's just like, payback, man, payback. And he ends up getting revenge there.
No, it was a solid double kill. It's definitely what Nova needed. They had a bit of heart in that the mid lane there to begin with, and then after that, it's kind of just like, right, okay, beta. I mean, they've used the Conductor Assault to dodge us once, but how many times can they do that? But the finishing stroke coming through, the untargetability though, oh, it's just going to be enough to keep.
You want to go?
But going in again, oh, it's Haku. He's going to be the backline defense for Siri.
Yeah, Faye was there to keep him alive. I mean, just bitter farewell to just kind of slow him down. Wendy went all in on that one, tried to get the pick off onto Siri. He's already died once, and having him die a second time in less than 4 minutes, that would have been a disaster. So Faye did everything that he could to keep him alive, and just barely survives here.
Yeah, we can kind of see in this replay how, I mean, this is the first blood, right? Taking down of Siri there, but this is a beautiful set sail. They go over the wall. It's then a dominant display there from Schwan, just getting it, helping to aid a double kill to CY. But right now, Nova is just ahead in the gold, not as far ahead as what Nongshim were, but they got to make sure, like they did in game 4, sorry, they need to just make sure they get that gold lead.
Yeah, I think they just need to just slow down, right? They need the space, is just get whatever's on their side of the map. Obviously, if you convey, take it. But again, this is the Haku show. It's like, how much farm does he end up getting? This is his Ogren, man. And it's one of his top 3 heroes. And you just got to give him space and time, and he will carry you out of this one. And Siri has a little bit of, pressure on him, on the Fang. Definitely not his top tier hero, but he just needs to stay alive.
Oh, Faye may get caught out here. We do see the bit of farewell having the flash over the wall as well. Destiny counter just to try to keep away the fur ball, but I feel like this is what Nova's doing. Okay, no, I'm going to leave that point for a little bit later. Nongshim are going in a little bit here. Already damaged. Wade Pitt is having to escape there. But as I was saying, before I was rudely interrupted before that team fight, is that Nova is doing what Nongshim should have done when Nova drafted the orb, putting a lot of pressure onto this pick. So he's not getting that freedom that when CY had it, Haku is not getting that same kind of privilege.
Yeah. I mean, Nova Esports have done a great job of just arrowing in who the biggest threat to them is. Haku is that guy, right? Siri and Kyung, I mean, and Illusion, all of these guys are great, don't get me wrong, but I think that if you're going to talk about Nongshim in general, Haku is the guy. If you limit his farm, where, he's been able to get some of the most kills in this entire tournament, you're going to have a good time. And I think that they've tried to force Haku to play their game, which is a limited come-from-behind type of game.
So far, we can see that. But right now, Nova are still a little bit ahead of the gold. Again, it's only by a few hundred. So it's only one rung step that they make. And we could see Nongshim actually just abuse them for it. But Wendy is on the prowl, right? He's trying to get that finishing stroke procced it onto the side of Nongshim. But they're all together. Here we go. A lot of damage going over to CY. That big heal came through. It's going to be the Kobe from Haku. We do see the set sail completely missed it, but it is going to be used as a bit of a transport for the side of Nova. But now Wendy comes through with a finishing stroke. It is going to be a 3-1 trade. They do get a takedown onto Muchi, but how long is left of Haku? And the answer is not very long.
Yeah, you cannot get away from Wendy. The fact that he was on the back line, he was finding all the weak points. He was forcing him to get out. He had that finishing stroke. Everything was just on point. And this is why Wendy is just so scary. I mean, yeah, he's great with those Ganemo, the standard, very static type of heroes. But when he's playing things like the Shangguan or the Mai, he is high flying, high risk, all the way in your back line, blowing you up, getting all those kills. Wendy is a monster in the mid lane.
Oh, yes. I mean, we saw a little bit of a try and bait them onto the Wave Pit there. Wave Pit was like, hey, come get me. I mean, Wendy's not here, I promise. Wink, wink. And then all of a sudden, we see that 2 more members of Nova are here. They're trying to find a victim. Oh, right on top of Haku. But he's not the kind of guy you want to do that onto. He's got a lot of sustain, but right now, he's definitely feeling it. But it is going to be Wendy being taken down there. So that's a lot of damage, a lot of mobility on the side of Nova being taken down.
Look, I complimented Wendy. I was talking about how he was just it got to his head, right? It just he went over aggressive, tried to dive, tried to go with Haku of all things, who's probably one of the tankier, most sustainable heroes out there. But now Nova Esports looking to defend this mid T1. Not the greatest play by Wendy, though.
No, not the greatest. A bit overzealous there. He's thinking, hey, you know what? I've done it once. I'll do it again. But now he's kind of like, oh, maybe I shouldn't be putting them at the helm of me just being overconfident. But it's still a good place to be in, right? we see that Nongshim and Nova have both basically pushed those side lanes, and that's where there could be trouble.
Yeah, it looks like they're going to go for the boat. He's going to go the long way around.
No.
Doesn't actually? Okay,
it
doesn't
connect. Yeah, but it's not going to be optimal, right?
Yeah, not really going to be optimal. I mean, that wild growth just slowing it down. Like, Nongshim don't want any of that action. They're just going to kind of stay on their side of that growth. And just ensure that they're just continuing to just slow siege. Nongshim right now, yes, they're behind, but in terms of like map control, it's a slight edge in favor of Nova Esports. So at some point, Nongshim really need to be a little bit more aggressive.
I liked how they didn't want any of the wild growth, but was happy to take some of the splendid revolvers to the face. I was just like, which one do you want to take? Do you like nature or do you like guns more?
I'll take the bullets, sir.
They're not going to hit as hard.
Screw nature. But Nongshim finding ways. Yeah. I'm not gonna take long walks on the, in the jungle. No, I want to go where the bullets fly and roam free.
Haku was wanted to go straight to the shooting range clearly, but right now Nova are ahead just ever so slightly in the gold lead. Again, this is something that's been sort of climbing out of their grasp very slowly but surely. But we want to make sure that it is not going to be Kyung9 getting caught out here into the top lane. He's able to actually run out of there thanks to the Sage's Smite, but here is a set sail. Does it connect onto the back line? Oh, nicely done. Keeps the idea out that early part of the team fight. Haku is looking pretty bruised, but speaking of bruised, it may be Faye. He's first down. CY claims the kill, and then Siri to follow.
Yeah, they just had so much damage. I mean, Haku had his Conductor of Souls, and he was trying to out-heal it, and he just barely gets back to safety. But Siri and Faye were already compromised in their poor positioning. They thought the fight was going to happen, but once the retreat call was made, they were caught out in no man's land, and they paid with their lives. Nova Esports finding ways to get those kills, really taking advantage and turning it into neutrals.
Yeah, I mean, that Sage's Smite didn't quite hit the way they wanted to. Wendy's able to keep Illusion out of that pit there, but his death. No one is gonna land, but it does come straight on time. These minions into the T2, into the farm lane. So the Nova are actually coming back from a weaker game in terms of the turret takedowns, because they were still behind by the T1 in the mid lane, able to take that T2 down into the farm lane. He's gonna put a lot of pressure onto Nongshim.
Yeah, a lot of pressure, and I mean they haven't been able to answer what Nova have been throwing at them, right? I mean, Kyung9 has kind of been not the greatest with the foods. He hasn't been able to kind of have that impact of just like being able to control Wendy and kind of lock him down. We haven't seen too much of that. Like most of the fights have just been like Wendy going in, CY with that snowball, and Xuan with those boats have just made Nongshim's lives miserable.
Yeah, it's definitely looking like it's brewing up to be something here into the mid lane and just beating all those skills. There to Kyung9, but there's Fever Barrage takes down into the backline. Faye is down, takes down Kyung9 as well. That is a huge pickup here for Nova. They are trying to get some minions. That's all they're missing here to cook and try and get some of these high ground turrets.
Yeah, and this is the power, right? Just the Agudo just up in front, so tanky and just so annoying to deal with. And they're able to get in on you and burst you down. I mean, Xuan has been on point. The Sun Tzu, there's a reason why it's one of the best heroes in Season 3, because it sets up so many of the kills.
Oh yes, the finishing stroke once more, just trying to just push away Haku, just doing a lot of damage, just keep him suppressed under the turret, but he's not having a great time here. Again, going back in for another one. He's going to be able to take down Illusion, though is Haku staying alive, but this is definitely looking like Nongshim's on the back ropes.
Yeah, I mean, look at Wendy's going in, doing so much damage, getting that burst, but he's surviving. That's like the biggest difference maker, right? Wendy understanding the absolute limits of the hero, understanding when he needs to get out, when he's at danger, and when he can get those kills. I mean, yeah, there was the one time he dove the T1 mid trying to get Haku. That was probably like his one mistake, but Wendy has played phenomenally.
Yeah, very, very well. It's like they're definitely, like we said in the last game, they've kind of shifted the tide of the carry right now. Like Muchi did it in game 2 and game 3, and they were just like, right, okay, we need to kind of like, Muchi needs a break. We need to give it over to Wendy, and that's exactly what's happening, and it's working very well.
Yeah, it's perfect. I mean, those two have been playing well, and then you also have Xuan and CY Waypin. All of these guys, the supporting cast on, the Wendy and Muchi show has been so phenomenal. Like, the team is gelling well together, and the reason why they're in the grand finals.
Yep, there we go. It just connect onto Faye there, so it might be enough to keep them from the high ground turret, but no, Haku was like, no, we'll use the Papa Pass in just to give a little bit more pressure on there, let the minions just circulate through that high ground turret. But it just seems like a little bit of a stalemate here for Nongshim. They have now fallen behind by at least 8k gold, which is definitely not where you want to be when your back's towards the high ground turrets.
Yeah, it's so sizable at this point. I mean, the Vanguards are going to push, but go.
Oh, yep. I mean, not quite landing onto anybody. It's just going to be the finishing stroke, just being very oppressive there onto Haku, just doing a lot of damage, not claiming any kills, but they're able to get the high ground turret up into the clash lane. So just fighting on two fronts, but still getting objectives when no one's even present up there.
Yeah, no real chance. The Wild Growth just zoning them away. It looks like they will hold, at least for now. But again, the Vanguards in the top lane, something they need to take note of. Nova are like, hey, we don't actually need to force this down. We can play a little bit safer. We'll take a Shadow Tyrant as soon as it's up.
Yeah, you can see that Haku is almost like 6-slotted as well. He's got the Ominous Premonition, he's got the Eye of the Phoenix, he's got Blood Rage, but it's still not quite enough to kind of just go in there and dictate the battle of the phase of the battle. But it's a set sail that is going to be the initiator there. But is Illusion taking down Wendy firsthand? And maybe not just that, down goes CY as well, as the neutral objectives are up. Siri putting in the work onto Shuan into the back lane. This means that Nongshim can come back here. They just need to make sure they defend the base. Guys, nobody go back. There's a mid lane there.
Yeah, there's going to be a mid lane. Somebody has to recall. I don't think they've gotten the heads up as of yet. That's going to be a little bit of damage. Okay, now the recalls are starting to happen, but my gosh, what a great team fight by Nongshim, being able to kind of go in. By the way, this is a little worrying for me, but they're going to continue on. They want to open up the map. I mean, you're thinking, hey, why don't I go for the Tyrant? It's because you have 5 members down. This is a great opportunity to push. If you're open to, if you do take a T3, you have a way to backdoor and potentially win the game.
Yeah, this is looking like a good comeback here for Nongshim. I feel like the hesitation back was them just deciding who went back, because if they sent, I mean, Kyung9 and both Siri would be able to just run down that turret into the high ground turret, but having that ranged, it would definitely help secure it a lot faster for the side of Nongshim. So I feel like it was just like dictating who went back, but make sure they don't drop this higher it, because those finishing strokes are going to really hit hard.
Yeah. Oh, Wendy going in again.
Straight into the back line, trying to take out Siri, but he's going to get taken down once more. Haku is here to claim some more kills onto the side of Nova. It looks like the Shawan maybe get caught out there, having to use the boat defensively for the first time in this series.
What an uncharacteristic mistake by Wendy. Being overly aggressive, then got caught out. All 5 members had him locked down, ensure that they got the kill, and protected Siri. That's the biggest thing. I'm sure he was frustrated because he was constantly being targeted by Wendy. But let me talk a little bit about that last team fight. Not this one, the one previous to this, where Faye actually tanked the boat. That is what he needs to do, which is unfortunate for a roam player, but he stayed alive because he was able to heartlink back to safety. I mean, if everyone is grouped and 3-man gets stunned, you're going to lose that team fight, but Faye doing a great job of just body block.
Yeah, you can imagine the comms coming through for Faye. Faye, you're going to have to block the... Oh, man, really? I'm going to have to take that shot and hope to survive. But yeah, he's doing it very, very well here. But they're just trying to kind of just bait a bit of Nova here. They know that Nova's feeling the heat now. They're going to be careful, but also be careful of Schwan down into the bot lane.
Yeah, I mean, Faye was like, okay, I can tank that boat because I know it's the Titanic. They will fall. We're going to be able to take it out. And they did take down Schwan. I mean, they took almost everyone out on this one. But let's talk a little bit about the network here. The game is completely shifted. Nongshim are actually up right now.
They're up right now, yeah. I mean, they just got to make sure they keep that up going, right? The only way is up, baby. But they've got to make sure they don't get hit by that boat. And again, the boat did not hit. They are definitely feeling the pressure on the side of Nova. The things are not connecting the way they did before.
Yeah, definitely not. I mean, boat is on cooldown. This is an opportunity to kind of group up, to kind of go in a bit. Haku going to be a little bit aggressive here.
Yeah, using the precipice to slow down Wendy, but maybe that might just be the bite that they needed. Oh, the bit of farewell is going to be enough. Oh, Illusion! Going in with those clutch, but it's going to be the Fever of the Barrage into the back line. Illusion stays alive for a very small moment, but then it's the Sage's Sanctuary that makes sure that Muchi goes down as well. So that's a 2-1 trade for
the mid lane
again, but mid lane, they have to be careful. We see Kyung9 going back as well.
Yeah, I mean, this is an opportunity. They got the pick off. I mean, Illusion did die, so, I mean, it's going to slow this one down, but Nongshim potentially looking to end this game. The Wild Growth will slow the minions down even further, but this is an opportunity. Siri does some serious damage.
Yeah, the minions on both fronts, right? They need to try and take a fight, or at least get into the high ground, the crystals territory here. And right now, they're trying to do it, but it is going to be Schwan that's just keeping it alive. Is he going to be able to do enough damage? No. He gets a Sage of Sanctuary taken down from him, so the second wind has gone. But that was a clutch purchase there. Wendy on the run, trying to get the finishing stroke onto Kyung9. He's going to do a lot of damage, but not able to close the gap to deal another one.
Yeah, what a good call to retreat at that point. I mean, Wendy was coming up, Xuan was going to be up, and then they were like, okay, we can't take this fight. The potential was there. They actually threatened ending the game at this stage. Nongshim right now take the Shadow Overlord, Tempest Dragon about 90 seconds away. It's setting itself up for a nail-biter to the end in this game.
Yep, Nova definitely looking like they're on the back ropes now, where Nongshim were for the 2 games in a row, and they're feeling like, hey, we want to give you that same kind of pressure and see if you crack under it. We didn't. We have the resilience, but I feel like the call back to go and get the Overlord was a good call.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, they're regrouped. They're full life right now. Haku is this beast up front, but going.
Oh, into the backlight is Xuan there, just trying to take out Siri and is able to effectively, but that is a 1-1 trade overall. Xuan goes down, Fever Barrage into the backlight. Illusion goes down. That's a lot of damage on the side of Nongshim already gone. Now, but it's Faye getting the 1v1, all that revenge from those finishing strokes that he's had to endure this entire game. But 2 Sage's Sanctuaries up. We have Nongshim going into this one. They are trying to finish off this game 5 from Nova Esports. Did we think it would be this close? Not quite, but Nova are giving their darndest try to take it down, but it is Nongshim getting the 3-2 win here. Only 1 win away to take the championship.
Absolute chills in that game. The fact that Nongshim were able to bounce back, finding Wendy a couple too many times for Nova Esports good, and ending up finding ways to win this game. CY and Waypit, they don't really have that whole lot of damage. Yes, they're tanky, and they were kind of slowing it down a bit, but once Haku got all that net worth, he was doing so much damage, and my gosh, what a turn of events. Nova Esports, the elimination game coming up, Nongshim RedForce could actually win this. They're up 3-2. That is crazy.
I mean, they're up 3-2, but this is 2 teams that have been crowned the comeback kings, and that's the way they've been able to get into this grand final. So there is still hope for Nova to come back into this to make it a 3-3, which would then take it to the ultimate battle, which would be the ultimate write-off of Season 3 Invitational. But you saw how Nova looked on stage towards the end there. I mean, we saw Wei Pit was rubbing his eyes. He's like, he's feeling it.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, look, it's long, right? When you went to the ultimate battle yesterday, it's tiring, strenuous, all of the above. And I mean, both teams went through one yesterday. But going into today, having to do it yet again, and to be honest, if I were Nova Esports, you're kind of thinking they had a little bit of a favorite, that they were kind of just have an easier road, so to speak. But Nongshim, never say die, finding ways to win.
Yeah, I mean, Haku on this Organ was exactly the performance they needed, considering the early game was very shaky for Nongshim. Because like I was saying, the side of Nova were putting on the pressure to Haku, not giving him that room to breathe, but he still managed to find the way through. And just, again, we have to give a props to Illusion. He did die a little bit more towards the end there, but being able to sort of kind of keep himself safe and do 191k damage, that's 36% of the entire team's damage, is surely that's going to be either between Haku or Illusion for MVP worthy.
Yeah, I mean, but I think at the end of the day, I want to talk about the coach on this one, because when you're losing, and look at this like 13-14 minute mark, the gold swing is so heavily favored for Nova Esports. For RedForce to be like, you know, we still have a chance. We just need to continue fighting. I think that speaks a lot, like in terms of like the resolve of the team and just being well coached. But the MVP on that one, Haku, clearly, right? 10-1-3, his damage, 27%, but he was an absolute monster in terms of taking all of that damage with 40%. Haku, whew, scary on this Augur.
He's giving the peace out. He was like, yeah, I'm peacing out with the path of passing. See you later, guys. I'm going to retreat, come back in, dodge your ultimates with my Conductor of Souls. We've never really seen that before in the Season 3 Invitational. But hey, you've got to see the unseeing to get to the champion heights, right? But right now, we're seeing those highlights to see how Nongshim actually got that clear comeback in this Game 5.
Yeah, there were so many good moments from Nova Esports, and they were definitely winning. And you're kind of thinking, like even Haku on this one, he's going to be killed. Yes, he gets the kill onto Muchi, but there were like, okay, Nova Esports, now in the driver's seats, they're figuring it out. But then if you're noticing that each of the team fights from like the 7-minute mark on, Juan was really not able to hit those monster set sails. Like those boats weren't as effective. That's a nice little two-man one there. But there was a certain moment where everybody spaces out. Nongshim play the positioning game and do very well in those team fights.
Yeah, I mean, when that switch flicks, when you get so close to tasting victory, when you get your enemy team down to like what I think it was like 2 higher ground turrets, that's when you're like, right, guys, we got this. But then when your enemy team claps you back, and then you're having to take like that knock on the chin to be like, okay, that's not meant to have happened. And you can kind of see why Shawan was able to not land those set sails. But it goes to say that Nongshim really brought this one back from the edge of death going into this next fight.
Yeah, they did a great job. Yeah, 100% agree. You know, they were able to just dig deep. But they actually did it by finding Wendy a lot of those times. I mean, like, if Wendy is able to... I mean, if everyone else from Nova is just going in and then Wendy just, like, free-firing from afar, he's going to have a great time. But Wendy's kind of got caught out. And the target prioritization from Nongshim was ensuring that, hey, if we're going to go in, we got to find Wendy, we're going to kill her, and then just, you know, let Nova fight this 4 versus 5. And you're mitigating a lot of damage because it's pretty much Muchi by himself.
And you can see towards like the latter part of these team fights as well that Marco Polo tried to go towards the back line. So Muchi just trying to take out Illusion in the like, I'm probably going to say like the last 3 team fights. But then Haku was like, no, we've seen what you've done once and we're going to sort of kind of stalk around that area. We know what your target is going to be. And Nongshim was, because they made that quick change in the way that they were positioning in these team fights, meant that they were able to win this one.
Crazy game. Crazy series thus far. And I want to see this go to the ultimate battle. But first, we're going to take a little bit of a break before we go into Game 6.
What's a life without its worth? Compromising with what hurts inside. When you let fear decide your fate, you don't choose which path to take in life. I'm finally letting go of everything that still holds me. I'm against all odds, but I won't give up, 'cause it's my time to shine. Standing in the spotlight, can no one let me down. Destiny is calling high and light. I'm not afraid to fight for everything I love. Victory is on my side. The more we lose, the more we gain. The more that nothing stays the same in time. Can't love ever, can't forget. What you see is what you get sometimes. Gonna show the world tonight the light that shines inside us. We're against the odds, but we won't give up, 'cause it's our time to shine. Standing in the spotlight, can no one break us down. Destiny is calling high and light. We're not afraid to fight for everything we
We are on the precipice of victory for Nongshim RedForce. All they need to do is take one more point away from Nova Esports, the current region that holds as much champions as possible in the Honor of Kings global esports scene. I am Blam, and with me is Hauler. How did we imagine that it would go this far?
Honestly, I don't think anyone really had Nongshim RedForce on their bingo card, right? In the grand finals, and they're on the edge, potentially winning on this one. I think they've shaken it all up, right? This is absolutely crazy. The fact they're in the position, this is a team that has seemed like, all of the times that were slighted, the fact that they were never able to play, make it to the international stage, and you're seeing just the culmination of all of the years and experience and just being well coached to get to this position where you could potentially be the grand finalist.
Well, going into this one, Nova is choosing the side that's been pretty much the side of victory in all of this series, the blue side. There's not been a single game, I believe, that has actually won on the red side. So maybe, just maybe, Nova is on the winning composition here. But I feel like with this one, Nova Esports, if they get to Ultimate Battle, Nova wins. If Nongshim wins this one, champions, baby.
Yeah, no, I agree. But here's the thing, right? It's still Nova Esports. They still have plenty of options. I think that if you're looking at drafts alone, there's still a good number of heroes that are available, and Nova Esports are going to be fine in that regard. Nongshim right now need to put their best foot forward. Of course, this is Game 6, right? It doesn't matter moving on about saving picks for later on games. You're going to have an ultimate battle potentially after this one. Nongshim looking to close this one out. I think it's super key. You do not want to go to that ultimate battle.
Yeah, they're still denying Kyung 9 of that Dharma. This is the point where in this best of 5, where the banning phase becomes the ultimate menace, right? Like the fact it denies so many picks that you could just choose to run this battle down is just like, it's the raid boss, right? Like the fact that they banned out the Dharma, they banned out the Ali, banned out Luna, banned out Mai Shiranui, but they're seeming to lock in Sakir here. So could we be seeing a Shoryu pick for the side of Nova?
Yeah, to be honest, I'm kind of thinking the Secure is going to be there just as like it's not showing us our hand or showing our hand of where we want to go with the draft. It's kind of opening things up, and they realize that this could be a bit of a wonkier draft, something that we haven't really seen from Nova. They do have some pocket drafts, right? But Nongshim, they're going to counter with the Liu Bang. We see this guy on the Kyung 9. He does very well with this hero.
Yeah, it still gives him that same kind of global presence as Sunset does, right? But he doesn't quite hit as hard. But pairing that up with a solid front line like the Lian Po, it could be what they need on the side of Nongshim. I feel like if they lack damage in this one like they did in Game 2, then it could be just going straight to the best of the ultimate battle. But Nova definitely holding out the D-Ranger here. I was saying it, I was like, hey, why have they gone for the whole year? They have the RNG still up. But this is why they was waiting for this moment.
Yeah, and this is why, again, you just got to make sure that you're stock taking and ensuring that you have good heroes when the games are the tournament lives are at stake, right? Getting it in this moment, pivotal, right? Game 6, this is the moment you got to just unleash. You got to take everything at this point.
Yeah, Nongshim are like, you know what? Let me go for the Shangguan. Let me show you how we do it in Korea.
Wow, absolutely. Look, Illusion, he's a high-flying guy. Almost similar to Wendy. We just haven't seen too much tape of him in comparison to what Wendy has done on that international stage. But Illusion, very mechanically skilled, very sound with his movements. The only thing that he needs to do, obviously, Wendy didn't have the greatest game on Shangguan, kind of did falter at times. Illusion needs to play safe. If he's going to look to go, and the potential with chaos and havoc that's provided by the Lian Po as well as Liu Bang going in with that protection, you might have a better time.
Yeah, the thing I'm trying to struggle to feel like where Nongshim's going to go with this draft, especially the jungle, right? Like, they have Monkey, but I feel like that's too much frontline. It's too much Dream Roll. It could be effective, but they need more damage. And right now, they have the Liu Bang. Maybe it's going to be up at the Clash Lane on Kyung 9. They have Lian Po. That is Faye's pick. They go for the Marco Polo. So, okay, some more damage coming out. But we saw how it didn't quite start for Muchi until it was a little bit too late in that last game.
Yeah, it didn't really get going. I think it just kind of struggled more in the laning phase. But the Foods, the counter picks, right? Exactly what Nongshim did last game. They're bringing it themselves, realizing that, hey, it can kind of lock down Shangguan. And there's a lot of potential. Okay.
We're getting the monkey, baby. We're getting Wukong come through, which is going to be very interesting. Maybe they go for the Dion way, right? Maybe they go for the Dion way. Yep, there we go.
Yeah. Okay, it looks like they're going to go with fireworks. This is going to be, you know, Haku doing his thing. Sometimes he's an absolute monster when Haku gets going on that DN way, but the Wukong pick, this is a nice one. We haven't, to be honest, I need to check if we've seen this, because I don't think we've seen a Wukong in Season 3. We have not, as of yet.
Nope.
This is the first time. Wow, in Game 6.
All the way to the grand finals. All the way to the grand finals, and he finally rears his head with his long, beautiful staff, but really interested in this one, right? Like, there is a lot of control over to the side of Nova. They obviously have the Mulberry Power. They have the World is My Board. They have the Sage's Might. They can lock you down, and even pairing with DRNG's Imperial Order, right? That's going to make sure work of picks like Lian Po and the Lu Bang.
But is the Wukong like a pick that they were setting up for? Like, this is a set draft? Or is it just like, actually, we just don't really have a jungler that we like, and it has a little bit of control, and like, it's fine for the general play style? Like, what are your thoughts on that?
I feel like overall damage output, the Wukong can be very effective, and you can feel like you can kind of see that Xuan and CY are going to be working very buddy-buddy together, because as soon as you lock somebody down with the Sage's Might, the pain game that comes from Wukong is pretty crazy, especially in the early to mid-game. That's where you can kind of see that damage come through, and if he kind of gets that snowball early, it's then just going to carry on into the late game.
Yeah, okay. I mean, I see it. The potential is definitely there. I'm just kind of worried about how they're really going to get onto this, you know, this Siri Marco Polo, and to kind of just deal with the Dian Wei Haku up front, because you got the Lian Po to kind of back you up, and then Liu Bang with that shield. Like, this draft to me seems kind of scary if I'm more on the Nova side, because I don't know if I have enough damage to deal with these bruisers.
I feel like the damage does come through, and it definitely like pairs up nicely with Muchi having the Imperial Order, right? Because as soon as he lands it onto one of the tankier heroes on the side of Nongshim, then they lose a lot of physical defense, and they lose a lot of magical defense as well. So that's when we can see Muchi on the DRNG as well as CY on the Wukong come through with a lot of hard-hitting skills.
Okay. All right. I just, you know, again, just doing the damage and able to take a lick themselves when, you know, the Nova Esports, definitely not one of the more tankier ones. But again, I think a lot of it comes down to Waypit as well, with those Mulberry Powers, ensuring that, you know, the team fights go their way with all those stuns.
Yeah, and I mean, if he gets into the late game, and obviously we see a lot of those stacks come through onto the Yixing as well, that's where the damage is going to come through also. So it all depends on how fast Nongshim rolls this one out, personally.
Okay. Interesting. I think that this is going to make for an interesting Game 6 here. There's going to be a lot of pressure going in on this one. Nongshim, again, looking to close this out, become champions. Just one more game.
Yeah, the fact we're saying Nongshim and champions in the same sentence is wild, considering where they were last year, being able to not qualify for any tournaments whatsoever, always just being at the last little hurdle and then just being smacked down by their opponents. But now they're in the grand finals. They have it within their grasp.
Yeah, I think the Battlefield Command right into the back line. They're looking to go for this one. They find him, and Waypit able to fly away, ride the wind, get into that bush.
Yeah, that's the one good thing about Sakia, right? Just as soon as you lock onto a brush, you get that increased movement speed. You're all fine and dandy. It's all good. Don't worry about it.
Yeah, but look at this. Kyung9 now has to do the walk of shame all the way to the top lane. Oh, gosh. It's a slow and painful process getting himself there. Xuan, though, is level 4. He's like, actually, he'll take this one, as he looks like he takes the sprite in the top lane.
Yeah, he's like, sorry, lads, I missed out that whole play. I'm very, very sorry. Forgive me. Going with his own thoughts in his own mind as he makes his way up to the clash lane.
Kyung9, you had one job. All right, but it does look like they're going to go with a burst ram. Fever Barrage instantly canceled. Oh, but the nice taking liberties. Wendy, perfectly timed. Thought they had the numbers, especially since Faye was kind of in that brush. They had an advantage, but they didn't account for the rotation that was happening.
No, not at all. And this is the point where Wendy comes in very thick and lays it on thick as these rotations in these early games, because he does do damage in the early game, but as those stacks do obviously level up and whatnot, you're able to do a lot more damage.
Definitely, and it's all about that, right? It's early get out or getting that kill, huge. But now Nova Esports in the driver's seat, up about 1K. They've made some good movements across the map. Haku continuing to farm, really needs to keep pace with CY.
But now, yeah, they definitely need to make sure that they don't let CY get ahead of himself, because as soon as he starts getting that damage, as he starts hitting hard, and especially paired with the Butsu as well, it's going to be hard to not escape those two coming in at you. But here's the replay of the first blood.
Yeah, just way too aggressive. Illusion just dying there. You got to be super careful. You want to stay alive. I mean, you go for the pickoffs, fine, but and he thought that the bottom lane was the pushier side to be able to sort of pick, but not able to do it on Illusion as he's fine.
I mean, with only that one kill, Nova are ahead by 1.4k gold. That's huge. The way that they are farming in this game is something else that we haven't seen before.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, they've done like just basic farming. Like they're not really. I mean, a single kill, right? But again, this is with the Tyrant here. It's about half life. Haku looking to just take this one out. It does end up taking that one. That was a little bit closer than I expected.
Yeah, I know that you don't want that to happen. You don't want to be losing that. But there's Sage's Might.
Yeah, he's going to continue to fight. Haku is going to be now here. He's getting a little bit low, but he does get the kill onto Xuan. But Haku does trade with his life. And here we go. Here's Faye with a nice Tremor Smash. And CY goes down as well. So they've got 2 for 2.
2 for 2 trade for now. I mean, Nongshim definitely aren't going down without taking their opponents with them, right? I mean, they are down by at least 1 kill, but that's because the side of Nova got that first blood. But again, some solid trades into the mid lane, able to take the T1 down into the bot lane as well.
Yeah, and the biggest thing about that was that Nova were looking to take away the red buff, but Illusion actually just barely gets it out, gets it with the Ink Burst, ensures that he secures that red buff for himself, or at least on their side. Nongshim right now, yes, they're a little bit behind, but they've definitely clawed their way back in this game.
For now. But it's definitely where they don't want to let the side of Nongshim get those sidelines. The faster they farm those up, the faster they're able to take those down, it definitely puts a lot of pressure onto Nova.
Yeah, a lot of pressure at this point, right? And this is another concern, is that Kyung9, once he gets going and he can kind of just split push, he can kind of be a little bit more aggressive. They're trying to bait him out. Are they going to let it go? But it looks like it's going to be a trap. But on the side of Nongshim is looking to turn this around. But Kyung9 is actually going to be the first to fall. They do have that damage, but they trade with Xuan.
Tremor Smash.
And the Tremor Smash is going to be just, stopped at this point. But Weipin is joined. It's going to be a 1-for-1, both of the Clash laners. Yeah,
that was just a kind of a stop Waypick getting into it. I feel like it was just kind of like, hey, make sure that Sakia doesn't get in here and do healing.
Yeah. I mean, he's going to out-heal everybody, right? And Waypit is there, so it's like, okay, this lane, the sustain is going to be unreal. We just got to stay alive. But Haku now, again, level behind, but if we're talking about net worth, just about 500 gold. Dianwei, once he gets going and he gets those kills, that's when he kind of turns it up. But he's 2-1-1, which is a little underrated at this stage.
But Siri, he's putting in the work. He's doing that macro play that we saw when he had that Lung pick, right? So he's definitely going for that same kind of strategy. Like, we don't see much of the Lung in the early game. Yes, he's on 1 assist, so he's definitely taken some kind of like team fight participation, but he's just playing the macro.
Yeah, he needs to, right? I mean, once he gets going, Siri on that Marco Polo is going to be a beast. And because, Nova Esports also, they might group up. They're not the type where they're like completely afar. But through it all, Faye scouting it out, finds CY. CY just, man, he's farming quite quickly.
He's farming very quickly. I mean, he's doing a lot of damage to Faye already, right? So even without items, he's only got his 2nd tier jungle item. He's got Eternity Blade as well. So he's not even like 3-slotted. He's just kind of still hitting very difficult, like very hard.
Oh, looks like they're going to go. Haku is going to be all the way up in front. He gets knocked back. He's going to be killed, and they have the burst with that board. The Tremor Smash is now going to be used, the finishing stroke, but the Taking Liberties pulling both of them back, and they find Illusion as well. Siri's going to be killed. They've gotten 3 for nothing, and Nova Esports finding ways to just roll them down.
Yeah, the Battlefield command just didn't quite hit what it needed to, right? Like, he came in on top of the Shangguan, who was already up in the air, and it kind of just felt like there was just no presence from Kyung9 in that whole fight.
Yeah, look at how, and now they're putting a pressure in. This is going to be an easy T1. Nongshim, all they can do is watch helplessly here. Yes, Haku is back on the stage, but my gosh, he is behind. Let's check out the replay here.
Yeah, going in a little bit too early before his teammates could even get in there. Haku was just literally just deleting before he could do any damage. Like, the Leap of Fury came in too early. The Fever Barrage almost took down Schwan there, but again, almost is not good enough when you're on match point.
Yeah, struggle here. Not the greatest. And another thing is that I feel like Kyung9 has been using his battlefield commands a little bit on the earlier side. You're looking for that potential save or somebody who might be out of position to kind of give them a chance. It seemed like it was used very early, and it's just like, okay, we'll just ignore this guy for like a second as his shields kind of just diminish. But Haku is the type where, you know, he was a little bit low. He needed that battlefield command a little bit later in that fight.
Yeah, it's kind of CY with the steal there. It's just like, yoink, thank you. But yeah, I feel like the battlefield command just being used as a bluff mechanic, right? So it was the fact that Nova just completely called Nongshim's buff. It's like, let him come through. We'll just do the damage.
Yeah, and they have that burst. You know, they've proven us all, or proven me wrong, but the Fever Barrage doing some decent work. Siri in a bad spot, not able to trade. Haku now is joined. He's going to be back. He's going to dodge. The world is my board. But Nova Esports finding Siri yet again.
Finding Siri yet again. We are seeing a bit of a push into the clash lane, though, so they are keeping the pressure on into the side lanes, hoping to try and get some of these T2s before any more of those T1s drop on their side of Nongshim. But again, the team fights are definitely going in favor of Nova. They seem to be a little bit more calculated into these team fights. The battlefield command, the Tremor Smash isn't I haven't seen the optimal Tremor Smash yet. I feel like that's what Faye his golden moment will be.
True. And having that team fight. But, I mean, they've been initiated on. They haven't been able to kind of take the fight that they want to, and then Faye is just kind of able to counter-initiate. The T2 does go down, and Nova Esports finding ways to go in, but it looks like they want to go. That's a nice Tremor Smash. That's on to two,
nice.
But are they able to get somebody? They do get Muchi. Haku is going to be there. Waypit is going to be killed as well, and Haku is turning into the beast. He's looking to fight this, but CY eating that resplendent revolver to the face, and it's a double kill going the way of Siri. And now Nongshim are back in this one, only down about 1.5k. They're looking to put pressure on this top T2.
Yeah, I mean, they could have timed that team fight any better. The fact that they got that minion wave into the clash lane, they're only going to take the T2 because they feel like, right, let's open up their mid lane as well. Just kind of reciprocate the pain they've dealt to us after we just got a clean. I mean, yeah, we was waiting for Faye's, like, Tremor Smash to come through, and that was one of them, right?
Yeah, and it literally seemed like you, Blam, like you voice activated Faye with that Tremor Smash. You were like calling him out, and you're like, he needs to have a good one. And he had an amazing one, setting him up for those 2 kills. They've gotten the Tyrant, they've kind of created all that space. Nongshim right now, neck and neck.
Like we say in the UK, say less. That's what Faye was saying. He's like, Blam, say less. I got you, bro. I got you. They came through with a tremendous Tremor Smash. But going for that Tyrant, it's going to be a bit of a change up here for the side of Nongshim. It gives them a lot more damage going into this later part of the game. I mean, right now, Muchi's actually playing the Marco Polo very well. He's got the frigid charge as well, so he's able to kind of like stun the Wukong if he needs to, or anybody kind of goes in on here. But gotta be careful. Make sure he doesn't get caught out, because I feel like Siri is one of their golden tickets.
Yeah, definitely one of the golden tickets. I mean, in terms of net worth, still a little bit behind Muchi in terms of that farm lane matchup. But, I mean, everywhere else is kind of just, again, really, really close at this point. Oh, but they're going to go in for this one. They're trying to turn this around, the battlefield command, but Waypit is going to be the first to fall. Siri's still doing his work. Haku is just cleaving them left and right. They've got 3 members. They're looking to chase it down. Haku wants more. He smells blood in the waters. He's fighting this 1 versus 2. Where are his teammates? He's going to go for the slice and dice. But Haku, is he able to do it? No, he will fall, but Siri will now get killed as well, and CY with the outplay gets a double. What a disaster for Nongshim.
They should have just left it at Haku. It was like, bro, just come back. We'll take the T2 in the mid lane. Don't worry about it. But no, Siri was like, no, I've got to come in. I need more kills. I need more kills. I need more kills. And that was pretty much the greed that overtook Nongshim there. It could be the mistake that loses them the game.
Yeah, look, Haku was seeing red, and he could not stop. He was constantly, like, he should have backed off so many times, and his mistake compounded into Siri dying as well, and that's kind of how you throw things. But now it's closer, a little on the side. There looks like their Overlord will be picked up. Nongshim want none of this, but again, you're kind of throwing the lead, letting Nova get back into this.
Yeah, no, the T1 dropping down into the side lane is definitely not where Nongshim wanted to be. They had a very strong clash lane up until this point, and it's definitely just the roll-on effect of these mistakes that can happen on your teams, right? But still, they are only just ahead about 1k gold on the side of Nova. So again, if we can start to see some of those positive trades come through from Nongshim that we have been seeing, then we could be still onto a Nongshim win here. But Splendor coming through for Wendy is going to call clutch.
Yeah, Kyung9. I mean, he has the battlefield command. He's going to probably bait it out. Okay, he's not going to use it. He's going to be mulberry powered instead. He was playing with fire on that one. He should have used it instantly, but he gets caught out here. Nova Esports now looking to turn this around. Oh, how the fate has changed in this game. And now the bottom T2 is going to be killed.
Yeah, no, we saw towards there that obviously CY is leading the race in terms of the gold race, but it is going to be Siri that is second place now, so he's actually managed to take that gold lead from. Okay, oh, no.
He's diving in. Oh, he almost got him. Siri stays alive. He's going to get to the fountain. No, he's going to be killed. CY actually gets it, and here's the secondary life. CY going aggressive, looking to turn this. Illusion has been killed as well, and Nongshim, all of them falling, and Kyung9 is the only one, but it looks like we're going to go to an ultimate battle as Nova Esports come back in Game 6.
I told you, that single mistake cost them that whole game. They should have just let Siri just say, go back, take the T2 in mid lane, and don't worry about me. I'll just be Haku off the board for now. But then, with Siri down, there was just no pushing pressure.
No pushing pressure. That was a disaster of a fight when Haku had that. I mean, you had that lead, but you're fighting 1 versus 2, and you're like, hey, go, 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 go. And Siri's like, I don't know if I should go. And by the time he got there, it was way too late. And then Siri ended up dying. And then you just like threw that game. And Nova Esports, when you give them anything, they will take from you everything.
Yeah, no, the amount of pressure that was on the side of Nongshim there to kind of try and close that game off after such a positive trade in the team fight for them, you can see that why they went for it. They saw gold, they saw green, they thought, you know what, let's go for it. We've still got the ultimate battle in our midst, but like I said in the intro of this one, I feel like if the ultimate battle goes up to Nova, it might be a Nova win.
Yeah, I mean, look, that was actually heartbreaking too. That's tough to recover from because you're like, hey, actually, we were probably winning in this one. We should have been, we should have been fine. But getting it in, look at YK. Look at just like it's all about the morale, right? Heads up. It's all about the thing. He looked at this team and he was like, Kenchana, right? And just ensuring that, hey, everything is fine. We Gucci, guys.
Oh, no. Nova's got blue. I mean, historically, like I said, we're going into that draft. Blue side's been winning, and they've just gave blue over to Nova. I mean, it doesn't really matter in terms of the ultimate battle, though, right? Like, they are going to get the picks regardless. I mean, finally, we'll hopefully get to see Kyung9 on his Dharma. But is this going to be enough for him to come back? Or will he make a quick switcheroo and go for the Sunset once more? Because I think dominant performance-wise, the Sunset has been the most effective thing for Nongshim in that clash lane.
100%. 100% a Kyung9 special. You have to pick him. I mean, they picked him almost in the other 2 ultimate battles, and I can't believe this is their 3rd ultimate battle in a row. Right?
Yeah.
And this is second for Nova. So again, these teams are very well rehearsed in that sense. They're prepared, right? But we have a little bit more data on the Nongshim side. We know what they like. They tend to like the Siri. It's either the Dolia with Faye, and then they usually go with the Sun Tzu. The jungler has been kind of a bit of a mixed bag in terms of what sort of preference Haku wants.
Yeah, I mean, even I'm feeling the tension here now. I'm sat like thousands of miles away from the Philippines, the North Edsa Mall, and I'm just like, bro, this is just too close. It's do or die. Somebody's got to lose.
Yeah, which is the saddest part, right? I think going into this one, like, let's put this into perspective. You have one game blind pick. First place, you get 100,000 USD. Second place, 50,000. So essentially, we're playing for about 50,000 in this one game alone. How crazy is that?
The fact that you just told me, I've just started to crumble. The fact that you've just told me that 50k extra is at stake. I'm like, no, nah, I can't make a single mistake. And neither can Nongshim, neither can Nova. They cannot make a single mistake in this one, because if they do, it's going to be bye-bye.
It's so crazy right now, right? And I think at the end of the day, look, this is what we wanted to have seen. The grand finals, how many times have we seen, like, just stops, right? This has been the most exciting Honor of Kings grand finals that we have seen in the global version, right? It's been absolutely amazing, and getting it to this ultimate battle speaks volumes not only about the players, the coaches, but also the format, and just getting to this level where you have two evenly matched teams going at it.
Yeah, I mean, it's not lopsided. It's not like we are seeing two of the same regional representatives. We are seeing, for the first time, the JPKR region being represented for the side of Nongshim, and then obviously Malaysia coming through for their third championship grand finals as well. So I feel like this is just the start of it. Honestly, we've been saying this time and time again. This has been one of the most exciting esports events for Honor of Kings Season 3 Invitational. Imagine the Pro Leagues, imagine KWC at EWC. That is going to be wild. Even though KPL is included, it's still going to be so wild.
Yeah, everything. I mean, the horizon for 2025 is super exciting, right? And the opportunities to get in on this and to play here and to do it for, 15 million essentially USD in available funding is pretty crazy if you think about it, right? And to get to this level and to be able to play at this, the grand finals, and to represent not only your country, but your team and all of your friends and family and everyone that's really committed into making you an esports star, this is the opportunity. This is the chance. Nongshim and Nova Esports, both of these teams have dug deep. They've done their research. They've practiced countless hours to get themselves into this position. But who's going to win this final game?
Yeah, I mean, the reality there, I mean, I just took a deep breath because I was just like, those last 3 minutes are going to just basically dictate, well, they're going to be one of the biggest parts of dictating whether you're going to win this best of 7, this ultimate battle between Nongshim RedForce and Nova Esports. And it'll be 3 minutes that could haunt you for the rest until the next of the next Esports Championship.
Yeah, as long as, Nova Esports doesn't pick Agudo, I think they'll be okay. Right? I think that draft was really underwhelming for me, but I think that they're going to be fine. I think that going into this one, but let's check out the post game of that last one and to see exactly where Nongshim went wrong as they kind of threw that game towards the end.
Yeah, no, it's going to be interesting to see that one. We called it live. We know exactly where they felt down on the side of Nongshim, but hey, Nova came back fighting. They came down swinging, saying, we need one more round, and the ultimate battle is exactly what took them through when they played against Team Vitality. It's now up to Nongshim to be like, right, we accept the challenge, we're going to take you down in the ultimate battle. But if we look at the itemization, obviously Siri towards the end there just got peeped by Muchi by about 500 gold. But in terms of the damage, Siri was definitely under damaging compared to the D-Ranger, which we were saying, like, where's the damage going to come from? But the fact that D-Ranger is just being sort of buffed recently, he definitely can pack a punch.
Yeah, I mean, Muchi playing it to the T. And you were talking about how the fact that they were like, hey, where's the D-Ranger? Why are they not picking it? And then they saved it for this banger here. In the game 6, they in a must-win game, perfect timing, and then they got themselves in a position to win. And they did it also on the back of this CY Wukong. First time we had seen it. Pocket picks galore, saving it for when things matter the most in a Game 6 elimination game, and you're going for the Wukong. Man, very brave, but here's the MVP, Juan.
Yeah, very, very... bit of a weird MVP, right? Because obviously he was there, he was getting the lockdowns into those team fights. He was basically the cage that wrapped around Nongshim RedForce. It's forcing them not to fly out of the grand finals as the victor. So, well played, a very utilized MVP by the side of Nova Esports.
Yeah, but let's check out the highlights and see exactly where things went a little south for Nongshim here. I mean, there were moments in the early game where, Nongshim were behind. They were struggling here. Nova just kind of finding their groove early. And this is a 3 versus 2, and CY somehow turning this into a positive as they get the kill on Kyung. I mean, that was just a monster play. CY just surviving, doing all that damage, and just getting in and just making this huge impact was just crazy by CY.
Yeah, it's absolutely huge. The fact that some of these team fights were starting off in Nova's favor, and then all of a sudden Nongshim was just like, nah, let's go in, let's do the damage, and we'll come out on top. And I think that's all thanks to the likes of obviously Haku, even though he was the ultimate kind of like downfall of that game, because of obviously just overextending and being a little bit too greedy, as well as Siri just following suit. He was clearly just like a little brother following big brother, and then it ended completely wrong. But yeah, Nongshim's got to make sure they don't do that.
Yeah, and this is the heartbreaking moment. Haku trying to fight 1 versus 2, and he loses to Chuan, and like they turn this, like CY gets those kills. Oh, they were playing with fire, and then it was on the defensive side. Nongshim, no way to hold when you're down members and not able to just kind of defend the base. They tried to, they made a valiant effort, but, when you're down numbers, Nova Esports really start to roll on you. They get you, and they find their way back into this game. And now we have the ultimate battle.
Yeah, I mean, would you know when you see a Wukong dash away, that is your point to be like, right, I'm in a 2v1. He's dashed away. He's going to dash back in and slap me with his staff. So that's my point. Just get out of it. Just go in the complete opposite direction of Wukong. But no, Haku was just, for all these mistakes, decided to commit with that big mistake, which is going to get them into this ultimate battle, which could be the reason why they don't become the champions of the Season 3 Invitational, or they become the victors as they get all their picks that they need, because Kyung9 is more than likely going for the Dharma and his Sunset. We may get Dune and Orgrim, but we could surmise so much, but we're going to take a short break, a little bit of a breather before we get into this last game between Nova and Nongshim.
What's a life without its worth? Compromising with what hurts inside. When you let fear decide your fate, you don't choose which path to take alive. In life, I'm finally letting go of everything that still holds me. I'm against all odds, but I won't give up, 'cause it's my time to shine. Standing in the spotlight, and no one let me down. Destiny is calling high. I'm not afraid to fight for everything I love. Victory is on my side. The more we lose, the more we gain. The more that nothing stays the same. In time, can love ever, can't forget. What you see is what you get. Sometimes gonna show the world tonight the light that shines inside us. We're against the odds, but we won't give up, 'cause it's our time to shine. Standing in the spotlight, can no one back us down. Destiny is calling high. We're not afraid to fight for everything we love. Victory is on our side. Takiki takiki takitao. Takiki takiki takitao. Takiki takiki takitao. Takiki takiki takitao. Everything else to hold us. 'Cause it's our time to shine. Standing in the spotlight, can no one back us down. Destiny is calling higher. We're not afraid to fight for everything we love. Victory is on our side. It's our time to shine.
And we are now back with the final game in the grand finals between Nongshim RedForce versus Nova Esports. One single game for essentially 50K more of that prize pool. My name is Holler, and with me is Blam. Your thoughts on this ultimate battle?
I mean, it's been an ultimate battle that's been definitely written in the stars, especially ever since that Game 1 win, right? Like, we saw that Nongshim was like, that was a surprise to everybody. And then for them to lose 2 battles, and then win 2, and then lose 1, it was just like, it's almost perfect, right? But now we're going to get into that draft that was locked in a few moments ago between the coaches of both these teams. And we are not surprised at these first 2 picks.
Yeah, the Guan Yu Zhuan special, you just saw the amount of impact that he had throughout the entire game. Not to be undersold by Kyung9's Sun Tzu has been great, but it looks like both of the junglers are going to go with Ogren. No surprises there.
Yeah, no surprise, especially when you've got like a Clash lane that is not necessarily a tank. It's more so that kind of like engage, move them around, but both of the mid lanes going for Mai Shiranui. This is Wendy against Illusion. Not only the fight for the championship, but for the fight of who is the best Mai Shiranui.
Yeah, it's like, look, I mean, we probably wanted to have seen this in that the SOLOKING showdown earlier, but you know, it's even better in the grand finals when you let them go at it, because again, a lot of pressure, but the Dia and the Dolia both going to be locked in and good to go.
I knew that it was going to be split between the Dia or the Dolia for both of these teams, but the fact that they've gone for the Mai Shiranui, I feel like there's a bit of a scare for me. The fact that they've got the Guan Yu on the side of Nova as well as the Dia, that's going to be a hard way to position in Nongshim, because they can just get pushed around, and then obviously Diadea's got the bit of farewells, just able to lock you in place, just waiting for the cavalry to arrive. Oof, I don't know how I feel into this one. Both of these drafts looking mightily fierce.
Yeah, actually, I think that it could not have been a better one, right? I think in terms of even draft alone, everybody's on their signature heroes, the most comfortable ones, and setting themselves up for what is going to be an absolutely amazing Game 7 here.
Yeah, we're into the ultimate battle between Nongshim and Nova Esports. It is do or die, and it is Guan Yu picking off Faye already. First blood for CY.
Okay, so Nova Esports have done their homework. Faye always likes to sit around in that bush. He's always going to be in the mid lane, getting a little bit predictable. And unfortunately, Nova Esports didn't let Nongshim know that they know that until the Game 7 mark. They secure first blood because of that extra research.
There was a lot of like no emphasis there. I feel like I got confused, but no, Illusion going against Wendy 1v1. But we do see that Xuan and Kyung9 are definitely within their distance, so they couldn't quite just match up that 1v1, right?
Yeah, a little bit of damage. Siri will just kind of trade blows here. Does have the wave breaker to kind of just sustain through most of this one. But if we're talking about, you know, the Arlie Loong, we've seen this in the Ultimate Battle yesterday. But who do you give the edge to between just these 2 heroes alone?
I mean, it depends, right? If they're able to block out the Flaming Palms, then obviously Muchi will then definitely get the advantage here. But then you've got 2 Infinite Vastness, so depending on where you get to in this ultimate battle, that late game, I feel like it's going to favor Nongshim on the Loong over the Arlie.
Okay. All right. I mean, we've seen the Nongshim draft. The Nova one has been slightly different from what they played yesterday. So this is you know, I think that they were just kind of feeling the Guan Yu. To be honest, I think it's very good, but I don't know if it's like top tier best Clash laner.
Oh no,
like,
Wendy coming in with the gank there, back onto Siri. It's going to be a shutdown for the side of Nova Esports, taking 2 kills already from Nongshim.
And this is why you don't give Wendy the Mai. I mean, you can't. I mean, this is a blind pick, and they'll take this one. But you just see what he does. He's like lurking in the shadows, and he catches you off guard. Siri not even able to get away. He's not even level 4 for that infinite fastness.
Yeah, you can't even clear the minion waves because there's just no range there. So they're able to just go into town on that T1. But Kyung9 looking to try and just push this T1 into the Clash lane. But the minions were definitely wiped out there. We do see Illusion trying to dive into the bush, trying to take out Xuan, but not quite enough.
Great comps. I mean, Xuan, any other person who, like, teams are not talking, Xuan would have just stayed in that top lane. But they were like, oh, missing, Illusion, missing, get back. And so he was, like, making a beeline for the fountain. And the good call, and they saved themselves Xuan's life.
Yeah, I mean, they're down by about, like, what, just 2k gold now for the side of Nongshim, which is definitely not where you want to be right now. But that replay catching off, that nice rotation from Wendy. There we go. Boom, pow. Siri is down.
Yeah. you compliment one team that had good comms, and it looked like Nongshim had bad comms because they were like, "Hey, you got to let Wendy, you know, the team know where Wendy is, right? And if he's off the map, you got to call it out because it's, you know, a situation where you cannot get jumped like that."
No, you don't want to be jumped at all in that situation, especially with what is up for grabs, right? This is the ultimate battle for those just tuning in. There is no more rounds after this one. The winner of this battle is the winner of the Season 3 Invitational. They have to be careful. They have to be calculated.
Yeah, and for me,
speaking of calculated, the Illusion definitely taking a little bit of a road trip around CY. CY might get caught out. Here it is. It's going to be Kyung9 getting the kill for the side of Nongshim. So they are getting the kills on the board. Destiny Counter does hit one, but how much more can they take on the side of Nongshim before they have to reset?
Yeah, CY with just a little bit of a mistake, very aggressive, just in the heart of the enemy. Like, okay, we'll just fire him. We have all 5 members, so they're going to be fine.
Careful, Illusion. Gets knocked up by Wendy. The Razor Cavalry comes in from the backline as well. Shuan is committed, but also Wendy looking pretty low. We do see a bit of attraction here from Haku, but he doesn't have... There it is. The Conductor of Souls comes through, as well as the Infinite Vastness for the side of Nongshim. But nobody dying. That was a frightful fight.
That was a very dramatic moment in a Marvel movie. All of the heroes, they're flying in, skip spells, like everything, attacks galore, right? But nobody dying at the end of the day. That was super close. The super saves, Haku barely staying alive with that Conductor of Souls, keeping him into this one. He cannot fall behind CY.
No, he cannot. You just, if that's the case, I mean, level-wise, he has just for now, but in terms of gold, you got to make sure that the gold is definitely going in his favor, and it is currently about by 300 gold there. But the dividends here is down into the farm lane. You want to make sure that Lung is getting some farm up. Siri needs some time to shine.
Yeah, need some time. I mean, it looks like they're going to create a little bit of space by pushing this bottom T1, focusing it out. Illusion is here as well. Teleports are coming.
Oh, yep, teleport is coming through. Oh, no, he cancels it because they're able to just keep away those minions. So good play there, but we are going to get the Kyung9 Express back up to the clash lane with the passenger Illusion here as well. Haku is just looking to try and clean out the mid wave a little bit more. Okay, Wendy goes in, commits, pushes back Conductor of Souls from the side of Nova. The Razor Cavalry dive in for the side of Nova Esports. Picking up a kill is onto Nongshim, as well as the T1 into the mid lane. This is not where you want to be right now.
Schwan's timing is so key. He's always there when you need him. Because, again, Haku gets away if Schwan doesn't get there in time.
Oh, no. There could be a sit-in duck. Kyung9 here is going to get taken down once more from the side of Nova. Nova are rotating with finesse.
They're pushing it out. They're starting to exert a little bit of dominance. They have the control. They know they're in their driver's seat. They obviously don't want to throw that lead away. They will continue to play safe, but take what space is given, and it looks like it's going to be in the top lane. Nova Esports playing this one perfectly.
Yeah, very well. I don't think they could have played it any better thus far. I mean, there is still a point for Nongshim to come back right now. They've just got to make sure they don't lose the high ground turrets and whatnot. We've known them time and time again to come back, but this highlight is just showing how powerful Shuan is on this Guan Yu, and this is the reason why you don't let them get to the ultimate battle.
Yeah, I mean, when they can pick whatever hero they want, it's like, yeah, you have the same, you know, blessing to do so. But, you know, I think Nova Esports, when they get all 5 and they're super comfortable and super powerful on these heroes, it's scary at this stage.
Yeah, everything becomes way easier for them because they've got to think less. They've just got to act more, you know. So it's definitely their stronghold is this ultimate battle feature, right? But we do see Kyung9 and Siri trying to push up into Clash Lane, where there it is, the bit of farewell onto Haku. He just used the Conductor of Souls very early. Destiny Count is going to be the thing that wipes him down, but CY claims the kill. A little bit of Orgren action.
What a great initiation by Waypit, just going in for this one. And Haku was like, oh, I'm stunned. And there was a little bit of damage where he actually had to use the Conductor of Souls a little on the early side, because usually when they group, you can get a great Conductor of Souls and kind of just sustain what's coming at you. But Haku was not able to do that because he was so pressured from Waypit, the initial bitter farewell that locked onto him.
Yeah, speaking of pressure, that set sail did not create any pressure onto the side of Nova Esports there, but it seems like they are trying to curtail the Nongshim comeback here. They are struggling at this T2. It's the farm lane. Wendy's already there. The Illusion as well, looking pretty low. He looks like he's about to make it out, but no. Waypick gets the takedown. Siri gets the kill onto CY. That is a 1-1 trade overall. The best outcome that Nongshim could have hoped for.
Yeah, definitely the best. I mean, obviously, aside from a team wipe, that is, but at that stage, getting CY pretty huge. He was starting to get, you know, a little snowbally. He was getting a little bit scary in that sense. But Illusion, man, he's kind of fallen off. If you're looking at what we're comparing, you know, Wendy and Illusion at this stage, you know, he's down about 700 gold or whatever, but Wendy hasn't died. He's made an impact with his 105. Those assists have really helped his team put them in a position like they're in, which is about 3K up.
You can say the same for Mucci and Wei Pit as well. They're all on 0 deaths and just still setting up their great team fight potential. But I feel like sitting in these brushes is just like waiting for the fox to come. And here is the fox. It is a horse, a icy horse onto the back of Kyung9. Just kind of forced him out there. Trying to just make sure that they get their best foot on this next team fight is Nongshim.
Yeah, Xuan has had Kyung9's number, right? And even forcing out the flash from Kyung9, something to take note of going into this next team fight. He doesn't have that. He's going to be pushing the bottom lane, Xuan that is. Split push, create a little bit of space. Somebody from Nongshim needs to rotate. Then you have an opportunity.
Yep, speaking of opportunity, the set sail locks onto CY, but is that going to be the bait that they really wanted on the side of Nova? Already soaking a lot of damage is CY. Down goes Kyung9. He is already down in an earlier round. Kaku, it's going to be the second victim for the side of CY's Nova, but now Shawan is able to close the gap, get the kill onto Siri as well. That is a triple kill. They are looking for a penta, baby, but they're not going to get it.
They're not going to get it, but they're going to get some towers. This is going to put a lot of pressure in. Illusion and Faye will try to deal with a minion wave to potentially slow this one down, but man, they just go right down the mid. T3 mid is already been taken at not even the 10-minute mark. They might even get a second here.
Yeah, the high ground turrets are falling here. It's not like it's no point of return. We've seen from time and time again in the Season 3 Invitational, teams have come back from this point. So the thing that's the most scariest thing on the side of Nova is that 6k gold difference. They need to make sure they curb this on the side of Nongshim, but they don't have the freedom to do so. Their lanes are all pushed. Other than the Clash lane, they've got to work on something here. Nongshim looking for a dream.
Yeah, looking for a dream, and that dream was in the shape of CY in that fight. They were just trying, they threw everything at him and the kitchen sink and were not able to take him down. His Conductor of Souls was on point because, again, everybody was grouped up on him. But once you've committed things like the boat and, you know, your Infinite Vastness on back, I mean, you're pretty much out of ult, and you had no way to fight the rest of Nova, which was on his tail, and they were able to help support CY. And then there's a reason why they're 9-2 and have a 7k net worth lead.
Path of Passing is just trying to kind of just like tease that they're trying to go in for this crucial kill theft. It's now off. It does come through for the side of Nova, though, having to use a Destiny counter just to make sure that nobody's in that brush. But gotta be careful of Faye. Faye is looking like he may get caught out here. They're able to take the neutral objective as well. The Overlord is going to go over to the side of Nova. So Vanguard's coming through. He's going to put a lot of pressure onto the side of Nongshim, able to take the T2 down as well into the Clash lane. They are looking to push this turret through. So the minions are here as well as the man with the horse, Guan Yu. Shawan has been playing this pick to perfection.
Yeah, playing it to perfection. The Super Vanguard in the top lane. So they'll continue putting pressure here. I mean, it's the only T3 standing, so this is where they want to go. But Xuan has been doing such a good job with the mid lane of just constantly pushing it out. You cannot get him out of lane. You can't threaten him because he could just run away.
Yeah, they're just kind of poking and prodding with that path of passing, right? They're just like, hey, should we go in? Do we commit? Do we take the team fight? Do we end it here? Going into the 12-minute mark. Nova having such a clean game, but both path of passing has been put down here. A little bit of a V on here. V for victory for the side of Nova, maybe spelling there. But we do see the set sail circulating. He wants to pick up a victim. He's able to pick up 2 into the backline, but nothing comes of it. Kyung9 is having to use the set sail once more to get back onto his team. Again, they're doing a great job of clearing that Vanguard, but what is it going to cost? The Razor Cavalry comes through. CY gets the kill onto Illusion. Kyung9 Faye is down as well. Siri not looking like in the best shape. Also, it's only Haku alive. They have the Vanguards in the minion waves as well. It looks like Nova are going to go try and finish this one off. It is all down to Haku for now, and they wipe out the Vanguards just at this precise moment. Is it going to be enough? Haku is the last man standing.
Yeah, last man standing, but Wei Pit will help with the sustain. They do have the minions, so that's a bit of a reprieve and for Nongshim at this point. But, you know, it's going to slow things down. If anything, Illusion's going to be back off. Somehow, Nongshim have held, at least for now.
for now, right? I mean, even with the high ground turret, they are holding out for a hero at the end of the night. They are literally trying their best to just make sure they're able to come back at any kind of form. But with all these enhanced minions and all these lanes, it's going to be very difficult for the side of Nongshim.
No room to breathe for Nongshim at this point, right? Just being able to, I mean, all the minions, super minions are there. Yes, you have the top T3, but it's not even close to like a Tempest Dragon where you can potentially, you know, get that, steal that buff and then kind of get yourself in this one. You're still so far behind, and the game is like not even 15 minutes. It's actually crazy for Nova.
Yeah, no room for error and no room to breathe, right? That's probably the hardest thing. The amount of pressure that is scaling here on the side of Nongshim is crazy. Yes, Haku is getting his third tier jungle item. He's got the Blood Rage, but CY, he's got the Sage's Sanctuary. So even if he's used and just run down, he's still got that second life.
Yeah, I mean, that's the biggest thing, right? At this point, it's kind of like, how do you deal with them? I mean, it's one thing that if you get one kill, okay, maybe you got a little lucky, but he's down there for the second life. And when you know that second life is happening, the rest of the team are going to be there. Tyrant being picked up yet again by CY, just a little bit more map control. This gold graph, crazy. CY Muchi at the top.
It's literally looking so much in favor of Nova, right? I mean, the fact that CY is like 2k gold ahead of Haku is a nightmare for the side of Nongshim, but they're still trying to hold on. They're trying to hold on to this dream and hold on to being the first place in this Season 3 Invitational. But right now, Nova are rocking around with a few of the minions, but still nothing quite coming into it. Is he able to last hit the minion? The minion hit, the high ground turret last, not going to quite happen here for the side of Nova.
Yeah, but look at Illusion, kind of waiting in the mid lane here. I mean, the top T3 will probably fall at some point because they do have those numbers, but now here's Illusion on the backside.
As well, going in onto the back line, but we do see that Wendy's there as well. Muchi's actually getting taken down, so that's a 1-1 trade for both the marksmen, but oh, Xuan was not happy about that. He takes down Faye, and they are literally just going for 2-for-1 trade.
Yeah, I mean, it looks like it's going to be a 2-for-1, but Muchi going down, that's going to be a bit of a win for at least Nongshim. I mean, they have to wait for the minions. Yes, you have the super elites. Illusion with a nice flank attempt. Haku's doing some work, but Kyung9 in a bad spot.
Oh, straight into it, Xuan, as well as Wei Pit going in. Destiny counter just used to push away Nongshim for now, but they do have the minion waves there. They are definitely struggling to finish this one off the side of Nova.
Yeah, you cannot deal with CY. He's that raid boss. He's able to out-sustain Haku. I mean, they're Ogren to Ogren. It's a bit of a jungle diff in that sense because Nova Esports have been snowballing. Now they're going to look to back off, look to take a free Overlord, put a little bit more pressure onto Nongshim.
Yeah, it's looking like it's going to be a second Shadow Overlord going over to the side of Nova Esports, which could be the writer, what the writer sowed in this poem for 2 between Nova and Nongshim. But they are, I mean, Nongshim's managed to bring it to about 4k gold difference, which was, it's a sizable difference to where they were, but is it going to be enough?
I mean, they have to fix the lanes more than anything else. I mean, if you can get a pick off now, it would be gravy, kind of setting yourself up. But Nova Esports know that, and they've been kind of sticking together. Nobody, I mean, Xuan, he's got the mobility to stay alive. But look at what Wendy's doing, sticking around in that brush, just kind of waiting, being a little bit patient, seeing if any prey kind of just happens to walk by. They have all the time in the world, especially with all the lanes pushing and that Shadow Vanguard in the bottom lane.
Yeah, I feel like the only comeback condition here for Nongshim is that they get Siri to the point that he needs to be, which is just pretty much mass critical in terms of damage. We see that the fact that he's got the Master Sword and the Siege Breaker, but just not being able to use it to perfection here because there's just so much sort of like front line from CY. He's just so far ahead, but Kyung9 trying to bait them. Is this going to be all that she wrote? No, he's able to get out of there, which is a good call for the side of Nongshim. They don't want to lose anybody at this point of the fight.
Yeah, but look at Nongshim still surviving, dealing with the Shadow Vanguard with really no play. Nova right now kind of just waiting in the wings. They'll look just kind of tighten the noose just a little bit more just by playing a little bit more of this patient game. Let Nongshim come out of their base, find a potential pickoff, and then look to end this.
Yeah, I mean, we're almost getting to what, the Tempest Dragon. They're about, what, 2 minutes away from that. So that's going to be interesting to see if Nongshim, even though they've been without high ground turrets longer than they've had high ground turrets, they could potentially come back at the Tempest Dragon.
Actually true, which is kind of sad if you think about it, but it is pretty sad in that sense. But I mean, Nongshim right now, they're doing a decent job.
Oh no, the lost the Tyrant though. That's going to be a lot of damage going over to Muji, but the Conductor of Souls is soaking up a lot of it. Into the backline is a low-away pit. He goes down, but it is going to be a 2-1 trade. Sage of Sanctuary does come through for Haku, but then gets wiped down again. Siri is able to claim Wendy, but it is now all on the shoulders of CY and Shawan, and Muji goes down as well. But there we go. It is going to be the slam dunk from CY, and all that's left is Siri and Faye to try and deny this takedown.
Look at Faye actually gave the Celestial Melody for Siri to just get back to his base quicker because he needed to have healed up. He was about half life. He's the only one that can really do the damage onto CY, who's actually has to respect it. But the Conductor of Souls turning.
Oh no, it's a 2v2 here. It looks like they are going to finish it here. They do not want any tussle fighting. It is going to be Nova Esports, your Season 3 Invitational Champions.
Coming out of the brinks, they were down, backs on the wall, down 2-3. Finding ways in game 6 and 7 to pull out the victory. Congratulations to Nova Esports, a Malaysian champion yet again. But let's give props where props are due. Nongshim RedForce took them to the brink.
Yeah, absolutely. There is definitely no fault here from Nongshim. They were the true dark horse, right? Going into this, we know that the Malaysian representatives are very strong. They were going to be the champions, or at least the top contender. But Nongshim and champion wasn't synonymous. But this moment, was it?
Well deserved, well played by Nova Esports. Could not have been a better champion going into this one. Back-to-back ultimate battles to get themselves into this one and to win that championship. Nova Esports Season 3 Honor of Kings champion.
Yep, there we have it. The Malaysian representatives are taking another championship back home. So not only Season 2, not only KC 2024, but now Season 3 Invitational. But it has been such a close battle that this is anybody's game at this point.
Yeah, for sure. And going into this one, I mean, you're kind of thinking, hey, if Nongshim RedForce can take Nova Esports to a Game 7, what about my team? How are they able to do it? You're kind of opening things up. Not to say that Nova Esports didn't deserve it, but man, they took them to the brink and to the edge of this one. But again, congratulations to Nova Esports.
Yeah, so we are going to be signing off here, guys. So it has been myself, Blam, and Hole feeding you the grand final result that is Nova Esports, but we're going to throw it over to the host.
Ladies and gentlemen, SM North, add some, make some noise for your HOK Invitational Season 3 Grand Champions! Now you can say, Nova, 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 Nova. All right, even on the top they're calling it as well. Oh, can you hear? Yeah. This is your team from your country. I want you to represent right now, Chu. Your microphone. Let's switch.
What an epic battle that was, a tug of war. My God. Can we have a mic? Where's Wendy? Okay, I'm just gonna go to Wendy. Wendy, you won. 赢了. That was a tough battle. The last one was amazing. Your Ogren was just remarkable. That last fight, especially for the last ultimate battle, what was your preparation? 我们看到你的大师们真的很棒。那你们最后一局，我们在这总决赛你们准备了很多。你最后一局，你们的准备的过程，你可以跟我们说一说吗？
就是我一直这2个 BO7 里面我就说过一句话，巅峰对决我们就没有输过。
In the best of 7, they said when it comes to the last battle, they never lost before. Just about believing in themselves. That was a nice one.
Okay, next question. What did you tell each other before coming here today about your game plan and also about your coach? What were you guys thinking? And obviously you guys will come here to win, but what was going through your heads as you guys were planning each game?
Xuan, I think you
Xuan?
can answer. 可以给 Mike 给 Xuan 吗？这里有，这可以啊。你们呀，你们跟你们自己一定要支持自己吗？你们对你们的对手你们的团队讲了一些什么话或者什么局，就是给你们有一点那种spirit courage。
我觉得就是不要想太多吧，就是不要在乎结果，去享受这个过程吧。
Don't think too much. Don't think about the result. Just do it and just take the journey. That was amazing. Now,
Thank you for your answer.
I want to ask CY. Okay, CY. How does it feel right now being the champions of Honor of Kings Invitational Season 3? Finally the champions. 你自己的感觉现在有什么感受？你们现在在邀请赛、在总决赛得到了冠军，对你来说是什么？
我感觉我们都互相相信，队友都很强。我想说就是很多人质疑，很多人嘲笑，但这就是击倒你玩。
They have so many good rivals in this season. They fought, they quarreled, they were together. Well, whatever it is, it's all about getting one team and just winning it all together.
It's all about unity when it comes down to, you know, every bite, every nail that you put through, you go in as together. Like you say, you do or die, right?
Yeah,
as a
that's
team.
True. That's true. Now I want to ask, who else are doing? Wendy we did, Xuan we did. We're going to ask the marksman, Muchi, right? Muchi, you won yourself a big prize pool now. What you gonna do with the money? 你知道的，你知道冠军那钱你要做什么
Buy food.
Buy food!
A lot of food. Actually, that's a lot of
They're
food.
gonna buy a good dinner tonight.
You know what? They can probably buy a restaurant at the same time with the money.
I agree. And last but not least, wait a bit. We have so many fans, so many supporters, and so many new and pro players who want to go to the pro. What will be your advice to them? 就是你们这边有很多粉丝，也有新的玩手，也是有职业要打最高的level。你有什么对他们话要说吗？
想学边路就看选，想学打野就看 CY。然后如果想学中路就看文帝，想学射手就看牧师，想学辅助就看我，想学 BP 就看湘军，就这样。
You know what? I think I understood it. Just to be like every single one of them as their laners, just duplicate them and conquer.
No, not really. If you want to learn roaming, learn from Waypit. If you want to
That's
learn
exactly
from
it.
farming, you learn from Muchi. You want to learn the mid, you learn from Wendy. You want to learn from the coach, be like him too. There's also Xuan as a Clash laner, and of course, last but not least, it's gonna be CY as a jungler. But you know what, we're celebrating, but of course, when it comes to the prize, we have to invite none other than our beloved Mr. James Young, Senior Director of Global Esports Center, Level Infinite, Tencent Games, to present the award. Please welcome Mr. James.
A round of applause for Mr. James Yang.
Clash laner, the tenacity, Xuan. A remarkable gameplay of such delicate jungler just now. CY, our coach, Deng. And also we have our mid laner, such a good burst out there. It's gonna be Wendy, Muchi, the most of the best marksman or farm laner. And last but not least, the very tanky and such resilient Waypit. This is your champions, Nova Esports.
Guys, once again, your grand champions. A round of applause for Nova Esports. another chant. Let's go. Nova, Nova, Nova. You know what? I'm very proud to be here in the Philippines. Even though Malaysian team won, look how many people still stayed just to support you guys.
Mr. James,
You know?
we want to have the FMVP, so I want you to count down with me. Okay, but before that, who do you think will be the FMVP?
Shout the name. Who is MVP?
CY!
There's a lot of people
Wait a
saying
minute.
this.
Let's count together.
And your MVP is?
So the MVP is Nova Sway!
Sway!
Mr. James. Okay, now we would like to award the FMVP.
And
before
all the way from Infinix Mobile C Gaming Marketing Head. Please welcome Mr. Harry Leonardo.
Now, Mr. James, do you want to take a picture together? Yeah. Yeah, let's go there. Mr. Harry, can we take a picture with Mr. James at the same time?
Ladies and gents, another round of applause for your finals MVP, Nova Schwan.
Posing for pictures, Mr. Harry Leonardo, and also Mr. James Young. Thank you so much for presenting the award for us. Thank you so much, Mr. Harry
Thank you.
Leonardo, Infinix Mobile South Asia Gaming Marketing Head, and also Mr. James Young, Senior Director of Global Tencent, Global Esports, sorry. Senior
Okay, we'll
Director
get
of
a...
Global Esports Center Level Infinite and Tencent Games. So for our FMVP, can we have a word from you?
You can say anything you want, anything that comes from your heart.
我讲中文。
可以翻译给你。
我觉得我们一路走过来都不容易吧，然后我觉得这个 MVP 没有队伍的每一个人，没有 Nova 的每一个人都拿不到。然后我觉得在这里真的很感谢每个队友吧，还有 Nova 这个大家庭的帮助。
I want to thank you, every single one of them. There's no way I can get this MVP without every single of my family of Nova and also my team. And also for each of every single individual that has been supporting them all this while. The fans, the whole Nova family, thank you so much. Your FMVP, the Clash Laner, Xuan.
So that's it for Honor of Kings, ladies and gentlemen. We have crowned our first champion in 2025. We have a lot more international tournaments that will happen in the near future.
But before that, how about we lift the trophy one more time? Can we
Correct.
surround the trophy one more time? And lift for the last one. Can you guys count down with me? We count down together for our Kings for this season.
In 3, 2, 1.
Nova Esports!
Your grand champions of the Honor of Kings Invitational Season 3, Nova Esports!
They will be the beacon of every team we look unto and have overcome challenges after challenge and now stand before us today as the current kings.
It's been a whirlwind of tournaments with many ups and downs, and none this could be possible without you fans. Lahat kayo, every single one of you have made this event so special. Give yourselves a round of applause. Isang hiyaw naman dyan.
We're at the end, but there's going to be more tournaments in the future. So thank you, everybody.
I'm Eric Eruption Tsai.
And I'm Juju. We're going to see you soon again in the next one.
Honor of Kings. Maraming salamat everyone here. Hawk!
Okay!
Okay? H-O-K!
Blue team has destroyed decide your fate. You don't choose which path to take alive. In life, I'm finally letting go of everything that still holds me. I'm against all odds, but I won't give up, 'cause it's my time to shine. Standing in the spotlight, and no one let me down. Destiny is calling highlight. I'm not afraid to fight for everything I love. Victory is on my side. The more we lose, the more we gain. The more that nothing stays the same. In time, in time. Can't love ever, can't forget. What you see is what you get. Sometimes, sometimes. Gonna show the world tonight. The light that shines inside us. We're against the odds, but we won't give up, 'cause it's our time to shine. Standing in the spotlight, can no one back us down. Destiny is calling highlight. We're not afraid to fight for everything we love. Victory is on our side. Takiki, takiki, takitao. Takiki, takiki, takitao. Takiki, takiki, takitao. Takiki, takiki, takitao. Cause it's our time to shine. Standing in the spotlight, can no one back us down. Destiny is calling highlight. We're not afraid to fight for everything we love. Victory is on our side. It's our time to shine. In this only ones in this only ones in this call out my name, cut through the sound of the rain. No matter how I feed the flame, you know I feel the darkness and the pain. All of the ways we tried to break free from the night. You know we made it out, we found the light. I fly so high, light up the skyline. Let's do it this time, like it's a whole new vibrant world. Like we're the only ones in this world. Like we're the only ones in this world. Now I see that I got everything I need. It's alright, I'm on fire, I'm alive, 'cause now I fly so high, light up the skyline. Let's do it this time, like it's a whole new colorful world. stars. How we get this far, like we're the only ones in this world. Like we're the only ones in this world. Like we're the only ones in this world. You've walked through the darkest nights. You've heard the crowd, felt the blinding light. You were standing there when your heart comes alive. It's a dream of ahead, and it never dies. Right here, right now, give it all, get it out. Never surrender. I fight and never fail. I am a contender. A challenge I can feel. The smallest lies become the brightest enemies. Relentlessly. And even if you fall, you gave it everything to be a king. The smallest lies become the brightest enemies. Relentlessly. And even if you fall, you gave it everything to be a king. You carved your way with a sharp attack. You watched it all burn, and you never looked back. There will come a day when your fears will rise. You protect your crown, so it never dies. Never a surrender. I fight and never fail. I am a contender. A challenge I can feel. The smallest lies become the brightest enemies. Relentlessly. And even if you fall, you gave it everything to be a king. On my way, on my way. Find my way, find my way. On my way, on my way. Dream my way, dream my way. Never a surrender. I fight and never fail. I'm a contender. And try